Morning from the Utilita Bowl as the two umpires Alex Wharf and Russell Warren are being escorted out into the middle by the Hampshire fielders and the two not out Durham batters. The state of play, we're just minutes away from the start of day 3 in this Division 1 County Championship match. Durham are 146 for 3 in their first innings. They trail Hampshire 357 runs. David Bedingham is 35 not out. Matthew Potts, the night watchman, who came in for just 6 balls, or the 6 balls that he faced when Alex Lees was LBW to Liam Dawson late on at the end of day 2. He went for 71. So the first target for Durham, of course, is 354. That is the follow-on figure. Your commentary team this morning is going to expand by 1 this afternoon, but we'll worry about that at lunch. A little later, you'll hear from the former Zimbabwe A batter, Stanley Marissa. He's back with us again for a second day running. But it's myself, Kevin James, and from BBC Newcastle, it's Martin Emerson. Martin, good morning.
Good morning. Durham losing Alex Lees in the penultimate over last night for 71 after he'd batted ever so well. Put a partnership of 97 together for the 3rd wicket with David Bedingham. They really could have done without that. It was left arm delivery, left arm over from Dawson, hit him in the pads. And he raised his hands to say, he was in his arms as to say, well, I'm standing outside the line of the stumps, but he was given out and didn't look impressed. Yeah. So here we are then. Here's Dawson to get the morning underway as Beddingham's on the back foot. Stabs that up to short mid-off and there's no run. Yes, I must admit I didn't see anybody last night to ask if maybe the umpires were going to take things further with Alex Lees, because it wasn't bad, but it weren't great. His body language when he was given out. Here's Dawson round the wicket. Beddingham's in behind that one. He got 1 or 2 to skid on last night, Liam Dawson, didn't he? Keep low. The 2 wickets he got when he got Ackerman LBW, there were quicker deliveries as well, weren't they? Yeah. He's developed that ball. It seems to be more prevalent in his armoury these days. As he bowls there, keeps a little low. Bedingham works that on the onside. He thinks about a single. There's a collision with the bowler and Potts there. Oh, yeah, because Dawson was quickly across. I think he surprised everybody there, how quickly he moved. Now, several ways that you can keep in touch with the game today. BBC Sport Online, live picture feed via the Hampshire Cricket website and free to download app, as that's pushed out to a short extra cover and there's no run. And we are also around the ground with the new earpieces that are available from this year. And I got a lovely email about that this morning, just before we came on air, which I'm going to read out. Here's Dawson. Bedingham works that into the gap on the leg side. There is a fielder out deep. Bedingham moves on to 36, 147 for 3. It comes from Mark Nanji. solentcricket@gmail.com is the way to get in touch with us. Or at Solent Sport if you want to use the Twitter feed or the X feed, whichever you like to say. Mark says, I treated myself to an earpiece yesterday so that I could tune into your commentary. Here's Dawson bowls, and that's driven up to mid-on by Potts, and that's the end of the first over this morning. Durham have advanced by 1. 147 for 3. Mark goes on, he says, it was one of my better investments. And I really, it's nothing to do with me, and greatly enhanced my overall match day experience. I often follow your live stream via the away games on YouTube, which I also thoroughly enjoy. Keep up the great work. Thank you very much, Mark. That's a very nice email. And Neil Halsworth has been on the emails from Explorer Coffees, other coffee companies available. He's down Gosport Way, where Martin was the other night, Martin Emerson. Neil writes, currently enjoying a brew over in the pavilion and looking forward to a good, if not a little hot, day's cricket. If it's anything like the last 2 days, it certainly will be. Not sure how this is going, to be honest. Is it sweaty enough to generate any movement this morning? Well, there hasn't been too much movement over the last 2 days. Fingers crossed we can bag a few quick wickets this morning and get the odds firmly in Hampshire's favour. Are we running a sweepstake on the first ball change of the day, or on how many times the day
or in the day or match, etc. We haven't. There's been a few. Abbott bowls first delivery, and that's an inside edge there from Bedingham, who's driving. Goes out deepish on the leg side, square on the leg side. He'll pick up 1. Bedingham moves on to 37. He said he found yesterday's talk about the balls really useful. Thank you very much, Neil. I think we had at least 2 ball changes that I can remember. I wrote down a couple. There was one after tea, after 34 overs. So this is not the same ball that we started with. So 148 for 3, and it's the night watchman Matthew Potts to face Kyle Abbott. Comes in right arm over, bowls. Potts is forward, and there's no run. I really hope, Martin, from a Hampshire point of view, that we see no repeat of his effort up at Edgbaston, but I'm sure you're thinking, love to see that again.
Similar track, 149 not out as a night watchman. I didn't see any of it because I'm not interested in it whatsoever. Eurovision last night, but apparently the English or the British entry finished 18th, so it's been relegated along with Burnley, Sheffield United and Luton Town.
Ollie Alexander, I didn't see that one. I watched a couple of the songs actually. Short and Potts tucks underneath it. That's a good bouncer.
What I did miss, which I couldn't believe in the end, when I got in the car here, and I was driving about 15 minutes away to visit some friends who live out in the countryside. A friend of ours who used to live up in Sunderland now lives down here. So I went over there for some tea, and I was listening to Radio Newcastle's commentary from Wembley of Gateshead against Solihull Moors, which finished 2-2. Then it went to extra time and penalties.
There's Abbott to Potts. Length ball. Potts is forward. Goes out to short mid-wicket.
And just as I pulled up on their drive, I lost the signal. But it was 5-5 in the penalty shootout. But everybody was missing penalties. There'd been 5 penalties each, but everybody was missing them. And later in the day, I was looking online, and just the reaction I saw online, I thought, they've lost again. And then it was about 10:30 last night when I realised they'd won in the penalty shootout. Quite dramatic. So just lost the signal at the wrong time.
Some would say the opposite as Abbott pushes that up to short mid on.
Well, I think Eastleigh have been in that final recently, haven't they? The FA Trophy.
I don't know. So there are 2 men on the drive on the leg side. Liam Dawson is very straight, standing where I guess David Bedingham would ideally like to be running from at the non-striker's end, so he's having to move a little wider, and he's also having to thread himself in between another short fielder on the leg side. Here's Abbott, bowls, fullish, driving on. Dawson dives right across the wicket. I think just about inside the, where's that, about a yard down from the popping crease. Sprawled right across the wicket there. It was Liam Dawson. Just inside the zone, I think that's okay. 148 for 3.
Can you remember the Thompson twins?
Yes.
Yes. So last night I went down to the Fareham Creek to try and see if I could get any pictures of the Northern Lights, which didn't materialise, I don't think.
But you saw the Thompson twins instead?
Somebody said you would have had a better night if you'd been watching the Thompson twins. They were on at what was the Sage in Gateshead, and I thought that would have been a great gig to go and see. I remember writing away for the information pack in about 1983-84 to join the Thompson twins fan club. Start of a new over here from Dawson, left arm round from the pavilion end, played back to him by Bedingham.
Were you rejected?
You know what? No, there was something like £40 in 1983 to join the Thompson twins fan club. That put me off. That was an awful lot of money in those days. Dawson again comes in and bowls. That's skids in and it's cut away by Bedingham for 1 towards point. Anyway, Di Davies says he's got tickets for this Wednesday in Guildford, so he's going to see the Thompson twins on Wednesday. And he said, I remember seeing the original trio and the original Into the Gap tour at Crawley Leisure Centre back in February 1984. That sounds like the sort of place you would have been hanging around on a Friday night with your ice skates.
A little bit too far away for me.
Yeah. Dawson comes in again and bowls. They've got a silly point in for Potts. Is it Organ under there? No, it's Fletcher Middleton, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the Thompson twins were actually a trio.
Yeah, they were. They were named after, was it characters in was it Tintin? There were characters in Tintin, weren't there, or something? 149 for 3. Dawson just takes a bit of time before he comes in and bowls again. Potts on the back foot, plays the ball up to wide, long off for 1.
Now I'm just looking at this run rate here for Durham.
Yeah.
3.3.
Yeah.
Now you guys in Division 2 last year were the fastest scorers of all the teams, weren't you? I think right across
the
both
150's
divisions.
just come up there.
Yeah. In the 46th over. I think the rate, I think you guys were scoring last year, was it about 4.6 or something? Throughout the whole season. What's happened to that then?
They're on a slow track where there's lots of runs to be had if you take your time.
Unlike last year in Division 2?
This one stays low. Bedingham back into the crease, gets onto that one late. It goes down towards third man, no run. Why don't you go and ask them, Kev? See what.
Not my team.
Yeah. I think it's horses for courses, isn't it, really?
It's just interesting, really.
Well, what you've had so far is lots of really high-scoring games this season. So it's about being methodical, I would say.
So you've changed the way you've played, having come up from Division 2?
It looks like they have, doesn't it? Yeah. Except at Kidderminster a couple of weeks ago, they did hammer it around the park. So
I'll have a look at that, actually. Abbott to start a new over from our commentary end. The northern end, the hotel end. And there are now 3 on the drive on the leg side. I don't know where Bedingham's going to run. Here comes Abbott, bowls, Potts is forward. Abbott fields on his follow through. Beddingham's always got to weave through the fielders to complete a single. So you guys were at Kidderminster last game.
no, it was 2 games ago.
Oh, 2 games ago.
Yeah.
Let me have a look. I'll have a look at the scoring rate.
Yeah. Well, that was when Bedingham hit quite a few sixes.
Oh, did he? Yeah, I imagine once he gets going. Abbott looking for his first wicket here. He's into his 10th over, none for 19. Comes in and bowls to Potts. Foolish. Potts drives into the ground. Abbott picks it up one-handed.
It's the Sunderland half marathon today, and apparently it's very foggy, so the runners down on the marina are emerging from the gloom, ghost-like, and disappearing back into the mist again.
Anything else happening up north that we should know about?
Yeah, I think that's it. I was there last year at the corner of the street watching it with the kids. The winner was just so far ahead of the rest of them.
Yeah.
Miles ahead.
Somebody walking to the corner shop in
Yeah.
Concept. That's pushed back to Abbott, and there's no run. Somebody just bought a pint of milk.
Yeah. I don't know if the corner shop in Concert's open today. Was a bit of drama when I was in a petrol station down the road this morning.
Was there?
Yeah. The guy standing behind me in the queue suddenly started shouting and raced out the door as his car was careering towards the entrance to the shop.
Oh, did he forget to put the handbrake on?
Apparently.
Oh, dear.
Amazingly, it just swerved and missed every other vehicle and came to rest right next to the entrance to the door on the curb.
Abbott bowls the bouncer. It's down the leg side. Not too much problems there for Potts.
See, now you like that story because it was an event that happened down here.
Well, amazingly,
That's just snobbery, that.
Well, amazingly, you mentioned that there was a similar incident that happened on this site a few years back behind the pavilion.
That's quite a big hill, isn't
where
it?
the then groundsman Nigel
Uh-huh.
parked his car and forgot to put his handbrake on, and that is a very steep hill, and it careered down the hill and crashed into the fence.
Ooh.
And there was a sign put up there. I'm not sure if it's still there. That's a nice drive there from Potts on the up. Just eased that into the gap. Bit of a chase here. Pulled up just in front of the tunnel. And that's 2 runs to the night watchman, who moves on 2-3. And there was a sign put up, and they called that area Handbrake Hill. Now, because I don't go up to that top car park behind the pavilion too often, I'm not sure if that's still there, but that happened a few seasons ago.
There was one snowy day at work when I parked my car, and then there was a message came over, could I go out in the car park, and it was a good 20 yards away from where I'd parked it.
Abbott into Potts. Potts is on the back foot. Plays that up to Brad Wheel at mid-off. End of the over, 152 for 3.
And it apparently just gradually started sliding across the snow to the other side of the car park. Handbrake was on. Paul Wilson's emailed, "Hi Marty and his band of brothers," he says. "Greetings from a sun-kissed and warm Costerdale Hartlepool." He says, "I thought Alex Lee's dismissal was a little harsh, but didn't really like the reaction from him. Steady batting required today by the Durham team, but I fear the weather may decide the result, as rain and showers are forecast for Monday. Should be with you until around 4ish before going out to watch an excellent rock blues band called the Pistoleros at the South Durham Social Club. I've seen them. They are good." There are thunderstorms around today, actually, but just to the west of us. Here's Dawson, comes in and bowls. Ball played back to him by Bedingham. There's a Met Office weather warning for severe thunderstorms, but the map, the orange area, Southampton is just off the eastern edge of it, so it looks like it's to the west of us. Dawson bowls, and that's played nicely out through the covers. Middle of the bat from Bedingham. He met it on the bounce and just steered it away for 1 run. I'm not sure if the weather forecast's bad tomorrow now or not.
I haven't looked recently, and it looked like yesterday on my app that it was coming in sort of late on in the day.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, but that thing changes so much.
It just looks cooler tomorrow now, but no rain on here at the moment. Dawson, 2 Potts. Potts forward to this one. Steers it to silly point.
Yeah, my app's showing about 5 o'clock tomorrow, but I mean, they'll all show different ones.
Yeah. 6 o'clock it says on here, and then it gets a bit brilliant.
Yeah.
Handy for the drive home. 90% chance of rain. Tremendous. Potts plays the ball up to a long off for 1.
I think the amount of rain that they're suggesting, I think we can safely say there is rain late on tomorrow.
Yeah. The drive back from Kidderminster was fun a couple of Mondays ago. It was just really heavy rain where visibility was only about 100 yards. Dawson bowls, that's cut nicely by Bedingham down towards deep backward point. 2 runs. It sort of mesmerises you when you're driving, doesn't it?
Odd, especially going the distance you're going.
Yeah.
I just looked up Kidderminster. You went at 4 and over in the first innings, 5 and over in the second.
Yeah. Bedingham plays this ball up to wide mid on for 1. From up here, they didn't look like there was any jeopardy there whatsoever, but Dawson seemed to think he'd got one through his defences. End of the over, 157 for 3. Robbie Stoke has emailed. He says, "I saw your photos from the other night of the dockyard down at Portsmouth." He said, "I served on HMS Bristol. It was my last ship. I was just seeing out time before I completed my 22 years. It is now used as a training ship for various cadet groups to go to for the weekend and get a taste of living on a ship, and generally have a weekend break." I'm not reading the next bit. He reckons there might be a bit of alcohol involved as well, but there you go. Anyway, that was the ship that was moored. I took a photograph the other day of the huge aircraft carrier, and HMS Bristol was just in the background, and there was a man standing photographing it, and he said 42 years ago that day he'd sailed on HMS Bristol to the Falkland Islands.
Were you allowed to take photos around the dockyard? Normally they're quite strict. Well, you can't have been that close, you just took...
Well, I wasn't in the military dockyard, I was on the other side of the river.
Yeah.
There were 3 ships that are stealth ships that I didn't see them.
Okay. been a bit of a chat between Kyle Abbott and James Vince at the start of this over. They've got 2 on the drive on the offside and 2 on the drive on the leg side now. As Abbott comes in and bowls to Bedingham, short. Bedingham ducks underneath that one. Email here from Clifford Emmons, solidifies@gmail.com. He says, hi, me and my son are sitting in the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand. That's to the left of the pavilion as we look. And enjoying your commentary in the sunshine. Missed the first 2 days, as was seeing Keane at the O2 Arena.
Oh.
What is your favourite band?
I like Keane.
P.S. Cliff and Brad, they love the Thompson Twins.
I had tickets to go and see Keane a couple of summers ago at Tynemouth Priory, but I couldn't get there.
Abbott runs away from us, bowls to Bedingham. Bedingham drives back to Abbott.
But they did get used because a colleague was able to go with her family, so...
What's your favourite band? I don't know. I'm not sure I really have a good one.
Well, from years ago, New Order.
Okay.
More recent years, I've got like so many different sort of indie bands. Been to see the Charlatans tons of times over the years. Ah, there we are.
Ah, there's the ball
change.
Neil Halsworth, take note, because the umpires are now taking a look at the ball. We're into the 49th over.
Hang on, have we already had a ball change?
Yes, we had a ball change yesterday in the 35th at 120 for 2. Now the umpires are looking at it still. It's obviously going to go through the gauge in a minute. Probably is going through the gauge right now.
Did they change the ball yesterday?
Yeah. Well, I wrote it down as a ball change. I'll be honest with you, I can't remember it. And it is going to be changed. There
so
we
the
are.
evening session began at 4:17, 32.2 overs remaining in the day.
So we're going to
ball change, 34.4 overs.
Yeah. So in the 49th. Right, just go on for that email with Matt. Got an email here about West End. Remember last night you were asking about West End?
Yeah.
And where it was in relation to Eastleigh?
Yeah.
And I wasn't 100% sure, and I should know. It's Matt Groot, who's emailed solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, morning chaps, Matt here in Botley. Another early May scorcher on the cards today and looking like play up till about 3 o'clock tomorrow. Last night Martin was discussing why it is called West End. It isn't due to its proximity to Eastleigh. It's due to the, in brackets, back in the day, close brackets, nationally famous Hedge End strawberry fields from more than a century ago.
Oh, they went on forever.
Yeah, and workers or pickers' families came in from the west of this area and village to the fields, which covered hundreds of acres. Enjoyed today's play, great commentary as always. Matt says, P.S. big shout out to my brother Ash, heading to his in Petersfield, or he's heading to Petersfield to nervously watch the playoff first leg at the Hawthorns on TV.
Nice town, Petersfield.
Yeah.
Hazelmere's and all that area, it's quite nice as well.
That's a bit higher up, isn't it? Yeah.
Right, what's the crack? It's 20 past, so you can bring Stanley in.
That's for me, yeah.
There's a few, is it?
Yeah. Look at your rotor.
I did look at it, I just misread it.
Very quickly, as we change then, because we're just waiting for the next ball to be over. Alex McKinley has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com under the heading Handbrake Hill. I did see the sign yesterday on the ground, so it is still there. Wondered what it was. Thought it was health and safety again. Well, it would have been in Nigel's case, that's for sure. Stanley Marissa to join Martin Emerson.
So that ball lasted 14.2 overs. Replaced a ball which lasted 34.4 overs. And here comes Abbott, right arm over from the hotel end. Bowling to Bedingham, who just plays the ball safely away on the leg side. Bedingham on 42. Morning, Stanley.
Good morning, Martin. Good morning, everyone.
Are you on there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
How are you?
Fine, yeah.
Yeah.
So far so good this morning from Durham's point of view. 22 minutes of play, or 20 really, considering the ball change. Abbott comes in and forward comes Bedingham. Plays it safely up towards mid-on.
Yeah, they've looked pretty solid this morning and not too much trouble so far from Kyle Abbott or Liam Dawson from the top end, pavilion end.
Bedingham got 1,019 runs last year, including 138 at Derby, 145 not out at Leicester. 5 centuries last season for him. Here he is on 42 as Albert bowls. Ball played away through mid-wicket for 1 run. His recent scores, he got 49 and 36 in the game at Edgbaston, 38 and 138 at Kidderminster, including 5 lost balls, and 52 and 33 not out against Essex.
Yeah, very good player. Quality signing for Durham. A few years he's been with you guys now, has he?
Came in 2020. Had been playing for a team in the Nottingham Premier League called Plumtree Cricket Club. Abbott to Potts this time. And that is stopped close in on the leg side. No run. End of the over. Just the 1 run from it. So Durham 158 for 3. Trail by 345 here on BBC Radio Solent and BBC Radio Newcastle. Mervin's emailed. He says, if last night's Eurovision is anything to go by, my favourite band is an Elastic One. The Farrago of Tosh, if ever, he says.
Very
Enjoying listening to the cricket, though. Thank you, says Mervyn.
Excellent from Mervyn.
The Farrago of Tosh.
Did you watch any?
No.
It's going to be Liam Dawson to carry on from the pavilion in bowls to David Bedingham, who pushes this into the onside. A feature of his play has been his footwork and the positions that he's been getting himself into, and ticking that scoreboard along.
I went to look for the Northern Lights down on the river. There weren't any.
No. Yeah, I sort of feel like I've missed the boat on that one.
Yeah, well,
after
yeah.
Friday, as Dawson comes in to Potts, and Potts back in his crease and pushes this out to a cover fielder.
I popped into a pub just near the top of Fareham Creek, and there was a live band on, and it was bouncing. The locals were very much enjoying their day or their evening.
Excellent. As Dawson bowls and Potts drives to a short, sort of mid-off. Fletcher Middleton.
It was difficult to work if the ball was off the ground and not there because of the shadow from the ball as well.
So Liam Dawson, 1 slip. Bowls to Matty Potts, and a carbon copy of the ball before. Potts to Fletcher Middleton. Fletcher Middleton back to Liam Dawson. So what time did you finish up last night then?
I was back in the hotel watching Match of the Day. I didn't go out very long because I'd been to visit some friends for tea, and then drove back down to the hotel and popped out about 10 o'clock really.
Dawson bowls to Potts, and Potts drives firmly. But Liam Dawson fields off his own bowling. 1 ball remaining in this, the 50th over.
Yeah, it was a fairly
quiet
quiet
evening.
night. There's a game just starting on the nursery ground.
There is.
Umpires just heading out there.
I'll have to find out if that's a second team game or if it's maybe an academy game. Dawson comes and bowls to Matty Potts, and solid in defence to end that over. Durham 159 for 3.
Umpires are in their blue shirts with the green shoulders. One day umpire garb, as opposed to on this ground, black trousers and white coats. Pollen counters are meant to be high today, but hopefully the tablets will
do you struggle?
their job. I do. I haven't had any issues this year because it's been so wet. But yeah, it's start of a new over here. That's a really short ball wide of off stump, and that is clattered to the boundary by Bedingham.
Yeah, excellent. A little bit of width offered by Kyle Abbott, and David Bedingham in the form that he's been in this season, and the quality of player that he is, he's not going to miss out on that.
So what's Bedingham up to so far? He's had 11 hundreds for Durham and 9 50s. This is played to point. So what's he got in all? David Bedingham, 25 50s and 20 hundreds, including 5 last year. So this will be the 46th time.
He's got a test 100 as well, hasn't he?
I
think he did get one in New Zealand for South Africa.
110, yeah.
But I heard that he has missed out on a central contract with South Africa.
Yeah. Ball pushed down to third man by Bedingham for 1.
Which is a bit crazy because he was actually part of that South African side that was the second string side that got sent out to New Zealand. Did you sort of keep tabs on that?
I didn't, for 2 reasons. I don't really watch cricket on the telly, and B, it all happened in the middle of the night.
Yeah. So the South African Premier League sort of clashed with the Test series that they had in New Zealand. So they had to actually send out a second string side, which Bedingham was part of.
Abbott comes in, and Potts goes for a quick push and run towards point. Single there.
But that obviously opened up the debate in terms of where Test cricket stands against franchise cricket, and there was this whole situation. But Bedingham obviously played well and got his maiden Test 100 there. But he'd have been disappointed to obviously miss out on the contracts that came afterwards. I guess for South Africa he'll only be a Test player, I believe. Well, at this moment in time, I guess. So that might have contributed to that.
He's on 49 as Abbott bowls. Good ball. Tempted Yorker, and Bedingham was equal to it. Just got the bat down on it and kept it away. My life is such that in the summer I'm all over the country covering Durham and immersed in cricket. But when you've spent all day commentating in a game, the last thing I want to do is go home and watch more cricket on the telly. And in the winter I'm busy in the newsroom or mornings, school runs, all that kind of thing. I just don't know how people find time to watch the things like the Big Bash and stuff like that. Bedingham again plays this to mid-on, and it's picked up by James Fuller, and that is the end of the over. So Durham 165 for 3. The deficit is 338. And 51 overs have gone here on the BBC.
Yeah, so a fairly quiet half an hour in terms of, well, I guess the battle between the bat and the ball. So just 19 runs added so far this morning in 8 overs. Pitch, from where we can see it here from the hotel end, is looking still pretty good. Of course it's had a sweep overnight and it's been cleaned up, so it does look a little bit, I guess, better than maybe at this time. Well, yesterday evening I guess you could start to see some footholds appearing. I'm sure as the day goes on those will start to appear a bit more prominently. As you might hear on the stadium microphone, there is a change of bowling from the pavilion end, and it's going to be Brad Wheel to take over from Liam Dawson. Bowled fairly well yesterday, Brad Wheel. Probably didn't get the luck going his way as he runs in and bowls to Matty Potts, who drives to James Fuller at mid-off and no run. So none for 20 Brad Wheel yesterday. But those figures probably don't represent how well he did bowl. He did manage to induce the outside edge of Scott Borthwick a few times, and he got some, or maybe 3 or 4 boundaries actually to that third man region, so but he'll be looking to try and get that breakthrough that Hampshire desperately need as he runs past umpire Warren and bowls to Matty Patton. A big shout. Umpire Russell Warren says nothing going.
Bowler joined in quite late there, didn't he?
It's always a good sign.
Yeah, and the umpire's now looking at his foot marks as well. Other matches in Division 1, Worcestershire racked up 618 for 7 declared at Canterbury. I think there were 3 centuries in that, including numbers 8 and 9. Kent 125 for 2 in response, so they're trailing by 493.
Wheel comes in and bowls, and Matty Potts driving on the up, slightly back of a length for no run to mid-off.
He's got 5 runs, faced 32 balls now. Potts steady away. Bedingham 99 balls for his 49. Quite a tight game at Trent Bridge. Lancashire all out for 331. Nottinghamshire 301 for 7. At the Oval, Warwickshire made 343. And Surrey are now ahead by 1 run. They are 7 down.
The league leaders as Bradley Wheel bowls to Matty Potts, and again to James Fuller at mid-off. No run.
There are 2 matches I can see in this round where the second innings has actually begun. So Sussex playing Glamorgan in Cardiff. Sussex made 278, Glamorgan 411. Sussex now 22 for 1 in their second innings.
It's Wheel bowls and maybe a little bit shorter this time, and Matty Potts just stands on his toes and defends this one into the ground back towards the bowler. 6-5 for 3.
And Gloucestershire in a really strong position at Northampton, having scored 409. They then bowled Northampton out for 171, and in their second innings Gloucestershire now 107 for 1, so a decent lead of 345 there.
Yeah, really good. 1 ball remaining in this over as Wheel bowls and down the leg side, and Ben Brown rolls away to his left, and that ends 52nd over, 165 for 3, made an over from Brad Wheel.
At Marty Cricket on Twitter if you want to tweet, or at wearecricket@yahoo.co.uk on email. Pleasant day here in Southampton, a little bit of a breeze. Sun's out, it's warm.
How are the leaves looking? Any movement up there?
There's a little bit in the trees just between us and the nursery ground, just a sort of fluttering. Liam Dawson is going to have a twirl from the hotel end this time. He's been bowling so far from the pavilion end.
Yeah, I quite like that move from James Vincent, Liam Dawson, just to try and see if there's anything happening from this end from your main spinner.
So he's going to go left arm round. And that is whipped away by Bedingham out to deep mid-wicket for his 50. So what did I say, the 45th time he's got there, was it? I can't remember what my own maths was now. Taking 100 balls, 6 fours. This one's cut by. Potts down towards point on the boundary for 1 run.
Yeah, so just looking at David Bedingham, obviously he's just got to that 50, 25 50s, that would have been his 26th, but 20 hundreds to go along with that.
So 46 times then, yeah. Dawson bowling to Bedingham. Bedingham cuts the ball towards the cover boundary, towards the tunnel for 1 run.
I guess what that stat shows is that more often than not, when he gets to 50, he does convert those to a 3-figure score, which is ominous for Hampshire.
It's the 21st time he's got there for Durham. Potts meets this ball on the bounce as it loops in, plays it up to Fuller at mid-on. It's a dot ball. Partnership from these two, 23 runs. Dawson, left arm round, bowls again. Potts plays it back to the bowler. Fletcher Middleton is in short extra cover. Or maybe more a silly mid-off actually. Dawson bowls again, and that's played back towards him. He can't get it. Might have got a bit of hand on that one, but Potts gets a single. And that is the over. So 169 for 3. I'll see you all a little bit later.
Thanks, Martin. Kev James will join us. Durham 169 for 3. So if you are just joining us, they started the morning 146 for 3. So no wickets lost. David Bedingham and Matty Potts looking pretty assured on what is a fairly flat surface, and a lot of runs have been scored, and not looking like it's changing at this moment as Bradley Wheel bowls and wraps Matty Potts on the thigh pad. There's no run. Just a juggling going on in the box as Kev tries to get into position. Matty Potts, fresh from a 149 a few weeks ago, batting as a night watchman. I'm trying to think what the highest score in first class cricket, English cricket, would be for a night watchman. Might have to look at that. There's Bradley Wheel bowls and Potts just defends this one into the onside off a thickish inside edge. No run. I know that Jason Gillespie, the Australian, got a double 100 as a night watchman, which I'm pretty sure would be the highest score from a night watchman. It's a pretty good effort. So a slip, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. As Wheel comes in and bowls, and Matty Potts just defends this into a gully region, and they're going to pick up a single. So 170 for 3. Durham move on to.
Doesn't seem to be too many prospects of another wicket falling anytime soon.
No.
Still looks a good wicket, isn't it?
It does, and I think that I guess the first hour will be crucial, because of course it would be rolled overnight, would it, or in the morning maybe?
That I don't know. Is it between innings?
I think it might be actually. It does look at fantastic pitches. Wheel bowls and Bedingham on his toes, playing square of the wicket, which has been a feature of his batting actually, the way he stands up, and he looks like he's got a lot of time.
Does look a good player, doesn't he? Yeah. Averages 50 first class. I said yesterday, I don't know too many players that do that. When I'm writing sort of a few stats down ahead of each game, I don't think I've ever written 50 down before.
No. I think a few, maybe some Australians, but yeah, he's a quality player. He faces up and Wheel, bowling with some good pace and just rushes Bedingham there, but solid in defence. I think he had aspirations to play for England at one point, did he? Or I think with some residency rules, or it was a big thing when he did leave South Africa. There were his coach, I think Ashwell Prince, was quite upset in terms of that they were just letting a quality player go. Obviously he's back in the South African fold now, which is good for them. Wheel bowls and again, carbon copy of the ball before and defended solidly for no run. 170 for 3. Durham now 54 gone.
Yeah, at the Cape Cobras. They were a bit disappointed, weren't they?
Yeah, I think they had that exodus of players though, didn't they? Kyle Abbott obviously played Test cricket for South Africa, and he then left just to pursue more opportunities, I guess, overseas.
Another over completed. 54 of the innings. 170 for 3. Durham trail by 333. 354 is the follow-on target. I say even now, you would think that will be reached. There is very little going on out there for the bowlers. Bedingham's 30 years old now. But it's Potts to face, and he's going to be facing Liam Dawson. He switched ends to our commentary end short. Potts is on the back foot, plays it back to Dawson. Even Matthew Potts looks quite at home out there.
Yeah, it's hard work, hard going for the bowlers.
Dawson again, just the one slip in, one on the drive on the offside. Potts is on the back foot. It's interesting talking to Tom Prest last night after his second 100 in Championship cricket. I asked him what was the difference batting on this wicket than the previous 2 games here against Warwickshire and Lancashire. As Dawson comes in and bowls flighted, or was a hint of the ball straightening as it comes off a thickish outside edge along the ground. Potts will pick up a single, moves on to 9, 171 for 3. He actually said there probably wasn't a lot of difference actually. He thought this was quite a slowish wicket, even though I thought this looked from a distance a quicker
Yeah.
one. But he said really as a batter that he didn't feel there was a lot of difference. So. And there certainly didn't look like being too many wickets in the previous 2 home games here. Hence why we're in this situation now. 13 wickets have fallen only on the line of middle and leg, worked to wideish mid-on by Bedingham. Neil Halsworth back on the email, solidifies@gmail.com. He says he wasn't expecting the ball change that quick this morning. He did write in to say, are we taking any bets on when the next ball change was? It came in the 49th over of the innings, very early on this morning. That's thrown out wide and it's cut off the bottom of the bat by Potts, and it's going down towards third. That'll keep going, and that'll be 4 runs. Dawson might have just been tossing it out there just to see what Potts might do. He's got a boundary and he moves on to 13, 176 for 3. Anyway, he says, I get to see the carriers from Creek HQ, which is where the Explorer Coffee's main base is. Other coffee companies available, I must keep saying, because Martin has been down sort of that area. He sent me a nice picture of a boat down that way. Always a sense of pride, he says, down there, as that's cut away by Bedingham for a single, as they may have some of my finest produce in the carrier. Wow, that's probably... So there we go. And Clifford Emmons says he was watching out in the middle before the start of play, something we probably weren't doing. And Clifford says they used a heavy roller on the pitch just before the start of play today.
Yeah.
Which, of course, will deaden it down.
Yeah, which probably explains what we're seeing. Yeah. But I think after maybe an hour or so, you might start to see any sort of changes start to happen. We did see the ball start to grip actually towards the end of yesterday, day 2. And Liam Dawson was bowling to Alex Lees, a couple of spitted it past the leg side of Alex Lees. So Hampshire will be hoping that the pitch starts to misbehave, maybe some invariable bounce. Tom Prest joins Ben Brown as the solitary slip, slightly wider, probably a second slip as we're looking at it. As Brad Wheel comes from the pavilion end and bowls to Matty Potts, who is 14 now of 47 deliveries, so doing his job as a night watchman.
Yeah, there hasn't been too many short balls bowled at him. I think Abbott bowled 2. One was a very good one, the first one. Second one, a little bit leg stumpish, a little bit leg side.
Yeah, we spoke about it yesterday, myself, well, you and I, Kev, and we just sort of discussed about how the short ball is probably not used, maybe underutilised in county cricket. As Potts pushes into the onside and sets off for a single, but swivels and turns back into his crease. No run. Just about that short ball in terms of, I think on wickets like this where things aren't happening, of course there's no lateral movement, the ball's not turning, it's quite slow. It could be a situation where you maybe for 2 or 3 overs just try that tactic that we've seen, you know, Australia use and England use in the Ashes.
Yep.
And it works so well. As Brad Wheel bowls and Matty Potts stands up on his toes and pushes this into the offside, sets off quite quickly, potentially looking for 2, but they decide against that, so 178 for 3.
Just wondering there if that might have been an attempted short ball. I don't think Wheel wanted to get it too high, and he looked a little bit disappointed just at the end of his follow through there. I think he felt he should have got that higher. Yeah. On Potts.
I think if anything as a tactic, it's just to change the way the game is feeling, or what the batter is actually seeing coming in front of him as Bedingham faces up and no run into the offside.
Yeah, I think the time's come from a Hampshire point of view that Potts should be getting it more than he's not getting it now.
Yeah, and he's just, you know,
it's worth it, as you say, for a couple of overs. All right, if he hits a couple of boundaries and he plays it really well and he doesn't look in any trouble, well then that's the way it is.
Yeah.
But we won't know. We don't know yet. He certainly looked comfortable enough the way the bowling is so far.
That's it. 4 balls into this 56th over as Brad Wheel pushes this outside the off stump, and Bedingham drives beautifully through the covers. Doesn't even bother to run. Picks himself up 4 runs. 186 for 3 now. That's a good shot, that was.
That was a good shot. Just got an email here from Neil Prowse. I just noticed, I think it's Toby Albert that's on as a substitute field. And Neil Prowse has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, morning everyone. Any news on why Nick Gubbins isn't on the field today? Nothing serious, he hopes. I must admit, I don't know of anything. I can try and find out.
Brad Wheel past umpire Warren, and Bedingham pushes this into the onside, and they scamper through for a quick single. Shy at the stumps, but safely in, and that ends the 56th over. 184 for 3. David Bedingham 57, not out. Matty Potts, the night watchman, on 15.
Right, I'll try and find out the answer to that. So another beautiful day in store today. Actually, yesterday in here wasn't quite as bad as I thought it might have been. I think the hazy cloud yesterday afternoon, I think, saved us.
In terms of heat?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the harshness of the sun that can shine into the camera gantry. I thought we let off lightly.
Well, I've got the shorts on today, Kev.
You're very summery.
I thought, you know what?
You and Martin both.
Yep.
Now, James Fuller is on. Liam Dawson didn't look particularly threatening, did he, this end? There's no real help for him. And I'm just wondering now if Fuller is coming on and would have the licence, really, to bowl a few balls at Matthew Potts, but he's going to bowl his first ball to David Bedingham, who's on 57. And I have to say, he's looked a very classy 57 as well. Early on last night, happy to hit the spinners over the top. His first effort wasn't great.
No.
From Liam Dawson, it was dragged around a little bit, and whilst it cleared mid-wicket, it wasn't particularly convincing. But after that, most shots were. In fact, all of them were. Here's Fuller. Bedingham works their way up to mid-on. Score remains on 183 for 3. 320 behind here, Durham. Got a tweet earlier saying there was a Durham fan living in Durham. Not Durham, in Devon, I should say. Durham fan in Durham, heaven forbid, down in Devon. Hoping for another good day for them. From Dan, that came from, at Solent Sport. As I said, thanks, nice commentary as well, thank you. Here's Fuller again, pulled, that one has Bedingham, and it's bounced a few times, and I think that is Toby Albert out there. Did really well there, really had to keep his eye on that one. It was that awkward sort of height that was hit to him with pace, where it's bouncing around. Didn't quite get that high enough, did James Fuller. Now I'd be very disappointed in these 4 deliveries if there isn't at least one short ball. Here's Fuller, runs away from us, bowls to Potts, outside the off stump. Potts just eases that down to 3rd for a single, and he moves on to 16. Bedingham back on strike. Now what field have we got here, Stanley? We've got 2 on the leg side, 2 catch in. Not been too much go through that area, has it? It was I know you weren't here, but it was certainly an area that was filled with fielders in the last 2 home games here, but you could almost understand it with the pitch being slightly slower than this. But there's not been too much go in the air through that area. Here's Fuller, bowls to Bedingham. Bedingham's on the back foot, eases that out into the covers.
I think we have seen maybe David Bedingham, he plays this sort of flick off his legs, doesn't he? So that could be the thinking, but like you say, I haven't seen too much go through in the air there.
But you've got to try something, because at the moment, steady bowling, well, it's good and it needs to be steady, needs to be accurate. But to find a wicket, it's almost like you've got to produce something special. Felix Organ did yesterday to get rid of Borthwick for the delivery, as that's pushed up to Liam Dawson, one of those 2 fielders short on the leg side. I don't think it turned outrageously to Borthwick. I think it straightened on him.
Yeah.
Borthwick may just have been guilty of playing slightly down the wrong line as well, but nevertheless it moved off the straight, even so. Colin Ackerman got one that kept a little low from Liam Dawson, got caught on the crease. Alex Lees, again LBW to Dawson. Here's Fuller again, bowls. Length ball, whipped away. There's that whip you talk about there, Stanley. Down towards fine leg. That'll be 2 for Bedingham. Takes him on to 60. And the Durham total to 187 for 3 at the end of Fuller's first over this morning. 5 overs he has in this innings, none for 14.
Well, I think the way that Hampshire and Hampshire fans have to look at it is you always try and add maybe 2 wickets to the scoreboard, so 187 for 5 could quite easily happen, and then we're having a completely different conversation, aren't we? So I think it's just maybe trying to open up an end and try and see if they can make inroads that way. But we've discussed in terms of lengths and areas and tactics. It's just about trying on flat pitches like this, or pitches that aren't probably responding too much to either seam or spin. It's just about trying to work out fields, or maybe getting someone in front of the batsman's eye line, as we see Liam Dawson returning to the pavilion end, so the far end from where we are, the hotel end.
Yeah, Matthew Potts, 51 balls already he's been out there for.
He's definitely doing his job as the night watchman, as he faces up to Dawson, who bowls, and Potts drives very nicely, punches this through a wideish mid-on, and he's going to pick himself up a boundary.
Well, I have to say, he's playing too well for me.
Yeah.
He's playing far too well. If I was out there in the field now, I'd be thinking we've got to do something here. He looks too at home.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's all, I guess it's reasonably comfortable for him, and I think that's what we're discussing in terms of maybe that short ball tactic and just trying to make things uncomfortable for him. Of course, he played well to get that 149 a few weeks ago, but ultimately he is still a lower order batsman facing up to this attack. Probably shouldn't be appearing as comfortable as he is, so...
That's the thing, isn't it? It doesn't matter what track it is.
Yeah.
A night watchman shouldn't be looking at home.
No. No. But you know, I've sort of been there in these situations where you're out in the field and I guess maybe you're wondering where that next wicket is coming from and maybe the energy is slightly lower. You probably just need one person to, I don't know, just grab that little situation and try and be that difference maker. Yeah, but like we say, so far it's just it's a little bit easy for Matthew Potts. We are seeing a change of potential tactic here. It looks like Liam Dawson is going to come over the wicket and maybe try and attack those rough patches. So a few people running around, so at the moment we can't see exactly what's happening. It looks like Felix Organ's going to get a helmet. So got a short leg, a slip. Bit of a discussion between Ben Brown and James Vince. Liam Dawson's directing people, and now it looks like maybe Addy Orr coming into a leg slip. So we'll just talk you through this field in one moment. Dawson coming over the wicket to Matty Potts, and he bowls and he pads this away. No run. So the field, we got a slip. James Vince, they've got short leg. We got a leg slip. Got a deep fine leg, deep backward square leg, a mid wicket. So it's actually a 6-3 field. So 6 on the onside and 3 on the offside as Dawson bowls and Potts on the back foot pushes this to mid off, to mid on, shall I say. No run.
Yeah, of course, coming over the wicket as well, he's got to make sure that nothing goes down the leg side, because the umpires got very tight on that now, haven't they, in the championship.
As he bowls and Potts whips this in, and there's a misfield. Whips this through, so they are going to pick up a couple of runs. So a small misfield there from James Fuller. Probably not what you need in terms of when the energy is a little bit low. Little mistakes like that start to creep into the game. Potts moves to 22. Dawson, one ball remaining in this over, bowls and Potts pads away, and he potentially didn't actually get his pad to that. Ball seemed to turn past as you just wait for the replay. So one or two things happening from over the wicket. Liam Dawson bowls to Matty Potts, and this time uses his bat and solid in defence. 193 for 3.
Potts 22, Bedingham 60. Don't think we're going to get a replay of that one.
No.
So 310 Durham are behind. I mean, that's from here on in, that's about a day's play, isn't it? Assuming Durham not bowled out. So we could be heading into day 4, still in the first innings of the game. And with scores maybe not far off being level. So where are we going to get? Where are we going to get a result? Joe's who's on the grounds, just sent me a picture. Actually, tweeted it at Solent Sport under the title of "Look at that overrate, Hampshire +4." Well, that's why they can afford to take their time and run off and get helmets and change the fields and what have you. I mean, that will quickly evaporate, of course, if they keep doing that. But in marked contrast to the last game at Surrey, where not only did they lose, but they were 2 overs behind on the unrate, so they would have come away from Surrey with 3 points, but unfortunately 2 of those were deducted because of exactly that. Fuller bowled way down the leg side to Bedingham. Good take from Ben Brown, appreciated by 1 or 2 in the crowd, I could hear. Just below us, enjoying the sun again. I wonder if it's just, well, I imagine most of them are the same people. Back for more. Fuller walking back to his mark. umpire's changed sides at the far end. Russell Warren has gone on the offside as Fufler comes in again and bowls short, and it's almost a slow bounce at that, and Bedingham just waits and helps it away behind square on the leg side. He had, to say he had all the time in the world is almost an understatement. He was in position way before the ball arrived and waited and waited. I've not really seen too much of him. I think I said this yesterday. I don't know if you have, Stanley, but he does look like a player, as his stats suggest. Can certainly play. Now here's Fuller to Potts, length ball to Potts. Short ball's not that one. Yeah. Hopefully it's the next one. Yeah. The field's set for it. There is a deep backward square leg if Potts wants to take it on. There is a deep forward square leg. But again, for me, there's just not been enough short balls at him. 57 balls now Potts has faced, and I can still only remember 2 balls bowled at him from Abbott. The first one I say was a very good one. The next one a little bit too leg-sided, but I can't think of another one. Here's Fuller bowling to Potts. There's the short one. Oh, and it's hit him. Now I think that's hit him on the head. He's ducking into that, and immediately the umpire is asking for the physios to come on, and that's hit him directly on the head. Now we don't like to see that, of course we don't. And we very much hope that he's okay. He looks all right. He's taken his helmet off. He doesn't look in too much trouble. But from a game point of view, from a situation point of view, for me, that was long overdue. Not hitting on the head, but just the bouncer. So we're going to have a bit of a lengthy break, I think, here. But yeah, if you're watching the live picture feed, you'll see that it really is. He really is okay, but the helmet has taken the full force of that short ball. Waiting the physios to come on. They're just about. There's one of them. I think both, and they both might come on here. I know the Durham one certainly. But I think this is going to be a lengthy process here. Sometimes when there's a little glance, you kind of go through it because you have to go through it. But I think this one they're going to have to go through the full steps. So no wicket takers this morning. Dawson still the one lone bowler with 2 wickets, both those last night. He's bowled 24 overs, 2 for 83. Felix Organ with 1 for 25 from 10. Susan Dale is the Durham physio. Thank you, Marty. So she's on there right now, attending to Matthew Potts. I'm trying to find out what's happened to Nick Gubbins, by the way. I haven't forgotten. Just having a little drink. Here's Matthew Potts. I think while we're going through the process here, it might be worth just having a quick look at what's happening elsewhere around the country in terms of the County Championship Division 1, where Kent are 142 for 4 against Worcestershire, who was 618 for 7 declared. Kent. Bell Drummond is out in that one. He was not out overnight on 54. He was out for 67 this morning. Jack Leaning, who resumed on 43, not out this morning, has moved on to 55. He's still out there in that game. So Kent trail Worcestershire by 476 with 6 wickets remaining. Nottinghamshire 338 for 7 against Lancashire, who were bowled out for 331. Nottinghamshire this morning resuming on 279. Hang on, I think I got that wrong. So Nottinghamshire 338 for 7 anyway. Hamid is still there. He's 162 not out. He resumed this morning on 137. And Surrey are 400 for 8 in reply to Warwickshire's 343 all out, so they've lost a couple of wickets this morning, Surrey, and they have a lead over Warwickshire of 58 with 2 wickets remaining. Right, looks like we've been through the processes here at the Utilita Bowl. Matthew Potts is okay. I presume they changed the helmet. I must admit I didn't look, but I think normally standing
to,
when there's
don't
yeah, I think when there's a direct hit like that,
Yeah.
I think that's part of the process. But yeah, I have to say from a distance, at no time did Matthew Potts look in any discomfort. So that's good news. Now, what's that done to him? Because he has looked comfortable the whole time. We have seen batters play differently after they've been hit like that. Here's Fuller again. Bowls 2 Potts. It's a full delivery down the leg side. Good diving stop there from Ben Brown. I think he's gone for the leg stump Yorker there. He's just overdone it. Now, Billy Stevens has emailed suncricket@gmail.com. He says, I hope you're well, loving the commentary as always. With the problems that Hampshire had with pitches last year, well, it was the one pitch against Essex, which resulted in a suspended points deduction. Here's Fuller again to Potts. Potts turns that away on square on the leg side. Picks up a single, moves on to 23. That's the 50 partnership between night watchman Potts and Bedingham. And that's come off 103 balls. Not a bad scoring rate. It appears that Hampshire are also having problems this year with pitches being so flat. So would you rather had a green seamer and a game over in 2.5 days with a result, or a pretty boring draw that goes all 4 days, says Billy. Personally, I would like to see something in between.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Anything in between that would be perfect.
That's for sure. So there you are. Short, sharp and direct. I suppose it is difficult to get it exactly right. Of course it is, but...
Yeah, well, I guess what you want, and you probably want to see just some sort of an even contest between bat and ball. And so far, I guess this game is probably suggesting that it's more batting friendly, I guess, as Dawson bowls to Potts from over the wicket again, still continuing with that tactic. We saw a couple turn past the outside edge in the previous over, but Potts pretty solid for that first ball. Dawson flicks this, and Potts a slight leading edge just past the right hand of Liam Dawson, so chance being created. So that was maybe a false stroke from Matty Potts, who just wheels away to square leg and faces up again. Uses his pad this time and pads that away and loops to James Vincent slip.
I have some news
Oh,
on Nick Gubbins
yes.
and his non-appearance on the ground, and it's very good news.
Let me guess. Or not.
You can have a guess.
Dawson bowls to Potts, pads this away. If it's good news, is he expecting a child,
Yeah,
perhaps?
they've had one.
Oh, they have.
Yep, I'm told him and his wife have had a baby girl.
Ah, well, congratulations to Nick Gubbins and his partner. Dawson bowls and Potts back in his crease.
And that baby girl is called Ottilie. There we go.
It's a lovely name.
Lovely. So congratulations from everybody up here, and I'm sure those listening around the ground and listening on online and also on the live picture feed are joining in that as well.
Dawson bowls to Potts, pads away this time again, and no run. Maiden from Liam Dawson, the second of the day.
Well, I know he'll be very, very excited about that, of course, and why wouldn't he be, and anybody else that's experienced that, but I suppose there'll be a little touch of sadness that he's not out there with his Hampshire teammates, but I'm sure that's only a very small touch of sadness. Here's Fuller, short to Bedingham, and that's bounced several times. In fact, that's called 1 for the over by the umpires, just looking at that signal. So 50-run partnership. Durham 195 for 3, having resumed this morning on 146 for 3. And they are 308 runs now behind Hampshire. Welcome back, Martin Emerson.
Here comes Fuller. Right arm over, short one, pulled away. Off towards the backward square leg for 1 by Bedingham. Have we had the 50 partnership yet from these two?
I've just said it.
You have?
You're not listening.
I was putting my headphones on and I wasn't connected, so.
I'm standing half a yard away from you.
So what was it, 108 balls?
I don't know, can't remember.
Another 50 partnership.
There's been a few.
Is it the 8th of the game?
Been a few, isn't it? It's been a batter's game, isn't it? If you've missed out on this, you really have missed out on this.
I've described it as a slow burner on the BBC website. This is pushed to mid-off, no run there for Potts.
Still trying to get it ignited, aren't they?
It's one of those.
The old flint. The old flint.
You've just got to leave the barbecue and it'll find its own temperature and don't overdo the thing.
I do worry for this game at the moment, actually, in terms of a positive result for either side.
Yeah, well, that's what I wrote, but there's a wicket on the other ground. This has got off 4-4, I think. Yeah, nicely cut there by Potts down towards wide third man. Who's playing over there? Do you know, Kev?
I've no idea.
Brings up the Durham 200 runs as well. So they're now 303 behind. Even I can do that, man. So.
Yeah. I'm guessing, actually, of course it's Saturday today, isn't it?
No.
No, it's Sunday. No, that's right. That's why I have no idea.
Did well to get the day right, though.
I did. Yeah. They all merge into one, don't they, really,
Yeah.
during the summer?
Yeah. Short one goes way down the leg side, taken by the keeper. Quite a long way across down that leg side as well. Ben Brown. Partnership's now 55 from 113 balls, so Durham trailing by 303. 200 for 3 from 60.4 overs. The follow-on target's 354. Last ball of the over from Fuller. He comes in, another short one, and Potts ducks out of that. And that is the end of the over. I had a few emails come in while I've been off air, so...
What, saying stay off?
yeah, clever that. Do you know what comedy's all about?
No, obviously. Go on then.
Timing. Anyway, Mervyn's been back on. We were talking about, somebody asked us about our favourite bands, didn't they, earlier?
Oh, yes.
So, I mean, there's a lot of stuff I like that people probably wouldn't have heard of if they don't listen to Six Music. Seen quite a lot of gigs the last few years. This isn't on our list. A true answer to my favourite band, says Mervyn, is the Zurich Tonhalle Orchestra. The Halle Orchestra? Playing Beethoven's beautiful 6th Symphony. The pastoral David Zinman conducting. Yeah, that's not on Six Music.
It's a bit precise.
Yeah, truly marvellous from the genius that is Beethoven. He hasn't done much recently, has he, Beethoven? Eric Bowers.
Dawson to start a new over from the pavilion end. He's coming over the wicket to David Bedingham. There's a leg slip and also a short leg. Bedingham works that up to mid-on.
Eric says, "How Marty, I no longer watch any sport due to failing eyesight. However, everything is better on the wireless, except perhaps Eurovision." Come on, Durham.
Dawson in again. Bedingham books that away into the gap on the leg side. And he moves on to 63, 201 for 3.
John Reed says, "If the bowling side want to change the ball, just bowl to Bedingham at Kidderminster and he'll do his best to assist. At £120 a ball, I now understand the meaning of an expensive over." There's another wicket next door. There's a claps going on there. They're not £120 a ball, are they? I think they're more about 60, aren't they? 60 or 80 something.
No, I haven't bought one for a while. on the back foot. Potts plays it back to Dawson. I've got an answer, I think, about the game on the nursery ground. Mark Hayes, who's obviously on the ground, I guess. solentcricket@gmail.com. He says he thinks it's Hampshire pathway against the Kent boys under 16s. He thinks. It's kicked away by Potts, and I think
was a cracking leave.
It's gone through to Ben Brown. It can't miss the off stump by very much.
He didn't touch it, he just let it go. It's pitched down the leg side and gone past the off stump.
He says it's difficult to see the scoreboard though over there. I was going to say you could see the off stump and middle stumps there, so
well watched.
Yes. Dawson again then. That'll give him some encouragement. He does kick that one away this time and the ball does hit the pad. Silly mid-off in there now as well. 3 crowd in Potts.
There was a wicket last year at Gloucestershire where the batsman left a ball going down the leg side and it did take his off stump.
Yeah, I to be honest, I don't think it's that easy to do. He's kicking that one away. I think that's just brushed the pad, so they're not running.
Dead ball, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know about you. I don't know if you've ever tried it. I did try it when I played, and I didn't find it that easy. Some batters make it look so easy, and I never did. Oh, Stanley's shaking his head as well. He found it difficult. Did you ever do that? Did you ever employ that in the games that you ever played?
Can't remember. It's a long time ago.
I just know. I used to marvel at players that made it look simple. I never could.
Susan Dale's coming back on to do the 10-minute check on Matthew Potts. Paul Coughlin carrying some gear out there as well. Drink for Bedingham.
Is that what they do? If you've been hit like that, you then have a 10-minute respite and then you get assessed again. Okay. You're very good on the rules. I would never have known that.
I mean, it's become a difficult one because the standard question they used to ask the batsman was who's the current Prime Minister, and the last few years it's changing every few weeks. How do they keep up?
They're obviously satisfied. It weren't on for very long. So Fuller's off. Interesting, the last couple of short balls that Fuller bowled, he was struggling to get the ball through. Bouncing in front of Ben Brown. It's almost as if the pace had totally gone out the wicket at that end. Now, can Felix Organ produce a half miracle ball that he bowled to Scott Borthwick early on? I think it's first or second over.
First ball is played by Bedingham up to long on to Fuller for 1 run. Fuller fielding down below us. Got these black gauze screens in front of us, which are not really see-throughable. This one's played by Potts to point no run. I think to stop things blowing off here. And,
Sort of safety net.
yeah, it is. That's what a safety net looks like. And in comes the bowler again. It's gone off to mid-off this time. We were on a skiing holiday last year in Austria. And have you been on a skiing holiday and you're on the chairlift? No. As you get to the top of the hill, you have to time it so as the chair comes in low, you stand up. It spins away from you and you slide away. As Potts looks to try and cut this one and plays and misses it. Into the keeper's gloves it goes. Little boy in the chairlift in front of us didn't quite time it right, missed the landing area and ended up in the safety net. He was fine, thankfully. But, next ball on the leg stump, played away by Potts for a single out through mid-wicket, so he moves on to 28. Durham are 203 for 3, so they trail by 300 in the sunshine in Southampton. Bedingham just taking his time to adjust his gloves and get ready to face this one from Organ. 1 for 27 so far from the bowler. Bedingham plays the ball out through the covers for 1 and will keep strike
So what are we? We've had 63 overs, so still another 17 overs until the second new ball, but I'm not even sure the second new ball's going to do that much from what we've seen. So it's going to be another long shift in the field, this time for Hampshire rather than for Durham. You can't really see somebody running through this order. These two have played particularly well. Potts, the night watchman, doesn't look like a night watchman, it has to be said. Apart from that full crack on the head from a James Fuller bouncer. He's looked pretty immovable.
Met officers just tweeted thunderstorm warnings have started to come in for the western side of England. Hopefully we're on the cusp when we miss it. Nothing looks like it's doing around here at the moment anyway.
Not for a while. Dawson bowls. Oh, that's turned. That's turned out of the rough to Bedingham. He was on the back foot there. That hasn't beaten the off stump by very much. He's just aiming for the bowler's rough, just outside leg stump, bowling over the wicket. Have a look at this on the live picture feed. Bedingham's on the back foot, and that's turned. Dawson bowls again. Bedingham whips that away. It was slightly shorter this time. Bedingham had time. Goes out towards deep mid-wicket. So there's been a couple of balls that Dawson's bowled from over the wicket. One to Potts, now one to Bedingham. Where he's pitching them in those bowlers' follow-through footmarks. It's just giving maybe the fielders and Dawson a little bit of excitement. On the back foot there, Potts pushes that out to mid-wicket. If you're just joining us, the happy news for Nick Gubbins is the reason that he's off the field is because him and his wife have just had a baby girl, Ottilie. Oh no, word, there's an edge and it's gone through the keeper and first slip, and Matthew Potts will pick up 4 as the ball goes over the rope below us. So another mistake there caused by Liam Dawson coming over the wicket. Potts is on the back foot. It's just squeezed past Ben Brown.
Stayed quite low, didn't it?
Did a bit. Well, in this over, there's probably been about as much encouragement taking a wicket as there's been in any over in the Durham innings so far. 209 for 3 then, the visitors. There's Dawson's over the wicket again, and it's a better shot played back to the bowler by Potts. So 294 is the deficit. That over 8 is still +4, which is great news from a Hampshire point of view. No worries there. Something to do with a lot of spin, of course. It does make a difference. And we've seen quite a bit of spin from Dawson this morning already. That's kicked away by Potts this time. That ends the over. Dawson's completed 27 overs now. Has 2 for 89. Callum Parkinson in the first innings, he got through 43 overs. Might be a good contest between those two.
Yeah, doing the yards, weren't they? It's effectively you go and take one end and just keep bowling all day, and we'll think about the other end.
That's right.
As time goes on.
Well, there was some encouragement there as well, isn't there? Enough that Dawson's probably been the one bowler consistently in this innings that's looked like taking a wicket. Felix Organ's had 1 or 2 moments. Doesn't seem to be getting quite as much out of this pitch as Dawson has. But it's more out of the rough for Dawson.
Organ from the northern end of the ground, our end, bowling to Bedingham. Bedingham just plays the ball away through the covers for 1 along the ground.
I also think Durham will be quite happy not having to bat a 4th time, or bat in the 4th innings of the game. I think they'll be quite happy just to bat and bat here.
10 to 5 job tomorrow.
It's better raining about then.
Yeah. Next run comes from Potts up towards point. Got a slip in. Backwards square leg, or short fine leg you could say, for the top edge. Deep mid wicket. Too close in on the leg side, including Fletcher Middleton, who's at sort of silly mid on. Backward point. Man on the cover boundary. This ball played by Bedingham up to Kyle Abbott at wide mid-off. Abbott was throwing at the stumps. He was basically trying to shout at Organ, get out the road, because it was going to be a direct hit, but Organ stopped the ball. Who've Hampshire got next then, Kev?
We are at Trent Bridge next Friday.
For Mr. Bracegirdle.
Yeah. You guys?
Blackpool.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Organ bowls. This has gone short on the leg side. No run.
You get good weather for there. That'll be good fun, wouldn't it? Blackpool.
So, it'd be nice if it's dry because we're in a marquee, I think. Organ again, and that is driven hard by Potts. Throw to the covers. I'm not sure if he clipped maybe Fletcher Middleton's foot. Silly point on the way through there, but he gets a single. At Kidderminster, we were in a marquee, and thankfully it didn't rain the 3 days. It was sunny but chilly, but we were okay. And then about 6 o'clock in the afternoon, it did come in really cold. Next ball is lofted up by the bowler, played away by Bedingham on the bounce, out to the cover boundary for 1. And that is the end of the over, so 5 singles from it. Durham 214 for 3. They trail by 290 here on the BBC, so no wickets have fallen today so far. Day 1, morning session, just 1 wicket fell. Afternoon session, just 1 wicket fell. Evening session, only 2 fell. Yesterday morning, only 2 wickets fell. And yesterday afternoon, there was a little bit of a mini collapse from Hampshire, but by that point they were way up into the late 400s, all out for 503. Durham lost Scott Borthwick just before tea, Colin Ackerman just after tea, and then Alex Lees in the penultimate over last night. There's been no wickets today.
Nope. Also on the live picture feed, of course, via the Hampshire Cricket website and app, the app free to download. As Beddingham's on the back foot, and we'll take a quick single up to mid-on, and he moves on to 70. We're also around the ground live via your earpiece, if you have one. Which has proved quite popular, I'm told. Deficit is 288, and there is half an hour to go until lunch. Dawson's going to continue with the over-the-wicket line of attack, and why wouldn't he after the last over? Oh, he's trying to drive there, Potts, and the ball just goes into his pad. Hampshire won't mind that. It's taking a little bit of a risk. Trying to drive on the onside against the spin, especially if it turns out of the rough. That ball could go anywhere. Dawson from the pavilion end again. Potts prods forward. Dawson. And those sunglasses of his. Comes in again. 3 men around the bat. Await. Bowls. Potts drives in the air. That's caught at mid-on. First wicket of the morning. Potts bends down to his knees. He knows he's made a mistake there. That is a risky shot on the onside with the ball turning out of the rough. You don't know what speed it's coming out of the rough. You don't know how much it's turning. And he's paid the price. He goes for 34, but he's done his job. 215 for 4.
Ends a partnership of 70 with David Bedingham, who is actually on 70. Potts out for 34 from 88 balls. It was Tom Prest who took the catch.
Good catch as well. It just stayed in the air long enough. Looked like it was one of those that might just die on him.
Yeah, I was thinking it might not get there.
Yeah, I did. He did well, flinging himself forward. But Potts has done well there.
So Durham are 288 behind at 215 for 4. Applause for Potts as he heads off. Ollie Robinson is the new man, heading out into the middle. It's quite a long walk from the dressing room. They've got to come down the stairs at the side of the pavilion and then walk quite a long way along the front of the pavilion to another set of stairs, which then takes them down to pitch level. Now, Ollie Robinson has been in cracking form with the bat for Durham this season. He's got 324 runs at an average of 81, and he's had 5 half centuries in a row, including a 90. Stanley's back alongside me again.
Hello Martin, hello everyone.
So that came roughly about 12:30, that wicket, so an hour and a half of the morning session before the first wicket of the day fell, and it was the night watchman, Matty Potts. So here comes Dawson, bowling to a Robinson. Robinson just plays that away up towards mid-off. Ollie Robinson's recent innings, as Dawson comes in again, last ball of the over, that's gone up to Prest at mid-on along the floor, dot ball. So he got 90 in his only innings against Essex in the draw in Chester Street a couple of weeks ago. At Kidderminster, 55 and 67 not out, as Durham declared, and then went on to win. And at Edgbaston, 60 and 52. Played against the Eagles in Harare in a T20 and got 49. I'm just looking at other scores in first class cricket, because I think there was a half century for England Lions, yeah, against India A in Ahmedabad. He got 80 in that innings as well. So 6 half centuries in a row in first class cricket.
Yeah, very good stats and very good player, Ollie Robinson. Former Kent man as Felix Organ. Bowls to David Bedingham from the hotel end. Pushed into the offside for no run. He made the move, was it last year or this last season?
Yeah, he came the year before, 2 years ago, on loan during the T20, and then joined permanently for the start of last season.
It's a fantastic signing as Bedingham drives back to the bowler, no run. 215 for 4. Is Marcus North still the director of cricket at Durham? Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Organ bowls and Bedingham drives into that. There's a big gap actually in the offside. It's a deep cover and then a point, and the next fielder is mid-off, so if you can get to the pitch of that ball, then there is a single in there. Bedingham moves on to 71, 216 for 4. Ollie Robinson, who we've just been talking about, new to the crease, he's about to face Felix Organ for the first time. Down the wicket and uses his feet and nicely pushes this to mid-on, and sign of a batsman in form, busy cricketer. Always looking to score, is he, Martin?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's off the mark. Slight change of angle from Felix Organ, coming around the wicket to David Bedingham. Bowls and he just clips this into the onside, and they're going to come through for another single, the third single of this over. 218 for 4. Dawson at point, just moving round backward as Robinson comes down the wicket again. Almost yorks himself this time and squirts that to Liam Dawson at that point position. 218 for 4, 67 gone.
Dawson's taken 3 for 90. 28 overs, 3 maidens. Organ 1 for 36, 13 overs, 2 maidens. 22 minutes to lunch on day 3 here in Southampton. Dawson left arm over. Bedingham back into the crease, cuts hard at that one and plays it up to mid-off, where it's picked up by Organ. Got a leg slip in and a short leg here, plus a first slip. Vince at first slip. Dawson in again with his left arm, and that pitches down the leg side. The keeper does a backward roll and misses it, and it's gone to Vince at first slip. Quite a bit of turn on that.
Wow, sharp turn as well.
He's aiming for the footholes. The leg side for the right-handed Bedingham. Balls again. Bedingham bat and pad there. The ball trickles back to the bowler. That turned quite a long way, that one that went to first slip. Pitch down the leg side. There's quite a big dusty patch that he's aiming for there, just to slightly to the left of Bedingham's heel. Bedingham plays this one away to mid-on for a single. .219 for 4. Durham trail by 284. And Robinson is bowled. Dawson peels away in celebration. He didn't get forward enough to a ball that stayed quite low. And that is a massive wicket. He's out for 1.
Oh yeah, it's outstanding bowling from Liam Dawson. He's been wheeling away at that over the wicket angle. And it looks like Ollie Robinson's just played down the wrong line.
He's played the wrong line. He's just clipped the outside of the off stump. That is a big wicket from a Durham point of view and from a Hampshire point of view. Didn't expect to see him departing so quickly after 6 consecutive half centuries in first-class cricket. Dawson's caused Durham all kinds of problems with that over there. Durham now 219 for 5, so just 4 added for that wicket. 67.5 overs gone, but the deficit is 284. And they still need about another 135 to avoid the follow-on. Graham Clark is the new batsman. Then you've got Bryden Carse, Peter Siddle, Ben Rain, and Callum Parkinson. Rain. I think Carse will come in, then Rain, then Siddle. So Clark's highest score this season has been 76. That was in the first match, that high-scoring game at Warwickshire. He got 11 in the second innings. Then against Worcestershire, didn't do very well in the first innings at Kidderminster 5, but he made 50 not out in the second. Just 3 in the only innings against Essex. 57th first-class match, 2,614 runs. Durham now trying to concentrate on getting into lunch without losing another wicket. Lost ball of this Dawson over. And Clark not really getting forward to that either. The ball skips in, hits the pads and drifts away off towards slip. 1 run from the over and a wicket. Good bowling from Liam Dawson.
Yeah, it's an outstanding over actually from Liam Dawson. We spoke about it earlier in terms of just how one wicket can become two, and all of a sudden that scorecard looks slightly different. So what was 218 for 3, or I think 214 for 3, is all of a sudden 219 for 5. All of a sudden there's that pressure, but it's fantastic from Liam Dawson. And that pitch starting to misbehave. We saw a few turn out the rough. Felix Organ's going to continue from this, the hotel end, to the rock. That's David Bedingham. And he is forward in defence and no run. 73 years off 136 deliveries. Can Felix Organ back up what Liam Dawson is doing from the other end? It's been very good actually this innings. Bowled accurately, and again Bedingham is back in his crease. Defends into the offside. Ben Brown, the keeper, does the retrieving. Felix Organ into his 14th over, 1 for 36. As I mentioned, bowled really well, really accurately, and it's been a good foil for Liam Dawson as Bedingham back in his crease. Hands on heads from behind the stumps. Both James Vince and Ben Brown potentially thinking that if David Bedingham doesn't get any bat on that, it's a good LBW shout as he's back again in his crease and no run into the offside. So can Hampshire maybe pick one up before lunch? 219 for 6. They'll be thrilled with that session if they can. So Organ bowls to Bedingham, forward and outside edge, squirts into the offside to Liam Dawson, who tosses this one back to Felix Organ. Has to run after that as he just fumbles that. 71 overs, or 70 overs remaining in the day's play after this one, so there's still a lot of time in this game. Hampshire will be thrilled with where they are now. Those 2 wickets have certainly changed things, and this is the big wicket that they need, though. David Bedingham still solid. Ends that over. 69 gone. 219 for 5, Durham.
I just say before I nip away that there's still plenty of batting to come for Durham, and what we've seen on this ground so far in the last 2 days is that wickets are hard to come by. There's been a little bit of spin there, but Durham would still think of a good opportunity here to avoid the follow-on on what we've seen so far.
Liam Dawson will continue over the wicket. Interesting talk about that follow-on. Of course, there's still a long way to that. Not sure if Hampshire did bowl Durham out underneath that follow-on, if they would enforce that, or if they would try maybe get a few more runs and try and wear this pitch down a little bit more and make sure that Durham bat last on that pitch. What do you reckon, Kev?
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if they did. Unless there was a huge difference, but I don't think there'll be a huge difference.
Dawson bowls to Graham Clark, who flicks this to Tom Prest at a short fine leg. Oh, sorry, a leg slip, I beg your pardon. So a lot of men around the bat, which is excellent, and putting that pressure on Graham Clark. Mid-off, oh sorry, silly mid-off was right underneath the eye line, and Dawson bowls, and Clark just clips this into the onside, and he's going to get off the mark.
It's proved difficult to play this morning, isn't it, really? That left arm over coming over the wicket, which is not something you face a lot as a right-hander.
No, it's not. And I think we spoke about the pitch, though, in terms of maybe that first hour after the heavy roller. Maybe just needs a little bit of time just to maybe dry out a little bit more and start to misbehave, which we've seen a few turns. Dawson bowls again to Bedingham, who pushes this into the onside and no run.
Just enough rough, isn't there, for Liam Dawson to keep throwing it in there, and one or two are just doing something.
He bowls again to Bedingham, who pushes this into the onside and going to just trot through for a single. 4 for 93, Liam Dawson. Looking for yet another 5-wicket haul. I think I read something at one of his stats that he was maybe five wicket hauls in the last 12 months, I think it was, something like that. He's been outstanding. He bowls again to Graham Clark, who's solid in defence. Just reliable, extremely accurate. And he bowls that sort of pace, Kev, that when the ball is misbehaving, he can be really difficult to face.
And also the natural thing to do is to play it on the onside, which of course is against the spin.
Yeah, he bowls again to Clark, who defends this, and that ends the over. 2-2-1 for 5, Durham. Deficit of 2-8-2, is it?
Yeah. Yeah, it's that line of attack, if you're playing it out on the onside, it either has to be pretty short or very full. If you're just sort of pushing it away and the ball's a good length, you are running a risk. It's accounted for Potts and Ollie Robinson this morning, that line of attack for Liam Dawson. The 2 wickets that have fallen only. We had to wait an hour and a half for the first one. So Felix Organ, who hasn't really turned anything at the moment. So it's pushed away by Bedingham out on the offside. He stays on 74. 10 minutes to go until the luncheon break. Now this over is to its 71st over, so it won't be too long after lunch before the second new ball is due, and Bedingham gets an inside edge onto the pad. Now Felix Organ's just sunk to his knees there. I would say that even if it hadn't hit the bat, it might have pitched outside leg stump. And he might have done, I don't know for sure, but you know, just the way that Bedingham was shaping that one to play. As he's forward, he's going to take a quick single. Kyle Abbott at mid-off. Bedingham moves on to 75. 2-2-2 for 5, Durham, having started the day 146 for 3. Just changing the field a little bit. Yeah, you want to bring 1 or 2 up, don't you? This is early days for Graham Clark, 31-year-old, playing his 57th first-class game. Brought back into the Durham side by the current head coach Ryan Campbell. Lost his place before that.
They can squeeze one out before lunch, Kev.
Oh, massive.
They'll be delighted, won't they?
Massive session, really, in terms of the game. In terms of what we've seen so far. Clark's in behind that one. I've heard Ryan Clark speak a couple of times, actually. Ryan Campbell, sorry, on the TMS podcast. He speaks well, the Aussie.
Yeah.
Speaks very well. Here's Organ again. It's down the leg side, surely. Even though there's an appeal. He's trying to whip it away on the leg side. Again, you've only got to look at the shot to know that that's going down. It'd be a huge mistake if he's playing a shot like that from straight. Huge. Here's Organ again. That's a good line. Clark is forward, goes out behind square on the offside. That's another over completed. I would say that over 8 for Hampshire, which has been +4 for quite a while, might be moving up again shortly. It's almost in uncharted territory for Hampshire, that. It's normally a minus before that number.
Normally scurrying around trying to get those overs in, aren't they?
And also, of course, yeah, before the new... Would they want a new ball at the moment?
I was just
Dawson,
thinking that,
the way he's
actually.
bowling? It's a tricky one, isn't it?
You could potentially give the new ball to him.
Could.
And try and maybe have a harder ball. Might misbehave a bit more out that rough.
Yeah, a bit quicker.
Yeah. But he is going to continue with that line, of course he is, because he's done so well with it. And that seems to be the area that's creating the most problems, and that angle. David Bedingham has been sure in defence as he faces up, and Dawson again maybe turns one out the rough. Maybe into the pads again of David Bedingham, so things happening from that angle.
Just make sure he doesn't get a little inside edge onto the pad there. Just balloon up.
Dawson comes back again, and this time pads it away. We spoke about that padding away. It's I just couldn't do it.
Did you struggle with it as well?
I can't do it.
Yeah.
I feel like if I do it, I'm just going to miss it completely. So
Pad's not wide enough.
So I stay away from that. But it's a good thing to have if you can do it, especially from this angle. Again, it hits the pads. No run.
Yeah, because you're just so used to wanting to use your bat, and then to think about using your pad first. It's unnatural, isn't it?
Yeah, it's definitely a tactic that needs to be practiced as Dawson bowls to Bedingham. And as we've seen time and time again in this innings, he just rocks on the back foot and plays it square of the wicket and picks himself up another single. He moves on to 77. 2-2-3 for 5. 2 balls remaining in this the second 72nd over. 5 minutes before lunch. Can Hampshire pick up one more and make this a really good session as Clark pushes into the onside and they trot through for a single. If they can get one more, that would just make it, I mean, I guess what would you say in terms of the session? Is it a Hampshire session or a Durham session?
I think if you take 2 wickets in a session, you've got to be thankful for that.
Yeah, definitely, especially on this pitch. Dawson bowls to Clark, who's solid in defence, and ends another over. 31 overs, Liam Dawson, 4 for 95. Durham 224 for 5.
Yeah, we only had 4 wickets all day on day 1. I know Martin went through this a little earlier. A few more yesterday, certainly in the afternoon session, but as you go through the order, lower middle order, you wouldn't think necessarily that 2 is a good session, but you're talking about proper batters.
Yeah.
I think on this pitch, 2 in a sessions is okay.
Yeah.
Hampshire have 4 bonus points looking at the board. Durham have 1 currently. Organs round the wicket. Nice drive that from Clark up to mid-off, fielded by Abbott.
What was Dave Allen's stat in terms of the number of overs or wickets?
I think his stat yesterday was that if the game continued the way it was going, it would be about 17 wickets for the whole 4 days.
Okay.
Where are we at? We're at 15 now.
Okay, we're getting there.
Yeah, of course we are. A couple of emails to get through actually before we get to the luncheon break. I'll quickly go through those as Organ bowls slightly wider off stump, played into the ground by Clark. Brian Budd, soloncricket@gmail.com. He says it's quite likely that the current 4 Division 1 games will end in draws, and so far nearly 3,000 runs scored in them. If so, this will mean that after 40 games there will have only been 7 wins. They are certainly at a premium this year, that's for sure. That's a straighter delivery. Played back to the bowler. It seems possible that counties produce bland, flatter, batter-friendly tracks to avoid points deductions. I do not find this as entertaining as cricket played on more bowler-friendly pitches. I wonder why the powers that be, as Organ bowls again, forward is Clark. I wonder why the powers that be do everything in their power to produce this sort of cricket. The unpalatable thought is that it is to make the games last and generate more revenue. Well, that's what the director of England cricket, Rob Key, wants, isn't he? He said 4-day games are 4-day games. They're not 3, they're not 2. That's pushed away on the onside. Clark looks as though he's going to keep the strike. He does. 225 for 5. So it will certainly please the current England director of cricket. But it seems to produce poorly attended games and so defeats the object, says Brian. How about returning to uncovered pitches? Oh, I'm not sure we're going to go with that. With the anticipation of a few sticky dogs, it's noticeable that many great batters in the past thought their best innings were scored on, or their modest scores were their best on these type of wickets, though having argued this, Dawson has just taken 2 wickets in a couple of overs. I would say the way Test cricket is now and the revenue generated, you ain't going to be having uncovered pitches.
Dawson continues, and Clark back in his crease and pushes this into the onside, and no run.
Chris Tregoning has also emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. Great commentary as always, thank you. And looks a beautiful day on the live feed. Certainly is.
It really is. Square legs, deep backward square leg comes up just to prevent that single that they have got a couple of times in the onside.
Chris just finishes saying, I'd love to see Tom Prest given a bowl on this wicket. I'm sure he might do. Great couple of wickets from Dawson though to get us back in the game.
Did see Tom Prest warming up earlier, so there's potential that he might have a bowl as Dawson bowls to Clark and pushes this into the onside, and no run again.
Now, are we going to get another over here? We've got 3 balls left in this over, and the clock is showing 12:59. I don't think we will.
Small change of angle from Liam Dawson, back coming around the wicket for these finals, so that might definitely mean we won't get.
Interesting move, isn't it? A couple of wickets over the wicket, now he's going round.
Yeah, I don't mind it. I think it's just change the angle slightly, see if anything does happen just before lunch, and he bowls to Clark, who's solid in defence, forward. So Hampshire managing to pick up a couple of wickets late on in this first session, just to switch, just to move that dynamic towards a positive one for them, as Clark again forward in defence, no run. Another field change happening. The final ball back to over the wicket. It's Tom Prest, this short fine leg, or leg slip should I say. So 1 ball remaining in this first session as Graham Clark forward in defence, and that will end the first session. Liam Dawson with a couple of wickets in that session managed to make the breakthrough after an hour and a half. Pretty solid first hour from Durham. They would have been pleased with the position, but I would say it's probably even Stevens. As it is, they go into lunch 225 for 5.
So Bedingham is 76 not out. Graham Clark is 3 not out. Durham adding 79 in that 2-hour block for the loss of 2 wickets. Both of those to Liam Dawson, who now has 4 for 94. Well, welcome back to the Utilita Bowl. Umpires Russell Warren and Alex Wharf are leading the Hampshire team out once more for the start of the afternoon session on day 3 of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Durham. A total of 15 wickets have fallen so far, 2 of those this morning. Durham 225 for 5 they are. They trail Hampshire on the first innings by 278. The not-out batters are David Bedingham on 76 and Graham Clark, who's 3 not out. The 2 wickets this morning, Matthew Potts, the night watchman, was caught at mid-on by Tom Prest off the bowling of Liam Dawson for 34. He put on 70 for the 4th wicket with Bedingham. And then Ollie Robinson got one that turned out of the bowler's rough from Dawson. He went for 1. Dawson has picked up 4 wickets in total in this innings so far. He has 4 for 95 from 32 overs. He spelled this morning 15 overs, 2 for 38. Your commentary team this afternoon, a little later, he's still here from BBC Radio Newcastle. It's Martin Emerson. Also still here is Stanley Marissa, former Zimbabwe A batter. But it's myself, Kevin James, and for the first time in this game, and not for the last, it is Hampshire's honorary archivist, Dave Allen.
Hiya, Kevin. Nice to be here.
Yeah, it's great to have you.
I just heard a shout like somebody taking a wicket, and we hadn't started, and I've realised it's in the nursery ground. Something going on over there.
Yeah, I'm told it's the Hampshire Pathways against an underage Kent side.
Okay.
Under 16s, I think it is. Right, Felix Organ's going to get us underway. And immediately off the back foot is Bedingham, hitting it out into the covers. I think they'll get 2. They will as it goes out square. Quite a lot of work there. I think that's Brad Wheel out there. And Durham move on to 227 for 5. Now, you were here day 1.
Yes.
Listening, watching day 2.
Yes.
Watching this morning.
Yes.
And I loved your stat yesterday saying that if we carried on at the same rate of wickets, then it'll be about 17 in the game.
Yeah.
As that's driven nicely towards mid-wicket by
Yeah.
Bedingham.
We are averaging this season here 7 wickets a day. And I haven't quite adjusted it since I sent that, which was around tea yesterday, but it's not very different, is it?
Isn't it? Organ with his off-spin bowls. It's on the line of leg stump, probably outside leg. Turned away behind square. They get 2 more here, Bedingham. He's turning for 2. The ball goes out in the deep once more. Bedingham moves on to 80.
It doesn't follow, of course, that you have to have 40 wickets in a game in order to win it. 30 wickets can do it if you win by an innings, or actually 20 can do it if you win by an innings, or there can be declarations and so on and so on. But if you're taking 7 wickets a day and making big scores, it's hard to get a result.
Certainly looks that way at the moment, as that's turned away by Bedingham once more on the leg side. Jogs through for a single. And he moves on to 81, 230 for 5.
I was asked this morning as well, the last time we made 500 in the first innings of a county championship match here. The last time anywhere was down at Canterbury, do you remember, 2 years ago. But here, not since 2019.
So. Organ to Clark, who works that away to a mid-wicket.
And that was that game against Warwickshire when Ian Holland batted up the order and got 100, and then Aaron Donald came in.
I remember it.
Whacked it everywhere, and then he got a big 100 and looked terrific, yeah.
And we got 500 then?
Yeah, we got 539 that day.
Okay.
Yeah.
Organ's again bowling on the line of middle and leg, turned into the ground, fielded at short leg, end of the over. So Durham a 230 for 5, trail by 273. What year was that?
That was 2019. Now, of course, that's actually when we played the first innings. There have been some second innings big scores, but not since 2019. Of course, the other thing was in 2020 we didn't play any games here, did we? Because you and me were at Arundel.
We were.
With almost nobody else. 22 players, 2 umpires. And a couple of press people were there, weren't they? But
social distancing.
It was very odd, yeah. And then the game after that, or the second game down there against Essex, do you remember? I wangled because they were really tight on who was allowed to come, and I wasn't due to commentate, but you couldn't see the scoreboard, so I made a homemade scoreboard and sat in front of you putting the scores up, which I did with those numbers that you get to put on dustbins. Yeah, I've still got them all somewhere. That was really funny.
That was very handy, Dave, I have to say.
It was fun.
Yeah. I still worry when we go down to Arundel now.
Yeah.
Here's Dawson. Oh, now has he edged into the pad? Called it short leg, but it's more excitable cries than believable cries.
Understandably, got 4 men round the back, close. two on the off, two on the on, forward and back, but got to put some pressure now, haven't they?
Yeah, got to. Dawson bowls. Beddingham's on the back foot. Ball follows him a fraction as he works it up to mid-off. I just noticed him looking on the leg side. I wonder if he's thinking about sweeping. He hasn't played a sweep shot yet. In fact, nobody's played a sweep shot yet. But he looks a fine player, doesn't he?
Yes.
Very fine player.
Yes.
Dawson over the wicket again to Bedingham on the back foot. That's well stopped. That's silly mid-off. I think that'll be Ali Orr. What a lovely moment. Ali Orr, his 100.
Yeah.
The crowd, very appreciative. Very.
Yeah.
It was nice. Nice applause. Nice warmth about that. There's Dawson bowls. Beddingham's on the back foot. Keeps a little low. We've seen that a few times from Dawson.
Yeah. I was talking about Richard Griffiths earlier, who a lot of people here will have met because we've been having the book sale in the shop, and Richard comes down from Yorkshire and he chairs our Heritage Committee group.
Okay.
And a little story about him and Ali Orr.
Oh, right. There's Dawson bowls. Beddingham's on the back foot. Oh, he's trying to work it on the offside. Got on it too early. Ball goes back to the bowler.
Well, Kev knows very well how keen he is on memorabilia because he's just sat here and signed about 12 photographs and scorecards for Richard, which he sent up with me, for which many thanks, Kev. But he's very keen on his memorabilia, Richard.
He has, over the years. Oh, Beddingham's forward into the gap on the offside. Moves on to 82, 231 for 5 at the end of that over.
And he never misses a trick. So there was a point when Ali Orr was probably on about 85 not out, and they changed the ball, and so the ball came back into the funny little box over the boundary. And Richard, sharp as anything, went down to whoever's looking after it and said, could he have that ball? Because if Ali Orr gets to 100, he'll have the ball that Ali Orr at least played some part of his.
Yeah.
And he got the ball, so he brought it back, and he said, what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask him to sign it, but if he wants it, I'm going to give it to him, and if he doesn't, we'll keep it. And so he went up to Ali Orr and he told him the story and said, and apparently Ali Orr was really emotional about the whole thing, gave Richard a hug and said he'd really love to have it and took it away. It meant that much to him. So Ali ended up with the ball.
Fantastic. Great story. As new over from Morgan sees Bedingham prod forward. Well, that's good. That means that much to him. That bodes well for the future as well, doesn't it?
Sure. I've got a little sort of stat, but actually I don't know the answer to as well about that.
Must be some stat, don't you? Bedingham works that to mid-wicket, no run.
Well, I've not looked it up properly, actually. Somebody did ask me, are they the youngest ever opening partnership for Hampshire? And I haven't looked way back into 1910. But actually, Middleton and Albert last year were younger. So the answer to that is no, not quite.
Turned away behind square, but straight to a fielder.
But the comment I made was, if you discount the Durham game when we didn't bowl a ball, this is our 4th active game of the season. And I'll keep everybody on tenterhooks as Organ comes in.
Round the wicket, turned away finer, but still finds the fielder.
So the question that I haven't yet looked up the answer to, I'm not sure if I would. First 4 county championship matches of the season, 3 Hampshire players under 23 or under score hundreds. Has that ever happened before? And I doubt it. I really doubt it.
It's cut away. Good stop from Brad. It's not Brad Wheel, is it? It's a good stop anyway. Yeah, that's. I would say you're on fairly safe ground there, Dave.
I would have thought. We do know of some younger hundreds, but not 3 in the first 4 games of the season.
That one you messaged me about, Liam Dawson.
Yeah. Yes.
What is he, the youngest? That's turned away behind square on the leg side. End of the over, 231 for 5.
Dawson remains the youngest county championship centurion for Hampshire, but it was the last game of the season at Trent Bridge. Don't know whether you would remember, it was a game when Nick Pothas had made 100, and we messed up Nottinghamshire's hopes of being champions that year. I think we won that game, I can't quite remember. But Hampshire batted on for Dawson to get 100 not out. He was 18 years, 200 days or something.
Yeah.
He remains the youngest. Gordon Greenwich made 100 in his 19th year, I think. But 3 in the first 4 matches of the county championship. That's a very heartening statistic, really, I think.
231 for 5. Clark to face Dawson, staying over the wicket from that pavilion end. There's the first sweep we've seen for a while. He's wrapped on the pad and it's called a wide. In fact, it's missed the pad. It's hit the pads of Ben Brown. Now,
that's a bit of a harsh decision.
Well, I did say this when he came on, that the umpires are quite strict with left-arm spinners coming over the wicket to right-handed batters.
Okay.
They are very strict because they feel that's a very negative tactic.
Okay.
So anything literally down the leg side is called a wide. And we've just seen that. It's the first time Dawson always wrapped on the pad, pushing forward. I don't think that'll be an LBW. Because, of course, that will be pitching outside leg stump if it's going to be hitting the stumps. Just watching the replay, the live picture feed, Dawson bowls, and that's pitching a long way outside leg stump. But I suppose you need to ask, just to keep the pressure on the batter. 4 fielders around the bat, 2 in front, 2 behind. As Dawson comes in the game, Clark pushes on the onside, takes a quick single. That's good running. That's what you need to do. Be alert.
You were talking to Stanley about padding away, weren't you, just before lunch, which reminds me of your pal, the slow left armer, Raj Maru, bowling at Durham at Reeve.
Oh gosh, yes.
Do you remember?
At Wedgburston, I do. That's kicked away. But unlike that, where the bat is still in Bedingham's hand, Reeve threw the bat away.
Yeah.
And of course everybody dived for cover.
Yeah. And Raj always maintained that it was illegal. Yeah, he said, you shouldn't have been allowed to do it. Because the thing was that it could have run up off the pad onto the bat and been caught, wouldn't it?
Yeah, which is why he let go of it. That's off the back foot. Bedingham works it into the offside. He picks up another single. 83 he moves on to. 234 for 5. I don't think anybody had ever done it before, so there was no actual rule, was there? 269 the deficit now. It was very weird. But that's a typical Dermot Reeve thing, really, isn't it? But, yeah. I think there was a rule came in after that, I think. Okay. I don't know, actually. Certainly somebody had to do something about that. Dawson bowls. It's kept a little though, but Clark is in behind that one. Clark's on 4. Came in at the fall of Ollie Robinson's wicket 20 minutes before lunch. Pushed forward, one turned out of the rough and clipped the off stump. He was out for 1. That's a big wicket. He's got some runs for Durham since his move from Kent. Only 1 today though. Clark's on the back foot, whips that away but not timed as it goes out to Fuller. That's not Fuller, that's Brad Wheel. At mid-wicket, end of the over, 234 for 5.
Pushed that one through, didn't he?
He certainly did. Look at that over rate, Dave, on the scoreboard. Plus 6.
I was thinking, could we write to the ECB and say, can we count 2 of those from the oval? Because, of course, actually, to be serious, there was a point when they used to judge it on the whole season, wasn't there? And now it's game by game, and, well, I don't know, it just all seemed a bit crackers, really.
That's right. You could. Was it a season, half a season for a little while? Or?
Something like that.
But you're right. It was over a number of games, and it was much easier to manage.
Yes. Yes. Because sometimes you just get caught out by the weather, don't you? You think, oh, second innings, nothing happening. We'll put on 2 blokes bowling off 1 yard, and then it rains, and you don't get to do it.
Organ into the attack, and that's pushed back to him by Bedingham. Now we're into the 79th over here, Dave. The second new ball is not far away.
Well, what do you think? Would you?
I still have the spinners on.
I think
what
so.
Stanley said before lunch. I don't think that's a bad bet. 1 seamer and 1 spinner.
Well, I was going to say, yeah.
Just try it. I mean, Felix hasn't got a lot out of this pitch, has he? So you would say Felix might be the one to have a break. That's cut away by Bedingham. Moves on to 84. There's an inevitable century in Beddingham's play, and I'm saying a century, hoping that it's no more from a Hampshire point of view. I would say there's probably a few more runs than that as well there.
Yeah. Actually, you'd probably settle for 18 from him and 12 from the other guy. A wicket in 30 runs or something, yeah. Because the other problem is there's 5 down, but and I know he's a good night watchman, but one of them is the night watchman, so there's only 4 of the batters out.
That's true. Over the wicket here. It's pushed on the onside by Clark.
There's that strange statistic about Kyle Abbott as well. Started this season needing 4 wickets here to be the leading or equal the leading wicket taker on this ground, and he's only got 1 so far.
It's been the longest wait ever. That's cut away short there from Organ, but there is a fielder out deep, so Clark moves on by 1 to 5. You're right, we all thought, oh yeah, we better get that stat in quick because that'll happen in no time, like in previous years, but he's having to work hard, like a lot of seamers have to work hard for their wickets this year.
Yes.
Organ's round the wicket to Bedingham, drives back to Organ.
course, we did start with 2 rounds of Kookaburra, didn't we?
Mm-hmm.
Which, well, was pretty odd, really. The second round, in particular, I keep a record of wickets falling.
It's worked away into the gap on the leg side by Bedingham. He moves on to 85, 237 for 5.
So, for example, in the second round of the Kookaburra Bowl, in every match, a wicket fell every 10 overs or more. So you're only just going to get, you're not quite going to get 40 wickets in a match if that's the rate. You're going to get 9.6 a day. And some of them, I mean, Northampton versus Middlesex, a wicket every 36 overs. It's barely any point in playing, really, isn't it? It's like playing a football game with boards across the goal. Oh, you thought you'd scored? No, sorry. Yeah. It wasn't quite like that in the first round, but then the weather was appalling, wasn't it, in the first round?
Dawson over the wicket. Oh, a slight leading edge there from Bedingham as he goes out on the offside.
Now that's interesting. He's got that leading edge there, squeezed, and yet it's the first time I think I've seen him bowl this since lunch without that silly point.
That's true. Just pushed back.
It didn't go in the air, so but just think, maybe keep him in there.
Short extra cover is being pushed back to Ali Orr. Beddingham's on the back foot. Works that out on the leg side. Moves on to 86, 238 for 5. Yeah, wicket every 36 overs. Wow, that's that's less than 3 a day, isn't it?
It's crazy, isn't it? Absolutely bonkers. Yeah. But the last round with Duke's balls, wickets were falling really rapidly, and suddenly there were results.
Dawson has worked to mid-wicket. Fielders up for Clark, so no run.
Well, there are hardly any results, were there? There was one result in the first round of matches. Two rained off, including ours, but one result. So.
Dawson's got 4 men around the back now. Oh, wrapped on the pad there. He can't get too excited, I'm afraid, bowling that line. But I don't think that will stop Liam Dawson.
What would your explanation be for him bowling that line?
Just trying to find some rough.
Just that. Yeah. Okay.
But and it's to be fair, it's worked, isn't it? I mean, 2 wickets this morning. If you were a bowler and you got 2 wickets in a session on this, you'd be happy, wouldn't you?
I think that's right.
Dawson flights it. It's driven out on the onside. He's trying to get the players to bat and hit it across the line, which is what's happening there. And as I've explained earlier, if it's full, you need to get very close to it. If it's short, it needs to be short enough to be able to ride anything that the ball does out of the rough. If you're in between and you're forcing them, then that's when the problems are. It's worked for him so far as he comes over the wicket, and he's just got turned round there a little bit. Bedingham squeezed out behind square on the offside where there's a gap. I mean, when you look in the context of this game, Dawson does feel, and to maybe the same extent, although for me a slightly lesser extent, Callum Parkinson, but Dawson looks as the most likely to take a wicket. Bowling this line, so I suppose that's another reason why you just sort of carry on. 80 overs have been completed. The umpires are together. Does that mean the new ball is there? I think it is, because it looks like James Fuller is going to take the ball. So I would be very surprised if he's bowling with an 80 over ball. So I think we can safely say that, although I haven't seen the signal as yet, what the scorers are looking up, the umpires. Oh yeah, now there's the signal. Quite deliberate signal. 240 for 5, 80 overs, new ball. How long will this one last?
Well, and the question is whether Liam will bowl the next over with it, or whether they will have both of them back.
What would you like to see?
Oh, I'd like to see Liam go on bowling at the minute. Yeah. I was just thinking about my question about him bowling the way he is at the moment and being called wide, that I understand the umpires ganging up on that if it's negative bowling, but it isn't negative bowling because he's worked out a way of taking wickets. It's not like when Ashley Giles used to do it in test matches just to stop people scoring, is it? True. So it's a bit odd, really.
Right, here we are then. First ball with the new ball. It's Fuller, and that's cracked away. Well, that's come off the bat a little quicker because that's gone for 4. Bedingham just stands there, hits through the line, and that's gone through mid-off.
He barely moved his feet even, did he? Just did hit through the line, just stood up and whacked. No, not in an ugly sense either. It was a perfectly good cricket shot. Just almost contemptuous, really.
moves on to 91 of 177. 2.44 for 5. Durham trail by 2.59. As Fuller runs away from us. Goes to Bedingham. Forward. That was a good delivery. Just to be in a little bit of shape on that one.
Well, we could have a daft run out. That would. I mean, they had one yesterday, didn't they? We gave them a daft run out yesterday, so that would be useful, just to kind of move things on a bit.
Felix Organ and James Fuller down the same end.
Yes, having a conversation while the ball was at the other end.
And neither wanted to go,
no,
did they? Neither of them wanted to give their wicket up.
You made a very interesting comment there, which was that at that time, which was that Organ was the one in. Yeah. You know, on the other end, I guess they knew that Fuller was the one who would put back the ball, perhaps.
And he comes, to Bedingham on the line of middle and leg, and Bedingham works that away. That's a fairly easy shot for a player of his class. I was on to 92.
I was thinking 100 years ago, if one of them had been an amateur and one had been professional, there would have been no debate whatsoever. The professional would have been dispatched.
Is that right?
Oh, I think without any doubt, yeah. Certainly if it was the Honourable Lionel Tennyson.
That's the thing I think of those of us that didn't obviously experience the pros and the gentlemen, whatever. That actually the pros were the lowest form of player, weren't they?
At certain times,
which seems bizarre now.
Yeah, and usually bowlers. Certainly in the early days at Hampshire, the opening bowlers were always professionals.
Fuller bowls and forward is Clark. He's gone up to middle. I know, it's quite weird.
I don't think it was so true after the war. I mean, Ingleby Mackenzie was a classic amateur, but he was completely fond of his 10 professionals or whatever. There was no hierarchy of any sense there, really. But and he was just about the last of them, you know. So. Well, he was. I mean, he retired in 65 and they were abolished in 63. I've always wondered whether they suddenly put him on a salary for the last 2 years. I don't know whether they did or not, you know, whether he just shrugged his shoulders.
Here's Fuller. It's down the leg side and it's beaten the batter and it's beaten the outstretched hand of Ben Brown, and that's gone for 4 byes up towards the pavilion end.
Now that's an interesting signal though, isn't it? You know, they're penalising Liam Dawson for bowling in an attacking way with a very slight deviation down the leg side. That goes wildly down the leg side and it's the wicket keeper who's penalised. 4 byes.
It's weird,
why isn't that 4 wides? You know.
I know.
Yeah.
It's not fair, the game, is it, Dave?
It's not fair. It's tough on wicket keepers. I wasn't one, so I can say that completely objectively. I'd have been a terrible wicketkeeper, I think.
Right, here's Fuller, last ball of the over, unless it's a wide. That's a length ball to Clark, and that's 249 for 5. Dave Allen will be staying on, and then alongside him, quick word from you, Dave, and then it will be Martin Emerson from BBC Newcastle.
Difficult to suggest from that first over that the new ball is going to make a massive difference, although it depends quite, and it looks to me, we were debating who might take it at the other end. Looks to me as if Liam Dawson is going to do that for sure, which is perfectly fine because as a spinner he'd like to bowl with the... And I think he's actually going to come round the wicket. Looks as if he'd do it. Yes, it is. So there's a kind of double change for him in that he's for at least temporarily giving up that idea of bowling left arm over the wicket and being penalised occasionally for a wide, and the field is also changing. Hi Mark, nice to see you.
You're right.
Yeah, not bad, thank you. Yeah.
So Bedingham on 92 as he edges towards another century. Been very watchful, 179 balls. He's already had 100 this season. And the first delivery is pushed away towards the covers, no run. So that is Fletcher Middleton fielding in there. So Dawson in his sunglasses from the pavilion end, left arm round. Comes in and bowls. Cut hard by Bedingham. It just goes past point and out towards the boundary. And they're coming back for 2 runs. Fielded out in the deep by a reserve fielder. Who's that? Number 15. That's the 250 runs for Durham and a batting point. 81.2 overs.
I wonder if it's Toby Albert.
Who's number 15, Kev?
Okay,
Toby Albert.
it is.
Right.
Okay. Who's been getting some runs for the second 11. I was saying earlier that as far as I can find out so far, Toby Albert and Fletcher Middleton are the youngest opening partnership Hampshire have had, but they're not currently functioning together.
Bowler comes in again. Bedingham cuts 2-point no run there. So we were working out the maths earlier on when Bedingham got to his half century. 46th time he got to a half century. He's on 94 now. Dawson bowls. Pushes this out into the covers, no run. He has had 20 centuries, including 5 last season, and 138 against Worcestershire and Kidderminster this year. Made 156 in the final game against Leicestershire last year at home. Bowler comes in again, that's defended. One of those centuries was 110 against New Zealand in the winter. And for Durham, he's had 11 centuries and 9 50s, or 10 50s at the minute, but that will change if he gets these next 6 runs to 12 centuries for Durham. He defends this one as well.
And I wonder whether that's dependent on who he's bowling at, because I made something of the fact that Liam Dawson had changed his line of attack, but he's gone back to Bedingham. Still bowling that same left arm over to him. Didn't make a lot of difference, but what's he 4 for 104 in 36 overs.
Kevin was thrilled yesterday to discover that Tom Prest's 100 against Durham was the 363rd they'd conceded in first class cricket. I can tell you though, the next century for Durham will be number 350, so that's all right, isn't it, Kev? That's a nice round number. You happy with that? No? Kevin doesn't like that either.
That's very good. Goodness me. I don't know the record for Hampshire totally.
Oh, it'll be a lot more than that.
Well, it will be.
This
sure,
is in
yeah.
first class cricket, so since 1992.
Phil Mead scored about 450.
Here's Fuller from the hotel end. That's right in the block hole. Played away by Clark. So Clark in very much a supportive role at the moment. He's faced 36 deliveries for just 6 runs. It's purely here about Durham playing out the overs and just gradually progressing towards that follow-on target of 354. So at lunch they were 225 for 5 and needed another 129 to get to that target. So they've moved on to 251, so 26 added since lunch. James Fuller comes in, right arm over, Clark forward to this one, plays it off towards mid-off, and it's picked up by Prest. It's a single, and you can tell it's the new ball because we can hear it echoing around up here, can't we?
Yeah. Now I haven't. I've been involved in a book sale this morning and watching bits and listening sometimes, but I'm not sure whether you've picked up your conversation about Northern Lights today.
We just mentioned briefly that I went to look for them last night. There weren't any. There was lots of geomagnetic action yesterday afternoon, to the point where it was more than the day before.
Right.
Fuller comes in again, slower ball, shorter, and it's towed back to him by Bedingham. And then yesterday evening, the figures were really, really high, and then by the time I got back down to the hotel and I looked again, they dipped away dramatically.
Oh, so you knew how to track it. I went to a daft dinner party last night.
A daft dinner party?
Yeah, which was just up the road.
Were you
from
forced
where
to watch some newfangled pop music?
No, I'm joking. Kevin used to play club cricket for Portsmouth Cricket Club on the seafront. So about 11:15, those that had drunk more than me decided they were all going to charge off down the seafront to see these lights, and I was sitting there saying, "You won't see anything like that." Oh.
That's a Yorker length ball. It's gone down the leg side, taken by Ben Brown, the keeper.
So sure enough, we went down and we didn't see anything, and there were loads of people on the South Sea seafront not seeing the Northern Lights.
So you were all not seeing them together?
But I've got a question about the Northern Lights, because one of the women at the party had this photograph on her phone of somebody who'd taken a photograph the previous night on Brighton seafront, looking over the damaged West Pier, over the lights in the sky, looking fantastic. But I had a problem with that, because in order to take that photograph, you had to be looking south, not north. So how come they were the northern lights?
They were the Norman lights. This is 4. That's a lovely square cut from Bedingham, straight past point for 4. Takes him on the 98. Well, some people call them the Northern Lights because generally they appear in the Northern Hemisphere, but actually on, was it Friday night? Friday night.
Yeah.
My wife was saying she was up at Suter Lighthouse on the northeast coast, just between Sunderland and South Shields, and she said the light appeared to be coming from behind them, and she was interviewing photographer Owen Humphreys, who works for the Press Association, and he said the beams of light that had been coming in on Friday were actually from the southwest.
Right.
So
okay. Now I know. Yeah. Well, I thought you'd be the man to know, coming from the north.
Bedingham looks to drive hard at that. There was a click. I thought he'd been caught behind there. He's played and missed. Bit of an error of judgment as he was looking to go after the bowler again then. Nearly got an inside edge to the keeper on 98.
It's always possible to go after Fuller like that, but it wasn't the wisest of shots on 98, was it? Goodness. There we are. And so the other thing, of course, that fascinated people at this, well, not to say, of course, this party I was at, was that I was telling them about what I'd be doing today and who I'd be chatting with. And I said, well, there's a chap who's come all the way down from the north of England and on Friday night cycled to Gosport, which was, people were delighted with, because there were 3 people at this dinner party of 12 people who come from Gosport.
From Gosport.
So we then had long, and I know Gosport very well. I mean, I live half a mile from the Gosport ferry, you know, so I can get across. You know, so we had all sorts of conversations about powder monkeys and submarine museums and
and there's a few museums, isn't there?
Yeah,
Dawson. That's gone down the leg side now. Clark attempted a sweep at that one. It's been signalled as a wide, and that's gone for 4 as well, which helps Durham's cause. So this was a new thing that came in last year, where umpires decide if bowlers are deliberately bowling down the leg side to try and gain an advantage, and it's a wide, because that wasn't far off the pads really.
The comment I made in the first Fuller over was that he bowled a wide down the leg side, which wasn't given. It was just wild, but Dawson's doing it to take wickets, so it's not negative bowling, but
he's got a short leg in, he's got a leg slip, he's got a silly point as well, and a first slip. Clark guides that to backward point, and good running there from Bedingham, who calls him through, running to the danger end. Ball went to the subfielder, but by the time he got the ball back to the keeper, Bedingham was already there. So he's now on 98 from 189 deliveries. He's hit 9 4s, but not a 6. Dawson has taken out the silly point, but still has the leg slip and the short leg. Bedingham turns that out through mid-wicket and will jog a single.
I guess it's
99.
I guess it's a bigger boundary than Edgbaston.
Yeah, that was 50 yards.
Yeah.
I think it could come off your glove and go for 6 there.
Did you get a rationale for that? Some explanation?
They said it was within the limits, which it is.
Yeah.
Occasionally Durham end up with a really short boundary at one side of the ground.
I wouldn't have thought somebody like Danny Briggs was too pleased about it, but
Clark on strike. We've got a deep mid-wicket. Covers dropped out as well. It's an inside edge, goes along the floor to backward square leg. It's picked up by Kyle Abbott, 1 run. So here is.
So he got 3 balls.
David Bedingham, a run away from his 21st century. The 21st century boy.
He's not a schizoid man, is he?
Who sang that again?
Oh, I don't know. 21st century schizoid man was King Crimson, but
it wasn't it?
Can't help you with the other one.
Dawson bowls. Bedingham pushes it towards short cover, and Clark sets off, but straight in there, fielding close in on that offside is Ali Orr, and Bedingham was shouting, "Get back, get back, get back." They're bringing point in off the boundary into the square. How many balls left of the over? 2 to go. Dawson in again. Bedingham back into his crease, goes a long way back into the crease to snuff that one out. Very much a leg side delivery. 264 for 5. Dawson bowls, left arm over. Bedingham cuts, there's his 100. His second of the season, and he cuts that through the covers and away for 4 runs. Excellent effort from David Bedingham again. He takes his helmet off and wipes his brow, raises his bat to the pavilion. His teammates are on their balcony, all standing up, giving him applause. And it's come in 193 balls and 10 fours.
And I'm always a little disappointed when the opposition don't join in with that applause. There were 1 or 2 Hampshire players giving it a little bit of a clap, but generally not. Change of bowling as well now. Fuller had a couple of overs with very little effect. 9 overs, no maidens, 0 for 31. He's been replaced by Kyle Abbott.
So that's his 21st first-class century and his 12th for Durham. Got 5 last year. So Kyle Abbott back into the attack. Yeah, when I was cycling along the other day, I just wanted to try and get down the estuary just to have a look.
Yeah.
I knew there was lots of stuff going on down there.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's a massive estuary compared to the River Wear where we live, with the ports quite small in comparison. As Abbott comes into bowl from the hotel, and that's left alone. And I started to pick up signs, Powder Monkey Brewery.
Yeah.
And I thought, what's that? Then I passed Powder Monkey Park, which is a football ground, and I thought, what is this Powder Monkey thing? And I followed the route, and it took me into the Powder Monkey Brewery, and it's all Royal Navy buildings. I think they had some old weapons systems there, big guns and anti-aircraft missile systems and stuff on display. And then that was where I was looking across to the is it HMS Prince of Wales? Is it the aircraft carrier in at the minute?
I don't know which one's in at the minute, but yeah, it could be, in Portsmouth Harbour, yeah.
That was leg side-ish bowling to Clark. It hits his pad no run. I mean, we used to get HMS Ocean used to come into the River Wear every few years because it was Sunderland's adopted ship, and it used to reverse in past our house, and it was big. But when I was looking across the river the other day at these new aircraft carriers, they're huge, much bigger.
Yeah. Well, they had to dredge that harbour, you know, when they built them.
Yeah.
There was lots of work going on in the entrance to Portsmouth Harbour for some months, just to make sure they could get in.
Abbott bowls driven by Clark up to mid-off no run. So who plays at Powder Monkey Stadium?
Well,
then,
I don't know. It's not.
Is it Gosport?
Well, unless they've renamed what used to be Privet Park, because Gosport FC is the main team there, and I hadn't heard that they changed their name.
I went down the main road, past a helicopter place.
Yeah.
And then turned left, and there was like a KFC or whatever on the corner, and it was along that road there, heading out back towards the estuary.
Well, maybe it's Gosport's ground sponsored by Powder Monkeys now. Could be, yeah.
All pushed away, out into the covers, no run there. So Powder Monkeys were apparently kids who carried gunpowder from below decks up to the the gun emplacement.
Very dangerous job, of course. Yeah, they'd have been on things like the Victory. Yeah.
I bet you never got a silver watch in that job.
No, I bet you didn't. No. Well, whether they were press ganged as well, I'm not sure really, but thing, probably. Yeah. Of course, the other thing about all of that area is it's about to be a site of significant commemoration around the D-Day.
Oh, right. Bowler comes in again, and that's pushed away by Clark up the mid-off. So, what is it, the 80th, 90th anniversary?
It's the 80th, yeah. And, I mean, there will be a few...
So it's June the 4th and June the 5th, isn't it?
It's the 5th on Portsmouth Common. Strictly speaking, D-Day was the 6th. But it's Tuesday the 5th is when it's all happening on Southsea Common. And then, well, what happened 5 years ago was that the veterans that evening sailed off to Normandy, and everybody stood on the esplanade and waved them out. So, but there won't be many veterans this time. They're just too old now.
That's another dot ball out into the covers from Clark. Kevin's just looked it up. Was it Fleetlands? Fleetlands FC in the Wessex League. It was their ground.
Which was an aircraft place. Another thing about Gosport is it's. I only learned this recently. It's got a higher percentage of ex-service personnel than anywhere in the country.
Yeah.
So big naval area particularly.
That was a maiden from Abbott. Years ago I was on holiday in America with my wife and we did a bus tour around San Diego, and there's an island across the bay in San Diego that has more retired rear admirals than anywhere else in the world. And there were a lot of old aircraft carriers moored up in San Diego Harbour, and they actually ended up towing them to Hartlepool, and they were all dismantled in Hartlepool, and they were called the ghost ships.
Yeah, I don't think there are many rear admirals in Gosport, to be honest. It's not that kind of place, but there might have been quite a few able seamen and chief petty officers and like. But
Bedingham's on 103, Durham 268 for 5. They trail by 235, and the ball is bowled by Dawson. Hits the front foot around about the heel area, I think, of Bedingham, and it's gone to leg slip. Tom Prester's under the helmet at leg slip. Dawson in again. Oh, and that one squirts underneath the keeper and through to first slip. Off the toe of the bat there.
I find it hard to believe that Hampshire would want to enforce a follow-on here, but I can't actually see any other hope of them winning.
Yeah.
Assuming that they can take the other wickets.
Dawson once more. Bedingham goes back into his crease. It hits the pads, but it was going down the leg side by the looks of things.
Most famous cricketer from Gosport? Almost certainly Trevor Jesty.
Right.
Yeah. There've been one or two, but not many. I think Trevor Jesty would be the best known to people, really. And the best, actually.
Dawson in again. That's along the floor out through mid-wicket for one by Bedingham. Yeah, there's quite an array of museums. There's even one called the Explosions Museum.
Right.
I'm thinking.
Yeah.
There's a 50 partnership with that single as well. They've gone about that quietly, these two, really, haven't they? It was just 2 wickets fell pretty quickly when Clark came out before lunch.
There was a man who served on the submarines during the war in Gosport who, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to mention this, because I think you tend to talk about Sunderland more than Newcastle. Is that fair? Is that right?
Well, it doesn't matter.
Oh, okay, fine.
It is Radio Newcastle.
So here's a Newcastle story then, in a way.
Newcastle.
A Scotsman who served on the submarines during the Second World War and then ended up staying there and playing for Portsmouth FC.
Clark pulls this up to mid-on. One run. I think my great-grandfather, or great-great-grandfather, might have played for Portsmouth.
Really?
Yeah.
And his name?
I haven't got a clue, but no doubt my dad can message me and tell me who
Well,
it is.
if you can find out, I'll find out by tomorrow, because I can do that. Well, the man I'm talking about, who played for Portsmouth in the 2 years they won the First Division, 48 to 50, was Jimmy Schooler.
Right, yeah.
Scotsman.
Yeah.
Who ended up at Newcastle, captaining them when they won the FA Cup.
Bedingham defends the final ball and it just spins around in the crease and comes to a rest. So that is the end of that over. So Dave's going to pop off for a bit and we're doing musical chairs here. Oh, right, we're doing a double change, right? Okay. All right, well, bye then.
Kevin James and Stanley Marissa with you. Welcome back, Stanley.
Good afternoon, Kev. Good afternoon, everyone.
I don't think that new ball for Liam Dawson's made much difference. Hasn't really come out of the rough much quicker, hasn't bounced at all.
No.
Here's Abbott bowls, short ball. That's a good short ball to Graham Clark. Played that well, actually. Didn't duck too much, didn't sway too much, did just enough. Kissed the surface nicely, that one. So 270 for 5, Durham trail by 233. The over 8 for Hampshire, that's worth a picture, David, for the archives, is +6. I don't think anybody has ever seen a scoreboard when Hampshire are bowling where the over 8 says +6. That is new. Here's Abbott. Bowls and Clark pushes forward, they just nip back a little bit onto the pad. It's a Not a very convincing appeal. I think they're just surprised that it's beaten the bat in some shape or
I
form.
think that's it, isn't it?
Just watching the replay there. I think inside edge onto the pad maybe. May just be a hint of the ball nipping back a fraction. Just watching it again on the replay. Yeah, a little bit. I'm not sure the bat came down that straight, but even so, something to
It's exciting.
cling on to. Yes. Oh, the poor bowlers, eh? For both sides in this game. Here's Abbott again, slightly fuller. Clark's going to take a quick single. That's good running. Ball almost in between extra cover and mid-off. That's good running between these two. Clark moves on to 11.
It's been a feature of the Durham innings, actually, the way they've rotated the strike. And we saw obviously Scott Borthwick and Alex Lees late last evening. They ran really well, and these two are continuing that.
Yeah, good aggressive running. Bedingham, apart from one player miss to James Fuller with the first over of the second new ball, is well, we're not surprised he's got 100 out there. He's hardly put a foot wrong. Facing Abbott this time, short way down the leg side, beats the batter, beats the keeper again, and that's going for 4 byes. Harsh, but his byes. That was very similar to the ball that James Fuller bowled a few overs ago. Very wild delivery.
It seemed to carry on swinging after actually past the batter there.
Did.
Making it very difficult for Ben Brown. Keepers hate byes, don't they?
Yeah, that's the first thing they look at the column. They look at the scorecard, the match scorecard, and that's the one column they look at. Got some youngsters away to our right, a group of youngsters, which is nice as that's pushed up towards mid-off. All wearing the hats. We need a hat here. Turned up. It must be a Hampshire pathway group, youngsters or something like that. It wouldn't be a school day or a school class. Well, it's not a school day. It wouldn't be a class, but there's a few of them there, probably 20 or so, all ready to pick out their seat, I guess.
Yeah, it's exciting actually. I remember being that age, watching cricket. It was so exciting. It really was.
Which ground did you go to?
I used to watch a lot of cricket at the Harare Sports Club.
Oh right, yeah.
So
Zim.
Yep.
Here's Abbott. Nice drive on the up by Bedingham out into the covers. End of the over.
Yeah, but I was very fortunate actually when growing up. We had a really strong Zimbabwean side actually. Both obviously Andy Flower, Grant Flower, Heat Streak, the late Heat Streak, Alistair Campbell, and a bit later in the time Murray Goodwin, who played for Sussex, and Neil Johnson. So they had a very strong side. Yeah, but just looking at the young guys there, young kids, brings back a lot of memories.
Yeah. Dave Oakes, the club photographer, has just sent me a photo of the scoreboard with your over 8+6, Dave. So if you need it, he says, got the thumbs up there, Dave. Thank you. I shall certainly be keeping that one in my archive photos.
Liam Dawson from the pavilion end bowls to Graham Clark, who pushes this into the onside and no run. 275 for 5 Durham. So they're doing a really good job of batting themselves into position of safety in this game. They had an imposing total of Hampshire 503. As Dawson bowls to Clark, and
We played missed it.
I was about to say.
Yeah.
I was surprised as you were, Kev.
It's difficult on our angle, isn't it? Because Ben Brown covers the line of the ball for the last yard or two, but it's turned.
There wasn't a lot of excitement
No.
actually from the Hampshire players, which is surprising. But good signs again for Dawson as he bowls to Clark, and similar to the first ball of the over, pushes this into the onside and no run. So 51 overs remaining after this one, so still a lot of cricket to be played. But on Hampshire's Dawson bowls and wrapped on the pads. It's a big shout, but umpire Russell Warren says nothing doing. Just looking on the live picture feed, and more than likely pitching outside leg stump. With that angle, it's going to be really hard for him to get an LBW decision.
I think in the umpire's head, he's already saying not out, isn't
Yeah.
he? Unless it's something exceptional.
Yeah. It's Dawson bowls. Graham Clark goes for a big sweep, but misses that completely and just falls safely into the onside and no run. Yeah, so anything over the wicket is, yeah, like you say, is the umpire's probably made his mind up that there's going to be no LBW unless it's really full. Dawson goes and Clark goes for that sweep again. Misses it again, so ends that over. 88 gone. Another maiden there for Liam Dawson. Really good figures from him again. 39 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for 118.
Got an email here from Donald Histed, solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, I think I might be the only passenger on the 9:15 coach from Portree on Skye to Glasgow. I've been over there. Skye is a lovely spot. Portree as well, the capital. Watching the Hampshire game. Wow. But it's helping pass the time on the 7-hour journey. There'll certainly be some lovely scenery to look out for in the first part of that journey anyway. I don't know about the rest of it, but well done to Donald. What have we got here? Got Liam Dawson's going off. Or is he? Looks like he's making his way to the pavilion once more. 2:28 then, Durham trail by. Just going back to Dave Vokes, actually, the club photographer. He's taken a couple of very good photos this year. One of George Bell being run out on 99.
Oh yeah.
Actually, I can show you, but obviously it's not very good when you for anybody else. But George Bell, the moment that he was run out on 99, and he looked absolutely distraught, and the Hampshire fielders, as you understandably, were.
Oh yeah, that's
Cock a hoop. So that was a great moment.
photo.
He also took another very, very good photo of. Who was the Lancashire Overseas Quick? Harris Rourke, is it? No. Anyway, the Lancashire Overseas Quick overseas.
Hassan Ali.
Hassan Ali, that's the one.
Yep.
Being spoken to by Bailey, the umpire, in the game against Lancashire, and he was there with his hands praying.
I did see that.
That's very funny. But I think, Dave, you might think that the photo you've just taken of that scoreboard, Abbott Bowls, driven by Bedingham up to Rudolph, it's probably the least significant of the photos. But if I'm honest, I think this one has longevity over time. I think this photo that you've taken of the scoreboard and the +6 over rate might actually be one of those photos that in 20 or 30 years' time people will look back and say, really? So there you go. So keep hold of that. Abbott still looking for his first wicket of this innings, into his 15th over here. None for 29, bowling to David Bedingham, who's on 104. Abbott comes in and bowls, and Bedingham gets a good length ball. Plays that nice and straight. A little while, I think it was the first day of the game, Anthony Clapham was here. And we were talking about in the early days of batting gloves. I don't know what sort of batting gloves you wore in your early days.
Wow.
Stanley.
My early days are probably not as long ago as yours, obviously, with due respect.
Yeah.
But I do remember the ones with like spiky rubber.
Yeah.
Are they the ones we're talking about?
Yeah, well, that we did actually, and I thought, I didn't realise you started with those.
I did.
Did you really?
Yeah.
They were hopeless, weren't they?
They were.
Little did we know. And then we went on. Do you remember the St Peter ones with the mittens?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
There we go. That's pulled away by Bedingham, and that's gone behind square very quickly along the ground for 4 runs. There is a fielder out there, Toby Albert. It was well to his right, and it was almost past him before he realised exactly where that ball was. Nice strike there from Bedingham, moves on to 108. Well, Paul Spencer has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com, and they're heading of retro kit of old. Hi Kev, enjoying the commentary. Was reading a biography of Tony Gregg, and it mentioned Gregg was one of the first to wear and endorse those mitten type batting gloves.
Wow.
He was, yeah. You would have known that,
Yeah.
didn't you? Yeah. It was after the 74-75 Ashes tour of Lillian Thompson. They lasted 3 or 4 years, these mitten gloves. Short, Bedingham pulls that away, and that'll be 4 more. Well, they're trying him. They're trying to test him. Bedingham has been equal to it so far, these short deliveries. He's on 112, 283 for 5. They lasted 3 or 4 years with loads of people wearing them, but then they just disappeared around 79, 80. That sounds about right. He went on to use the old St Peter flatback bat. I don't remember that. Do I remember those? I think I might.
No, you might. No.
I don't think that. I think they lasted even less. On the back of his endorsement, I bought one for 1976 and was the worst bat I ever had. I hope they're not still making them, otherwise we're going to get sued here. I remember Graham Roop using a black Sassinger bat. Wow. There's a full delivery, and that's 4 more. Wow, that is 3 4s in a row here off the bowling of Kyle Abbott. He's trying something here. He's tried to bowl the Yorker, but it didn't quite happen for him. Bedingham moves on to 116, 287 for 5. Using a black Sassinger bat in a John Player League match, but it was banned by the old TCCB, which is the England Welsh Cricket Board before them. What old retro kit did you have back in the day? Scoop was a 70s classic. Yes, I had a Scoop bat.
Grey nickel Scoop.
No, that was before you. You had one of those.
Yeah.
Yeah. Red or orange?
I think it was red.
Was it red? The first ones were red, and then I think they brought out some orange ones. The Stuart Surrey's jumbo bat.
Yep.
Yeah, I had one of those as well. They were quite good actually, because you really thought you were packing a punch with it. Abbott bowls, it's short again. It's not quite high enough, and Bedingham's going to hit him for 4 more. Great effort from Toby Albert diving on the boundary, but that is 4 4s to end that over from Kyle Abbott. 3 short deliveries and a full delivery, and David Bedingham has speedily moved on to 120. Slazenger Polyarmoured Panther. Yeah, did you have one of those?
I didn't have it, but I remember the ones.
Yeah. John Newbury with the shoulders cut away. Yes, I remember those. Remember those?
Yeah.
With the angles. Yeah. Oh, gosh, I've forgotten about that. That Lance Cairns wielded to great effect. And remember the late Duncan Fernley, Run Reaper, that had holes drilled through the blade.
Ooh.
I don't remember that. Bob Willis used it. Oh! I think I do, yeah. Well, I think that lasted 5 minutes, if I remember right. Which wasn't perhaps the greatest endorsement, Bob Willis. The Magnum was a great bat, though, in the back of Botham's Ashes. Well, there's 1 or 2 things there I couldn't remember very well.
Do you remember your favourite bat?
I love the Scoop bat.
Yeah.
That was my first bat I ever bought, I think.
I had
I
a
was very young.
County insignia, extra special. Do you remember County?
Yes, I do. Yeah, I was sponsored by them for a while.
They were good. It's Dawson from the pavilion end, bowls to Clark, who defends into the onside and no run.
What was your favourite was?
My County insignia.
Yeah.
That was a long time ago. And then I remember actually I lent it to one of my seniors at school, and he broke it, and I was very upset.
Ooh.
Yeah, and that was the end of that, which was a shame, as Dawson bowls to Clark and clips this one into Fletcher Middleton at short leg, and again it's no run.
All bats imported in Zimbabwe?
Yeah, definitely. As Dawson bowls and Graham Clark goes for that sweep again. He's tried it a few times, but still yet to hit one. No run. Yeah, the counties were good. Andy Flower did use county as well, so you always kind of try and use the bat that your heroes use, right? To try and emulate them, as Dawson bowls and Clark defends into the offside. No run. 291 for 5. Do you remember the Kookaburra bubble?
No.
Oh.
That's a new one on me.
Yeah. They had a little bubble sign at the back, and I think they sort of tried to reinvent them and kind of keep the old logos, but they did it quite recently.
Okay.
That was a good bat. Dawson bowls and Clark clips this into the onside, and they're going to pick up a single. 292 for 5.
I mean, I've lost touch, really, all touch with what bats are doing these days. Because you can have any sticker on any bat now, can't you?
Yeah.
And that's not just maker's name, it's
No.
whatever you can get away with, isn't it?
Well, I guess in India they have kind of like the sponsors' names on the bats, don't they? So Dawson bowls to David Bedingham, the impregnable David Bedingham, who's on 120 not out, and that ends that over. 87 gone, 292 for 5, Durham.
Just going back to something we were talking about a little earlier, Neil Halsworth is back on the email, suncricket@gmail.com. He says that the Prince of Wales is alongside at the moment. They're talking about Portsmouth Dockyard, whatever. It's alongside HMS Queen Elizabeth, which is in dock in Scotland, apparently, HMS Prince of Wales. And he's due to return soon. Talks about Powder Monkey Park, which is the home of Fleetlands. We mentioned that earlier, the Wessex League side. And yes, Gosport has the highest number of veterans as a percentage of the population, which is just under 13%. Neil says he's one. As you'd be surprised how many retired admirals and commodores there are in Gosport. One of the local councillors is one there as well, so thank you very much for that. Now, what have we got here? We got Kyle Abbott is off. 4 fours in a row at the end of that over. Brings Felix Organ into the attack. So Durham currently 292 for 5, trailed by 211. No wickets since lunch. Potts for 34, Ollie Robinson for 1. The wickets before lunch, both taken by Liam Dawson. Here's Organ, and that's a short ball down the leg side. He's got away with that. My word, that was pulled away hard by Clark, but straight to the fielder on the 45. 73-run partnership between these two, I think I've just saw on the scoreboard. Saves me trying to do any calculations, which would take a little longer. Here's Organ again. Whipped away past the diving mid-wicket, down towards deep. Chase on here. Great stop from Toby Albert. My word, he's putting in a shift down that boundary away to our right. Diving to his right, diving to his left. I suppose when he was the designated 12th man today, he thought, oh, have a nice easy day. And then I don't exactly know when the news came about Nick Gubbins. Wanted to ask me at lunchtime actually what was the matter with Nick Gubbins. We did mention it on air before lunch. He's now a father of a baby girl. It's pushed away on the onside, and there's no run. And I couldn't remember the name, and I'm just going to look it up now.
Otterley, wasn't it?
Otterley, that's the one. Thank you. Which is a name I've not heard before.
No,
have you?
No, I haven't.
It's an unusual name, but a nice name actually. The more you think about it, it's a nice name. That may just have turned a fraction, but again, he's whipped away on the leg side, and again, Toby Albert is called into action. This time he can stay on his feet. 2 runs it is. Runs easy to come by here for Durham at the moment. 296 for 5 they are, trailed by 207. Now this is where the game sort of ebbs and flows as much as it's ebbed and flowed, and it hasn't been a lot really, let's be honest, but you know, this morning, couple of wickets, and you're talking about, oh, maybe Hampshire getting a reasonable lead if things worked out this afternoon. Here now, with the way Durham are batting, there's more runs this time for Clark as he cuts that out on the offside. They'll come back for 2 more. Now you're saying, well, hang on a minute, if Durham keep this scoring rate up, at some point tomorrow they'll have a lead and have Hampshire facing a tricky session and a half maybe or so. So Hampshire won't want this scoring rate to continue.
There's a lot of psyche behind it.
That's pushed away on the onside by Clark, and that's the end of the over. Now Stanley Marissa will stay on, and then Dave Allen, who's in deep conversation with Martin Emerson there. He's not looking at me, but I will call him over. Stanley will stay on, and then Dave Allen, Hampshire's on the archivist, will join him.
Durham 298 for 5 as the players take a short drinks break. Pretty warm conditions out there. Pretty warm conditions, so staying hydrated is key. A few players doing some stretching, but it has been Durham's day, I guess, so far, you know, in terms of the situation. 503 Hampshire posted in their first innings, so that would have been imposing, and there would have been a lot of scoreboard pressure when they came out to bat. And of course, you know, it's a flat pitch, sorry Dave, and the expectation is that batting is going to be easy, but you know, you still have to go out there and score the runs and make sure you don't lose the wickets, and they've done that.
Yep, I have. And I mean, I've been speculating this afternoon on if they were bowled out, would there be a follow-on in force? And I mean, clearly, I think in these conditions, nobody'd want to make the opposition follow on, but there's so little time, relatively speaking, left in the game. It's 140 overs, really, that they'd almost have to. But I think, to be honest, it's going to be irrelevant because I reckon they'll probably score 56 more runs, don't you?
Yeah.
I mean, one of the things is, Stanley, is that there's 5 wickets down, but, and I know he's a very competent one, but one of those 5 wickets is a night watchman, so we're only down to number 6 in the batting order.
Yeah.
And I think it's going to be very difficult to, I suppose, unless Durham get close to parity and then roll us over in no time. That's about the only other way that you can.
Yeah.
By us, incidentally, if you're listening from Durham, forgive me, I mean Hampshire. I think that's the only other way that. But there's not a lot of sign in that pitch that people are suddenly going to be rolled over. There's a conversation going on there between Liam Dawson and. I'm not sure who that is. That James Fuller, I think, maybe.
It's like Kyle
No,
Abbott.
it's it's Kyle Abbott. Yeah, I can't get used to describing Kyle Abbott this season because first time you've seen him, but he's got skinny.
Yeah, well, we were talking about this yesterday, actually, on air, Kev and myself. We just sort of talking about how a few of the Hampshire bowlers are actually looking really lean and fit.
Yeah.
We saw Keith Barker actually doing some sprint shuttles to the right
Yep.
of us yesterday, and he was looking in good
Yep.
shape, and it looks like they've obviously had a winter. We didn't say obviously that they were unfit.
Yeah.
They're just looking, a lot stronger, which is
Sharp.
good.
Yeah. But it's not helping them take wickets.
Not at the moment, but it's going to be Liam Dawson from the pavilion end over the wicket still, and bowls to David Bedingham, who pushes this into the onside, and they just trot through for another single. 299 for 5 now.
Noticing that Notts have a lead of 112 over Lancashire and are still batting with 8 down, so Lancashire propping Hampshire up at the foot of the table at the moment, so don't mind if they struggle a bit, although Notts are only just above them.
Dawson bowls and Clark defends this into the offside, and thoughts of a single, but wisely turned away as Ben Brown and Toby Albert converge on that. No run. 299 for 5. Yes, Hampshire really could have done with a positive result in this game. Obviously, there's still a little while to go. As Clark rocks back and pulls this into the onside, and Brad Wheel comes round and just trot through for another single. And that will be the Durham 300.
I was about to say Wheel is the only man out. There are men saving one and men fielding close, but that changes with that single, and the point goes deeper as well. Brad Wheel at mid-wicket, but in fact, the close fielders come away a bit, so one runs up to cover. So it's rather more one saving now with a slip and a leg slip.
Dawson, past umpire Warren, and bowls and fall to David Bedingham, who just stops this just in front of him and dead into the pitch. So Durham 300 for 5. It batted really well on a pitch that's obviously offering a lot of runs. Dawson bowls and Bedingham back in his crease and defends this back towards the bowler.
Yep, lots of runs and not many wickets on this pitch so far this season, and there is a key point, of course, about how the pitches are prepared.
Dawson bowls and a little bit slower this time, a little bit of loop. But again, Bedingham is forward and no run. That ends that over. The 92nd, 300 for 5.
Towards the end of last season, you'll remember there was that game that finished rather quickly against Essex, and we got points fine for pitch that turned too much on day one. Well, there's also a suspended fine hanging over our heads, you see. So the last thing they're going to do is produce a pitch that invites a pitch inspector to come down and impose that suspended fine. The problem is, as a consequence, that it's just proving very, very difficult to take wickets here. 6 or 7 a day on average in, what are we now, 2 3/4 matches. Yeah. It's hard. It's hard for James Vince as well to think, you know, how can he think out of the box and do something? What he tried Gubbins a little bit yesterday, didn't he, with some leg spin, but I don't know what the answer is.
When do you think it then becomes a bit of a concern? Because obviously you don't want this to continue all season, because
sure,
you want to be getting positive results.
Yeah. And they're not batting quickly enough to get a lot of batting points either. You know, they're getting some batting points, but
well, I guess the hard part is actually the pitch is, as much as it's flat, it's very difficult to score runs quickly.
Yep.
So that actually makes that actually adds onto the problem, doesn't it?
Yeah, sure does. Yeah. Did he make contact with it? It's gone for 4. No, 4 leg byes. Yeah. I was just thinking that takes him up 304 with 17 overs after this to get a bonus point. So Durham probably aren't going to get any more batting points than Hampshire did. They'll get to 350. Don't think they're going to get to 400 in 17 overs. Really.
Felix Organ bowls and no run into the offside. 304 for 5. Durham now. Felix Organ bowling from the hotel end and driven down the ground to Tom Prest in front of us, wearing number 24 on his back. 306 for 5 now. David Bedingham, 121 not out. Graham Clark 20, providing good support. Hampshire just looking for that wicket. We're looking for a breakthrough somewhere. But so far it's looked like, well, it's been hard work for both sides, both bowling sides, as Organ pushes this a little bit wider and Bedingham drives into the offside and they pick up a single, so that ends the over. 93 gone, 306 for 5.
I'm going to offer you an explanation for that then, because the listeners might have been wondering. There were a couple of moments of silence there, which was not in any sense an attempt to perform like a Harold Pinter play. What happened at the start of this season was we decided that I would come on and make and be the summariser and the storyteller and all the rest of it, which has a great deal to do with the fact that my eyes are almost 75 years old, and I found at the end of last season that I was not picking everything up as well as I might have done. So I just kind of take it easy really and let you do all the hard work.
I thought you've been doing great so far, Dave. As always, as Liam Dawson bowls to David Bedingham, no run into the offside.
There were 2 dismissals last year where I really could not work out whether Ben Brown had caught it or whether the wickets had been hit, and I thought it's probably time now for me.
In your defence, we are a long way away.
We are, and high up, yeah.
And very high up as Dawson bowls to Bedingham, who rocks back and pushes into the offside. And they pick up a single.
I've got a fair amount of stories though.
You do, you do. We love listening to your stories.
It's funny that Ian Botham was here the other day, and it suddenly reminded me that I had actually seen Ian Botham play against Hampshire for Somerset, Worcestershire and Durham. I remember him playing against Hampshire for Durham.
Wow, it's Dawson bowls to Clark and no run into the onside.
3 men round the back now, nothing, no silly point any longer. Just the 1 man out, others saving 1.
Brad Wheel at a deep backwards square leg, all on his own out there as Dawson bowls, and Graham Clark just jars this into his pad, and the ball trickles away harmlessly. 307 for 5.
Are you playing this year?
We were just actually having this discussion
Okay.
at lunch with a few of the guys in the media team. It's for me, the struggle's time. I potentially work some Saturdays as well as Dawson bowls, and
Okay.
Clark pushes this into the onside. So if I can get maybe some midweek cricket,
Okay.
it will probably be better for me.
Yep.
But I am itching to get back out there. It's been a few years, so I'm excited. It's Dawson bowls to Clark, and this trickles away to short fine leg to Kyle Abbott and ends that over. 307 for 5. 94 gone.
Yeah, it's been a few years for me as well, standing. But I doubt if it's going to change this year. Actually, I remember quite clearly that I suppose it was about 15 years ago, when I would have been early 60s, something like that, and I played at my school in an old boys game.
Right.
And I actually played one really good shot, just cut the ball backward a square on the offside, and felt very proud of that. But the thing I really remember about it is that we then went out to field, and in the first over, as far as I can remember, I fielded at deep mid-off and hoped not to have to do anything. But I had to chase this ball and immediately pulled a groin muscle. Immediately. Limped through the rest of the afternoon, limped home, felt it for about a week.
Yep.
And
that was
thought,
it.
yeah, this is the time to throw my white socks away or something. I've never ventured out since. Although I was reading the other day reports about walking cricket.
Oh.
That people of my age play walking cricket. I think it tends to be like indoor games, like six-a-side indoors.
Okay.
And you're just not allowed to run at any point, which suits me down to the ground. But I wouldn't mind.
Wonder how long that takes, though.
Having a little, I don't know. That's a good point. Because I did tend to bat a bit like Chris Tavares without the shots. So I think if I was playing walking cricket, people would die of boredom.
Were you left-handed?
Yeah, I was left-handed. Yeah, funny enough, only batting. Nothing
Okay.
else in my life do I do left-handed, but I batted left-handed. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So I don't know what that's about.
Felix Organ to David Bedingham from the hotel end, and clipped into the onside and no run.
There used to be times when I was joking, but there used to be times when I'd come in and say, when I hadn't scored many runs, that really the blame was that nobody'd made me bat right-handed, because I'd have been much better.
Right, I see. Organ bowls to Bedingham, who pushes this into the onside. So there's 3 left-handers up here then. Kev was left-handed?
Kev was absolutely.
Yep.
Well, except when he threw.
Oh, no, he's one of them, is he?
He bowled left and threw right and batted left. Yeah.
See, I can't understand that.
No, nor can I. No, it's amazing. And clearly Wright's right-handed.
Yep, as Organ bowls and Bedingham pushes this into the onside. They run the first one quickly. They turn for the second, and they're coming back. This is going to be close. That's good running from these two, as the throw came in. Maybe slightly wide, the throw, but they did have to get their skates on. But it's a good running, good two from David Bedingham.
So you bat left-handed as well?
I do.
Okay.
I bat and I bowl left-handed. I
Okay.
do everything actually left-handed.
Okay,
So
right.
yeah,
Right.
but very left-dominated.
You're right.
As Organ bowls and back of a length, and Bedingham pushes into the onside and no run.
You play golf?
I do.
And is that left-handed?
Left-handed. But
What about Kev? Can we get his attention here for a minute? Is you left-handed golf? Yep.
However, I putt right-handed. So it's
There's some strange people up
It
here
is.
today, I've got to tell you.
It really is. As Organ bowls and Bedingham drives to Abbott at mid-off, no run.
I play the guitar, and I play the guitar right-handed. I'm not particularly good guitar player, but I play the guitar right-handed. But I remember as a kid having been given a ukulele and trying to play it left-handed, and they kind of forced me to play it right-handed because you couldn't play it left-handed. Strings were wrong.
Organ bowls and ends this over, so 95 gone, 309 for 5.
So I could have been Jimi Hendrix, you see, if they'd left me alone. But there we are.
Do you play the guitar at all?
Yeah, I do. Yeah. I mean, I play a lot of music, and mostly what I do is sing.
Right.
But I play the guitar a lot at home, and one of the bands I kind of run, so I work out a lot of songs.
Right.
And actually in the band I sing and play percussion and harmonica and stuff. But Yeah, I'm not a very good guitar player, but I'm very fond of doing it. So yeah, I like playing it.
It's an amazing skill. You're a man of many talents, Dave.
Well, a few. None of them that useful, sadly. Yeah, never had great entrepreneurial skills or anything of that kind.
I think you've done right. Liam Dawson from the pavilion end over the wickets to Graham Clark, who pushes this and trickles into the offside. So
bit of bounce,
maybe a little bit of
just
bounce.
A bit, yeah, just gripped a bit, perhaps.
He's caused some problems over the wicket. Maybe they probably did get a little bit excited with those 2 wickets earlier, and we thought at some point that it might carry on misbehaving, but since then it's been fairly straight up and down as Graham Clark defends this into the offside, and again no run.
It's about an hour and a half of cricket, isn't it, since the second of those wickets fell, perhaps even a bit more than that, and nothing. So,
which is funny, because it actually took an hour and a half this morning for the first wicket to fall as Dawson bowls and Clark pushes this into the offside. So wickets are at a premium. They definitely are.
He's also approaching, I think, I'll have to go and look it off when I'm off air in a moment, so I'll go and look it up, but he's approaching one of those longest spells in his career records, and he's not there yet for sure, but 43 overs.
Yes, a lot of bowling as he wraps on the pad, and a stifled appeal. But just a potential LBW shout, but again from over the wicket, as we've discussed, it's going to have to be really full. Leg slip, short leg, the fielders around the bat as Dawson bowls to Clark, and a few oohs and ahs, but more out of hope than anything. Kev James.
Yeah, you know, I'm looking at the clock and I'm looking at the number of overs left. I think we're going to have tea at 20 to 4. I don't think that's happened here since the ground started.
Oh, wow. It's Dawson bowls and Clark pushes this into the onside and sets off for 1, but turns around and no run. 309 for 5.
Thank you, Stanley. Stanley Marissa. We've got a double change here because Martin Emerson from BBC Radio Newcastle is coming in alongside me. I don't think Dave will ever find this stat out, but when was the last time that tea was taken on this ground at 20 to 4? I don't think it ever has, Dave. I think this could be a first. This could be another. This could be a 2003, Dave reckons. This could be another world first. Yeah. Yeah. The last time tea was taken early here was when the builders were correct. They like that one. Right. Felix Organ then to bowl his 23rd over, just about. Bowling to David Bedingham on 125 he is. He's scoring twice as quickly as Graham Clark at the other end, but he drives back to Organ and there is no run. Good stuff this from Durham, Martin.
Yeah, very good supporting role here from Clark as well. He's not got masses of runs, he's only got 20 on the board, but he's faced 83 balls, Bedingham 125, and they're nearing the 100 partnership as well.
Certainly are. Here's Organ again, flighted, and that's pushed out square on the offside. And there is no run. So 2 things happening today, which are unusual. Tea at the normal time, and Hampshire over rate of +6. See, there's always good that comes out of things, even though the cricket is... It's good for a certain connoisseur. There's Organ. It keeps a little low. That's why everybody got excited.
I was talking when I was on air with Dave earlier and said I thought my great-grandfather had played professional football for Portsmouth. It turns out it was Stockport, but my family friend's father did play for Portsmouth and played in the 1934 FA Cup final for them from Whitburn, Billy Smith.
Okay.
One of 7 brothers who became professional footballers.
Wow. Organ in again. It's pulled away, but only as far as Dawson on the 45 on the leg side. Well, that's a that's a feat.
So Billy's son Eric played cricket in the Durham Senior League for years, played for Whitburn, and it was the 9th anniversary of him leaving this mortal coil yesterday. So he's chairman of Whitburn Cricket Club for years. Very much a big part of the North East cricket community.
Organ again. Forward is Clark.
So 7 brothers playing professional football.
That's got to be a record, isn't it?
Yeah. The Charltons were, obviously there was two of them, I think. Who was their famous uncle?
You know, do you? That's driven up to mid-on. Single to Clark takes him on to 21, and it's 311 for 5. End of that over.
Their uncle, Jackie Milburn, I think was their uncle, who played for Newcastle United.
Okay.
So, where's this game going, Kevan?
I think Durham at the moment would be thinking about getting a reasonable lead, won't they? 5 down, one of those the night watchman.
Yeah.
The way things are going, there's nothing in this pitch for anybody, and I mean anybody.
Well,
even for Liam Dawson, it's gone quiet.
Well, yeah, he was targeting that a rough patch of ground just near Bedingham's left foot, wasn't he? Sort of heel line as Clark looks to try and sweep this one. It's hit the pad and gone over short leg. But I think conditions changed after the lunch break, so they've obviously filled in that patch of earth and rolled it out. And so it's not there now.
Nothing happened for him for the second new ball, isn't it?
Bowls again. Clark trying to play across the line there. And the ball's ended up towards point, no run.
Just the odd time, isn't there? Like that
There's
one.
a little bit of drift on that, wasn't there? Dawson again comes in and bowls. Clark with a back foot punch up to wide mid on for 1.
Closing in on a 100 partnership here.
Yeah. So Dawson's into his 44th over, 4 for 123, 6 maidens.
He's catching up Callum Parkinson.
Yeah.
43 overs he bowled. Oh, he's gone past him.
So what's he got now? 312 first-class wickets, including the 4 in this game. Bedingham has faced 224 balls for his 126 as he faces this one from Dawson. It's played along the ground, past square leg to the boundary for 1.
What worries me from a Hampshire point of view about Bedingham is that he's not playing any differently on 120 that he didn't do on 20 or 40 or 60. He's just playing the same way.
It's been quite an interesting duel between him and Dawson. There's been 1 or 2 little moments, nervous moments, where the ball's skidding through and staying low.
And
Clark goes for a quick single. He just plays it short on the offside. 1 run. It's fielded in the end by Felix Organ, but he came in from mid-off to collect it.
Some batters out there, they get to 100 and they start sort of doing different things, but he's done nothing different, Bedingham.
Dawson in again. This has gone off to backward square leg for 1 run. Fielded by Kyle Abbott. Well, David Bedingham got a lot of records. He did get 310 in 1 game against Derbyshire in 2021. He was the first Durham player to score 300 or more in a match. So a career best 257, followed by 53 not out. And the 257, the second highest knock for a Durham player, behind Martin Love, who got 273 against
Kent.
Hampshire.
Oh.
And you might have played in that one in 2003. Did you play in that one?
No, I'd finished by 99. Yeah.
Right, so I can't blame you for conceding all the runs then. He's also had a double 100 at Notts in 2021, 237 there as well.
315 for 5, Felix Organ into Bedingham. Ooh, that just bounces a fraction. He pushes at that, yeah, and it was in the air. Organ is flat out across the wicket. The umpire's just saying, I think you might need to get up.
Yeah.
But it didn't, it wasn't, for me, it wasn't anywhere near him in the end, but such is the way that even quarter chances are few and far between, that I suppose you've got to shout for something or get excited about something there as Organ comes in again and bowls, pushed into the ground.
The 237 at Notts, that was 58 in the first innings and 180 not out in the second, and he got 204 in a match against Worcestershire at home last year. He made 118 in the first innings and 86 in the second. Prolific is the word.
Yes, certainly sounds it. Here's Organ again. Bedingham gets one. It comes back at him a bit. Just works out on the onside. A little earlier we were talking about early bats, and me and Stanley were just having a conversation about what we had in the early days, and one or two were joining in. Brian Budd, silentcricket@gmail.com, says his first bat was a Roy Marshall autograph. Wow, what was that, Dave? About 50s?
We've got two.
Oh, Hampshire have got two in the archives. Oh, there you go. That's turned away square on the leg side. Felix Organ's getting a little excited because I think a ball's probably about a millimetre off the straight the last couple, but thankful for small mercies.
My first bat was a cut down bat from Alec Coxon, who used to play for Yorkshire. He became a coach at Whitburn in the 70s.
Morgan Bowl slightly quicker. Oh, he's wrapped on the pad.
Too high.
Oh, it's just maybe too high going down the leg side. There's a quicker ball. Bedingham deceived a little on that one. Just watching the replay. Hang on, I'll come back to that.
Yeah.
On the live picture feed, and
It's too high, isn't it?
yeah. So you've gone.
Yeah, Alec Coxon cut a bat down for me. They used to do that in the day, didn't they?
They
Don't
did,
think
yeah.
anybody does that anymore now. Probably couldn't get kids' bats back then.
Bedingham forward, out towards mid-wicket. Good over that from Felix Organ. That's a maiden. It's 315 for 5. Yeah, I think I remember having a bat cut down for me.
He played for Yorkshire for a period. He was a local league pro as well, in the Durham Senior League. And there's a book called Grassroots, which was written about the history of South Shields Cricket Club. And there's a photograph of him in there. Former Daily Mirror news reporter Clive from South Shields, and the photographs Alec Coxon sort of demonstrating how you bowl a particular delivery, and he's got Clive's arms in the air, ball in Clive's hand. The one thing, Clive's got a cigarette coming out of his mouth as they're going through this coaching session. Clive Crickmer. Funny book, that, Grassroots. It's, you can still find it. I think my granddad did a lot of the drawings for it as well. Dawson, left arm over, pavilion end, loops one up to Clark. He plays that up to mid-off, no run there. The sun is shining on the top of the batsmen's helmets, and they're glistening. Dark blue, but bright light coming off them. Dawson bowls again in his sunglasses. What are they appealing for there?
A run out or stumping. One of the two.
Bale's come off.
Yeah.
I think it's gone down the leg side, ricocheted off the wicket keeper's foot maybe, and hit the stumps.
Yeah.
The keeper and short leg both turned to square leg umpire to appeal. The noise you can hear in the distance is a cleaner's trolley being wheeled around the ground on the concourse. Dawson bowls. Clark defends off stump.
It's getting some attention as well from one or two spectators walking past.
Yeah, it's a long way to push on it. Maybe they thought it was an ice cream trolley. 315 for 5. Dawson bowls again. That's gone to backward square leg, no run. There is no pace in this match at all. It's the run rate at the minute. 3.16. This is turned by Clark out through mid-wicket for 1 run. It's the wicket where basically just eat out time. As we said, it's not offering much to the bowlers. It's a batting track, but it's not a fast batting track. It's not a fast accruing runs track. So Hampshire went along at 3.3, I think it was.
And the Baz bowlers from Division 2?
Yeah, 3.1.
3.2.
This is defended. It reminds me, really, if I'm looking for an example.
Well, you've said Kidderminster, but you obviously picked out your fastest scoring game of the season so far.
Well, I used it as an example of how you were wrong. I'm looking for...
I wasn't wrong, because it's a fact that you guys were the fastest scoring team of the two divisions last year. That's
like
fact.
comparing apples with pears now, isn't it now?
And then all I was saying was that in this game, what's happened to that Bazball approach?
Well, they're playing on dull pitches with no life in them, aren't they? Slow tracks.
Was that not the case in Division 2 at all?
There were one or two towards the back end of the season, but not really early on. But I mean, the weather was a lot better last year at the start of the year, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So, what was Hampshire's first innings?
I thought you looked at that earlier.
I did, I forgot. 3.4, so there you are.
97 this partnership. Here's Felix Organ. Bowls. And that's turned away on the offside by Graham Clark. Calls Bedingham through.
You know, there's these companies that allow teenagers to go and learn how to drive off road, so in a sealed off car park or something like that. So my daughter's had a couple of driving lessons a few weeks ago, and one of them was in first gear for the entire lesson, but it was round and round a car park near the Metro Centre. The other one got into second gear, no higher. And that's where we are with this game.
You're right. Next ball to Bedingham. I do agree with you. Email here from Neil Housworth again, cricket@gmail.com. He says, why hasn't Tom Prest bowled? Well, I agree, maybe it'll be his time shortly. I suppose when you brought in an extra off-spinner, or brought in an off-spinner in Felix Organ, you've got to give him a good go. It's down the leg side. Good take, Ben Brown. Whipped the bails off as well, but Beddingham's in behind the crease. 3:15. Here we are. I wonder if the other games are as close to being a draw as this one.
Well, when I looked early, there was only 2 matches where the third innings had begun.
Is that right?
Yeah.
It's a good season to be a batter this year. So let's push back to the bowler. Where are we? Kent 2, 16 for 5 against Worcestershire.
Bit of action going on here.
18 for 7. Where's that?
There's a buzzard flying around above us.
Is it?
Yeah. Just riding the third.
A buzzard?
Yeah. You see it up there? Big thing.
Can't see it. Bedingham's on the back foot. Clark was going to take a quick single. Bedingham, I think that was a sensible call of no. Oh yeah, Warwickshire batting third. 89.
Right, well that's...
for 3. Yeah. Where is it?
That big black thing going round and round in circles.
Up there. It's miles away.
I know. Something to talk about.
It's over the Isle of Wight. Huh?
Is it? For the move the Isle of Wight.
Here comes Organ again. Bedingham drives into the ground and Organ picks it up, and he's completed 25 overs now, has 1 for 59. Durham 317 for 5, trail by 186.
Pete says, afternoon Marty, Powder Monkey are the local brewer and sponsor Fleetlands FC in Gosport. Yeah, that was something we were discussing earlier. Di Davies says 21st century boy, because that is what David Bedingham came today when he got his 100. It's 21st century. He says that was a song by Zieg Zieg Sputnik back in 1986. Remember them? They were a man.
Yeah, I remember them.
And Derek says, I'm watching Melanie, Ellie and Rebecca all playing on a sunny day in Backworth for Alnmouth and Lesbury ladies. Got you on the radio. So that's his 2 daughters and his wife playing in that one. I think it used to be Backworth Colliery Welfare, and they used to, as part of the miners' welfare, they used to have a little 9-hole golf course around the cricket ground as well.
Nice.
Just up above Newcastle. Sort of southern reaches of Northumberland. Looks like another game started over the fence.
They're playing 2 T20s, maybe, I
there
guess.
you are. This is the second one then. Dawson's taking his time before he begins this over from the pavilion end. Left arm round to Clark. Bit of a leading edge from Clark. Goes along the floor to backward point. Subfielder picks it up. So he's on for Gubbins, isn't he then?
Yes.
Yeah. Bowler comes in again, and that's cut by Clark that covers. I remember Zieg Zieg Sputnik, yeah. They were a punky looking thing. Yeah. Ah, that was in Portsmouth, was it? Right.
Dave was the supporting act.
That. He was the agent. Clark down to this one. Bat and pad. I thought he was a jazz man. Didn't have him
Bit
down
of
as a
skiffle
sort of bit
and
of
then punk.
New wave punk. Skiffle punk. there's a new genre. 317 for 5. 3 dot balls so far in this over. Clark
Shot.
drives. That's a nice shot. He's pushed that just beyond Dawson, between him and mid-on, and it's away up to the pavilion end for 4. Dawson couldn't get across to it because David Bedingham was standing just to his right. Partnership of 102.
Is that the first 100 partnership?
Yes.
All those partnerships.
Second partnership for Hampshire, 86. Then there was a 94 for the third, 88 for the fifth, 72 for the sixth, 60 for the seventh. Durham had a 97 for the third. This is defended by Clark. So again, you know, all those partnerships, they're amazing. In the first one, that goes past 100.
It's weird, isn't it? On a wicket like this,
Yeah.
game like this.
Next ball played upfield by Clark for 1, 2 long off.
Right, there's going to be a change here. Martin, you're staying.
All right, okay.
Yeah, they can't
5
get enough.
overs to go to tea.
Yeah, can't get enough of you.
Yeah.
And then you're going to be joined by Stanley Marissa.
Have I got the second series? Is that what you're saying? Well, Durham very much doing here what Hampshire did over the previous 2 days. Grafting, methodical batting, pick the bad balls, slow track. What do you reckon, Stanley?
Yeah, I know. Obviously, when Hampshire got that 503, there would have been a little bit of scoreboard pressure. You know, you are looking up and you can see 503, but they have batted well and they've done their job, I guess, in that sense. It's Felix Organ bowls and Graham Clark just pushes this into the offside and no run. But yeah, around the David Bedingham 100, there have been contributions. Handy contributions. Alex Lees at the top of the order with 71. Graham Clark now on 30 not out, batting well. There's Organ bowls and back of a length and pulled away into the onside, and good fielding again from Toby Albert out there and slides and cuts that down and just keeps it to 1. So good work from him on the field for Nick Gubbins, who's recently become a father. Congratulations to him and his wife. 3-2-3 for 5.
So remember the follow-on target 3-5-4.
Organ back of a length and Bedingham pushes this into the onside and no run. Yeah, so we can probably safely say, well, I guess we can't safely say, but it's more than likely that, given the evidence that we've seen so far this innings, and Durham should get to the follow-on, and a quick single taken, a slight misfield, and that offside allows them to come back for 2. A couple of runs there for David Bedingham, moves him to 130, 325 for 5. 2 balls remaining in this, the 103rd over.
Oh, did it? That's good.
Organ past umpire Wharf, bowls to David Bedingham, who pushes this into the onside, and again no run. Quite a lot going on around the ground. A lovely day again. We've had 3 days of glorious weather, perfect cricket weather. As Bedingham pushes this time, can he beat the fielder? That's good work. Fletcher Middleton cut that single off, and that ends the over. 325 for 5. Bedingham 130. Graham Clark 30 not out. So where from then for, I guess on the Durham perspective, just carry on batting?
Oh yeah, I mean, they're not level yet, obviously, so there's still work to be done there, but I can't see at this moment in time anything other than handshakes around about 5 o'clock tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's just,
Unless
the game's just not developed any pace, really, has it? It's normally day 3, you think moving day, it's the day that things happen, games take on a new look about them, but as yet, of course, that follow-on target needs to be put to bed first of all. Dawson to Clark. Clark plays the ball up to mid-on. Oof, and he's nearly run out there. There's a throw at the stumps as he's going to the bowler's end, and there was a big puff of dust came up. And it wasn't far off the target, that, from Brad Wheel.
I guess when a side gets 500 in the first innings,
Yeah.
the side batting second is going to have to do well to get a positive result, aren't they? As in a win, realistically.
In comes the bowler again. This is played away by Bedingham to mid-on. And Kevin's on about the pace of Durham's batting, but, you know, equally Hampshire chose to bat and batted very slowly. So they've eaten up quite a lot of time to make 503. Bedingham looks to turn that to the leg side and I think jams it onto his pad with his bat.
Yeah, I think
So
that's
a lot of time was taken out of the game, wasn't it? I mean, 147 overs. So Durham didn't get into bat yesterday afternoon until just before tea.
Yeah.
And, you know, Durham don't have to go at a rate of knots here. The pressure's on. If Hampshire want to win this one, it's their home game. Pressure's on them to try and get the wickets. Durham can just play Hampshire at their own game in terms of pace of innings. Dawson bowls. And that's flicked away, fine leg. It might go for 4. It is going to go for 4. Bedingham on strike there. So he moves on to 134 from 246 balls. Durham 330 for 5 and now trailing by 173. And importantly, 24 runs away from wiping out that follow-on. Dawson in his 47th over is about to bowl the last ball of it, and he does. And that's a dot ball. The ball just comes to rest on the offside. End of the over.
Yeah, I think the issue for this game in particular has probably been that, of course, it's a flat pitch and there's a lot of runs available, but
It's a flat, slow pitch as
it's
well.
very difficult to score runs quickly. So obviously we saw the Durham bowlers bowl to good fields and decent areas, and you know, you have to take a risk, I guess, if you're going to try and score quickly. But I don't think it's that easy to maybe hit the ball over the top, or you know, try and be a bit more proactive. The runs are there, but they probably come a bit slower, and we've seen that the run rates have pretty much been exactly the same in both innings. Which does suggest that it's not that easy to score runs at a quick Felix Organ from the pavilion end, sorry, the hotel end, and that's a run out. There's going to be a run out. Wow, that's outstanding work that from James Fuller. It looks like it. There was a play and a miss actually from Graham Clark, and he was called through by David Bedingham, and the throw was to the non-striker's end, and he was short of his ground with a direct hit. That has just come out of the blue. Wow. So we're seeing
Bounces off the thigh of the keeper, doesn't it?
It's outstanding work.
Yeah.
It's middle stump. That is outstanding from James Fuller. And like we said, that's just come out of the blue.
Risky single that. I don't think Clark had any idea where that ball had gone. It had gone behind him.
Well, I think this game needed something to happen, and it was always going to be potentially a run out that was looking the most likely, I guess, because there was not much happening in the pitch, but that was very, very smart from James Fuller.
Ends the partnership at, I think it's 111. But that's interesting because Durham are now 6 down and still 24 runs away from avoiding the follow-on. And it's a mistake that's come out of nowhere, really. I think the previous over, I mentioned the throw from Brad Wheel, and it just missed the stumps, and I think Clark would have been run out then.
You did mention that.
Yeah.
I remember that. That was, yeah, we wouldn't say that they've been running, the running's been bad from these two, or, you know, shaky, but a couple of times. But that was outstanding from James Fuller. We know how athletic he actually is in the field as a good fielder, and he's got a bullet arm, and that was bullseye, middle stump. So Hampshire, have they managed to open up an end potentially?
So he's hit the stumps at the bowler's end from sort of short fine leg, hasn't he, there?
He did. Yeah, there was a lot going on there because it was a really good ball from Felix Organ, actually induced a false stroke from Graham Clark. I'm not sure if there was an inside edge, maybe a slight inside edge, but it sort of trickled to Fuller at short fine leg, and Bedingham called Graham Clark through, but the throw was to the non-striker's end, was direct hit as Bedingham is now on strike to Felix Organ, and he pushes this into the onside.
Bryden Carson, new batsman.
What's he like with the bat? Is he a handy lower order
Yeah,
bat?
he can hit a hard ball, and it's very quick between the wickets as well.
He's going to have a bit of a test here as Organ bowls to Bedingham, who's forward in defence. No run back to the bowler.
Highest score is 108 not out against Derbyshire at home last year. He's got 550s as well. Made 91 at Cardiff last year as well.
So he can bat. Again into the onside, no run. Slightly flatter that from Felix Organ. So Hampshire looking for that breakthrough, and it came through a run out. An outstanding piece of work from James Fuller. As Organ bowls to Bedingham, who's forward in defence, and pushes us back towards the bowler, and no run. One ball remaining in this, the 35th over. Pride and Cross new to the crease. So Organ bowls, and Bedingham back in his crease and pushes this. So a successful over, a wicket maiden, albeit the wicket coming through a run out, but really good from Hampshire, and have given this crowd something to potentially believe in. Graham Clark may not have expected the throw to come to the non-striker's end, but it was, yeah, he was probably a metre or two short of his ground. He may not have had any idea where the ball actually was.
I don't think he would have done.
No.
Not a clue.
Yeah, it's one of those ones. I don't know if it was anyone at fault or if it was, you know, it was probably a risky-ish single, but maybe the single was on. It's just, yeah, it's just one of those unlucky ones, I guess.
Dawson to Cars plays the ball safely into the ground. The problem with that one is when you're batting and you don't know where the ball's gone, and it's gone through you, it goes towards the keeper, you don't know if the keeper's got it or not. You're expecting he probably has. You're not expecting to be called through, so you're at a standing start, aren't you? And you're sometimes caught by surprise. Cars down the track has decided the best form of defence is attack, and he has a good sweep at this one, or a slog sweep. Gets a bottom edge and it goes behind square for one.
Yeah, no, you're very right. Like, it's a standing start. He probably wouldn't have had any idea where the ball was, so probably not expecting to be called through. But good work from the fielder, James Fuller, aware and also more importantly knew which end to throw the ball at.
Yeah. And he had a sight of the stumps as well.
Did.
Bedingham dabs that off on the leg side. Yeah, because Clark's set off up the right hand side of the track. Fuller's down at sort of short fine leg, and he's got a good view at the far end. Well, that's only part of the job. You've got to hit the stumps as well, haven't you? So it was a good throw. Yeah, Bedingham defends this one around about off stump. So Durham were again on the verge of reaching tee with a big partnership intact. Last night they lost Scott Borthwick just before tee, and Colin Ackerman just after it. And then last night, just before the close, they lost Lees in the penultimate over. Bedingham plays this ball out through mid-wicket for 1. And then just before lunch today, they lost Robinson and Potts. Bit of a delay as Dawson prepares to come in to bowl. Left arm over now to Cars. Cars dabs the ball away, short on the leg side, end of the over. So 2 runs from it. So Durham 3-3-2 for 6. So they are now 22 away from avoiding the follow-on and trail by 1-7-1 with 33 overs left in the day. So 1 over to go to tea. They had been 2-2-5 for 5 at tea. We're trailing then by 278.
It's going to be Felix Organ to continue with his right arm off spin.
It does feel a bit humid now, doesn't it? It's got a bit muggy rather than hot. It's a bit sort of sultry.
Yeah. Could those thunder showers that you mentioned be...
Well, they're meant to stay towards the west of us, but it is clouding over quite a bit. Sky is thickening up a bit.
It's Organ. Bowls past umpire Alex Wharf, and Bedingham cuts this into the offside. No run. 3-3-2 for 6. Durham moving along quite nicely, having just recently lost Graham Clark to that run out as Organ bowls. No run into the onside. But they'll be relatively pleased with where they are. Went into lunch 2-2-5 for 4. Now they're 3-3-2 for 6, so he'll be happy with that session as Bedingham back in his crease. Has a little look at his bat. Actually, I'm not sure if they came off the toe end.
That's come off the toe, pitched, and then gone at a right angle.
Yeah. Kev James was mentioning the tempo of David Bedingham, how here he is, 135, and his batting image hasn't changed. As Organ bowls and Bedingham clips this into the onside, hasn't changed in terms of how he looks at the crease, and he's been very solid throughout this innings. It's been good to watch. A few seagulls flying across as Organ past the umpire gives this one a little bit of air, and Bedingham drives to Kyle Abbott, who shapes to shy at the stumps but holds the ball. The sun starts to break through those clouds that Martin mentioned. It's Organ bowls, and David Bedingham is back in his crease again, and he pushes this into the onside, so that will be tea. So just the 1 wicket in that session for Hampshire, and Durham will be happy with the way they've progressed. 2-2-5 for 5 at lunch, just losing the 1 wicket. That of Graham Clark run out to James Fuller, or no, could we be getting another over? Actually, Martin, is potentially another over. Apologies, we thought that was tea.
It hasn't got to 22.
No, it hasn't.
Yeah, they have to play another over.
Excuse me.
So the over rates so far, is it +6 still? +6.
Yep.
So there will be one more over. Dawson bowls. That's defended by Cost. The previous over from Organ was a maiden. Hopefully then a prompt finish at 6 o'clock. That'll do nicely. muggy evening here in Southampton. There's a thick sea fret at home apparently, so can't see your hand in front of your face. That one skids in low and Course is late to it but plays it off towards point. It's nice, this is an afternoon for being in the back garden, isn't it, with a cold beer or a cold lemonade or something. Indeed, many of you might be doing that while listening to us. Carse gets forward to this one, meets the ball as it pitches, plays it back along the ground to Dawson. I think somebody needs to tie a shoelace here. Slow this over down. I haven't clicked over to 22 yet. 3 balls to go. Dawson comes in. Carse plays the ball to point. No run. Two balls to go to tea, and then 31 remaining in the day, but they could get more in if they're ahead of themselves. It looks like it's drifting down the leg side. There's a shout of catch it, but from this angle it didn't look like the ball really got up much at all. One delivery to go then. Has this clock ticked 40? It has. They're taking short leg to silly point. Fletcher middle going in there. There's a leg slip in place as well, and a first slip. Dawson bowls. Oh, that nearly gets through Castle's defence as he goes back into his crease with a big stride back there and just manages to keep that one away. So that is tea. It's another maiden. So Durham close at tea. 332 for 6. They trail by 171. And they need another 22 to avoid the follow-on. 108 overs gone. So not a bad session from a Durham point of view. Just the 1 wicket to fall, a run out, which was a bit needless in the circumstances with about 3 or 4 overs to go to the break. But ball bowled to Clark, went past him, went past the keeper. He was called through for a run by David Bedingham, and it was a little bit taken by surprise, I think, slow to get going. The ball went to fine leg, Fuller hit the stumps at the bowler's end, and he was run out for 32. But importantly, he'd occupied the crease for quite a substantial amount of time. He faced 106 balls, and during that period put on 111 for the 6th wicket with David Bedingham. So 2 wickets went in the final session yesterday, 2 just before lunch today, and 1 in the afternoon session this afternoon.
Umpires Alex Wharf and Russell Warren leading the Hampshire team out once more. And the two not out Durham batters to the middle. The state of play at tea on day 3. We are still in the first innings of this game. Durham replying to that Hampshire all-out total of 503 are 332 for 6. David Bedingham is still there. He's 135 not out. Bryden Cass, the new batter, 1 not out. He's there because a bit of a mix-up with calling between Bedingham and Graham Clark resulted in James Fuller throwing the stumps down at the end that Graham Clark was running to, and he went for 32. So Durham trail by 171 runs. We have 31 overs minimum left in the day. We'll probably get 32 or 33 the way Hampshire are bowling. I'm Kevin James. A little later you'll hear from BBC Radio Newcastle's Martin Emerson, but Stanley Marissa, former Zimbabwe A batter, alongside me for this next period of play. And I think we're expecting more runs, aren't we, really? I can't see where too many wickets are coming from. It's been the case throughout the game as the first delivery sees Bedingham pushing that out on the onside. Wicket's not deteriorating. Not a lot happening, really.
Not much, Kev, no.
There's Organ looking for his second wicket of this Durham innings, as that's quietly pushed out on the offside. His first wicket came at 5 to 4 yesterday, so he's gone a whole day without adding to his single wicket. Already got Scott Borthwick out bowled, first of the Durham wickets to fall. Flighted and driven by Bedingham down towards deep mid-on, and that will be a single. 136. Bedingham moves on to 333 for 6 Durham. I don't know what it's going to take to get rid of Bedingham.
I'm not entirely sure. That's probably a question that a few teams have come up against, but he's been good.
Certainly has. Bryden Cass then to face Organ, who works that to mid-wicket. Good diving stop there from Fletcher Middleton. If you are still wondering where Nick Gubbins is on the field today, I think most people know by now, but him and his wife have had a baby girl, so that's why he's not on the field today. It's pushed out on the offside. They'll take a single. Cass moves on to 2, 334 for 6. That's why Toby Albert has been out there all day today. He'll certainly be feeling it as well out there. It's been another hot one. It's Organ again comes away from us and bowls. Bedingham works that to mid-wicket, and that's the end of the first over after tea. 334 for 6 Durham. They trail by 169. A little earlier, Martin was saying about games in the third innings. The Lancashire-Nottinghamshire game has just gone into its third innings. Lancashire 331 all out, Nottinghamshire 503 all out. Lancashire are just starting in their second innings, and they're in the third innings between Warwickshire and Surrey. Warwickshire 343 all out, Surrey 464 all out, and Warwickshire 130 for 4. So this game and the Kent-Worcestershire game are still in their second innings.
Yeah, so a similar theme, I guess, around the country at the moment. Maybe the Surrey-Warwickshire game potentially heading to... Well, it's probably a little bit tighter as Liam Dawson is going to partner Felix Organ from the pavilion end, and he bowls and Bryden Cass drives and no run. 334 for 6. Liam Dawson, 49 overs. He's racked up.
Callum Parkinson got away with it.
He
43.
did. 43 as Dawson bowls to... That's down. There was a shout of a catch. I'm not sure if at short leg. I'm not sure if that's come off the bat or if it was off the pad, but there was shouts to catch it. But not a lot of disappointment, so I'm not entirely sure. It's Dawson bowls and Cass this time forward in defence, and no run into the onside. Yeah, 49 overs he's bowled. One short of a full list A game, I guess, on his own. But he's toiled away, and he's been really good, actually, as you'd come to expect from Liam Dawson. Accurate. As he bowls to Carson, short leg just moved over to silly point, just in front of the batsman's eye line. No run there. But they've huffed, they've puffed, they've changed the field, they've tried different things, but unfortunately the pitch has just not probably provided the amount of turn that cast goes into the air. This is up in the air, there's a potential chance, but just over Felix Organ's head. So he went to go over the top, but got a slightly thickish outside edge, and it looped. At one moment we thought Felix Organ might be underneath that one.
Yeah, it's a difficult one, that, isn't it? It's one of those where you're running towards the ball, you're never quite sure how far you're away from it, are you?
No. You almost have to start running straight away to give yourself any chance, but Dawson bowls this time to Cast, who defends, and no run. Ended that over. 3-3-6 for 6.
It's also running into the sun, isn't it? That ball's up in the air and he's looking into the sun, I'm sure, looking at the shadows.
And you're also 110 overs in the dirt, so you're probably not as quick off the mark as you would normally be.
Yeah, but at least Bryden Cast has showed something there,
Yeah.
hasn't he, really? Looks
Yeah.
like he might be prepared to go after it a bit.
Yeah.
Cast is the average is 29, just under 1,500 runs, playing his 47th first-class match. It's with the England Lions in India in January and February. Just waiting for Bedingham to compose himself. Ready at the start of another over from Felix Organ over the wicket. Bedingham works that away square on the leg side, as he's so often done in this innings of 137. He's kept his strike rate around the early 50s, hasn't it? And it's been pretty steady throughout his innings.
Yeah.
51 is on at the moment, 51 runs per 100 balls. It's been around and about there for the whole time. Cast on strike. And if he'll take Felix Organ on. Nice drive through extra cover. They may look for 2. Now they'll have to settle for 1, because fielder Brad Wheel is out there, sporting a lovely sun hat.
He's been out there most of the innings, hasn't he, Brad Wheel?
Yes, he has. Yeah.
All on his own.
Slightly short boundary side. There's a few
Yes.
spectators over there to keep him company. Only a few, though. He's worked on the onside. Oh, there's mix-up. They both stopped, and they have to hurry. They're all right, but they went, they stopped, they went, they stopped, and well, that's not great running at all. And that was Bedingham again involved in that. He was involved in the run-out with Graham Clark, and that could have been horrendous.
The throw had to go straight away, didn't it, Kev? There was a bit of confusion, well, I guess indecision from Ali Orr on which end to go to. If he had just picked one end and thrown the ball, I think someone would have been run up by quite a long way.
Forward is Cast out on the offside for a single. It was amazing to watch, isn't it? When you see two batters run, stop, you thought, what is going to happen here? And they got themselves out of it, fortunately.
They did.
340 for 6. Single off every ball of Morgan's over so far. Not this time, as it goes out square on the offside. I was going to say it's about the only way that Bedingham looks like getting out, but both times it's been the partner. Once was a run out, that one so nearly. Last ball of Organ's 30th over. Spinners are getting through some overs here. It's played quietly out on the offside, so he's completed 30. Dawson's completed 50. That's 80 overs, and if you include the 1 over from Nick Gubbins last night, that's 81 overs out of 111 that have been exclusively slow.
Yeah, it's a lot of overs of spin. Unfortunately, the pitch probably hasn't spun as sharply and as quickly, and probably not deteriorated as much as expected. Maybe in parts it has turned here and there, but probably not consistently to cause enough, I guess, enough confusion for the batsmen, for the batters, and Liam Dawson's going to continue. He's got a slip, leg slip, silly point in front of the bats, and mid-wicket, mid-off and mid-on are both up as he bowls to Bryden Cast, who defends this into the onside for no run.
Thank you to Dave Vokes and also to Joe, who have both messaged me to say, look at the scoreboard, the over rate now is +9. This is going ridiculous.
Yes. He's going to have to take another picture, isn't he? This one. As Dawson bowls and Cast is back in his crease and pushes this back to the bowler for no run.
Yeah, the +6 photo's out of date.
It's been
+9.
replaced.
I really do think this is uncharted territory. I don't think ever have Hampshire been in this position over rate wise. -9 maybe at times.
Dawson puts a little bit of extra flight on that one, but slightly full, and Cast just jabs that back towards Liam Dawson.
And Fidel Edwards was playing. it was always low.
Hit a long run up.
Ugh.
Dawson comes in and bowls to Cast, who pushes this into the onside. Ben Brown does the clearing up.
Interesting that Brad Wheels only bowled 6 overs in this innings as well. I wonder if maybe he's feeling something.
Yeah. Dawson comes in and again Cast forward and no run there. It's interesting actually, between Brad Wheel and James Fuller, they've probably bowled maybe 13 overs between them. So maybe it's just a sign that there's probably not that much pace in the pitch, and you don't really want to, I guess, drive your fast bowlers into the dirt. And as Cast back in his crease and pushes this forward to Liam Dawson, who throws that ball back to Ben Brown and ends another over. 51 for Liam Dawson.
Well, they've actually been, economy rate wise, the most expensive bowlers. If you forget Nick Cummins' 1 over last night for 11, I think that was just an experiment or just to change the bowlers around. But Fuller's 9 overs, none for 31, so just under 3.5 an over. Brad Wheels 6 overs for 27, he's 4.5. Abbott's been going at 3 and over. Dawson just over 2 3/4, and Felix Organ around 2 1/4. So the guys with the best economy rate have been bowling the most over, especially the spinners. There's a chat down below us. Perhaps Brad Wheel is coming on now. He has the ball in his hand. So just as we were saying that Brad Wheels, has he got a little niggle or hasn't he? He's not bowled too many overs. He's going to be bowling from our commentary end. So Felix Organ will take a break. 340 for 6, then Durham trail by 163. The run rate is 3 and over throughout the 112 overs. We've had a total of 3 wickets today. At least yesterday we'd seen 6 by now. In fact, very nearly 7 at this stage. Down the leg side. First ball from Brad Wheel to David Bedingham. The session between lunch and tea, Durham added 107 for the loss of Clark. It's not slow, to be fair to them. It feels slow at times, maybe because Hampshire are getting through a few more overs. They're not showing too much urgency, Durham. They seem to be just happy just to chip it away at Hampshire's 503. Lapped on the pad there, Cast, as he was trying to whip that away on the leg side. So Bedingham, that's a leg by. Just imagine even the umpires now just lifting their leg to signal leg buys. Even those legs will be feeling a bit heavier.
It really will. I always think about the keepers in these situations.
Not easy.
Crouching every single ball for 112 overs.
Here's Brad Wheel then. See Bryden Cast forward. Goes out to extra cover where James Vince is fielding. Neil Prowse has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com under the heading of pitches. He says, bearing in mind that most of the pitches across the country appear to be pretty much the same as the ones here this season, it would be interesting to know if the ECB instructed the ground staff to produce these type of pitches for some weird reason, ? It's definitely not about producing entertaining 4-day cricket. Well, as I've said before, Cast drives that up to mid-on, thinks about a single, it goes up to Dawson. But if you're Rob Key, and he's been quoted as saying it in public, that 4-day games are 4-day games. 4-day games aren't 3. Doesn't want to see 70 miles an hour bowlers turning their arm over and nipping the ball off the seam all over the place. He wants to see spinners bowling lots of overs. You would have thought he'd have been here all 4 days.
Yeah.
That he wouldn't have been able to keep his eyes off it.
Wow.
And this is the place to be. We haven't seen him.
What is the answer then, Kev? Is it trying to find a pitch that's, I guess, surely it can't be that hard to find one that's in between somewhere. I mean, of course, there are going to be days when people don't bat that well and you might have a game.
Length ball to Cass. Again, it goes out to Vince.
You might have a game where, you know, it does finish in 3 days, maybe not because of the pitch, but I guess maybe someone might have a good day bowling or something along those lines. But it's hard. It
is. It's and again, I've said this a few times that, you know, at the end of the day, county cricket should be entertaining, but there is a fine line between this and being entertaining. And if you don't quite get it right, it's in the air from Cass, goes over one of the 2 fielders at mid wicket, and that is another good stop. Well, we'll have to hurry. Oh, it's just gone on the boundary rope. That's Toby Albert again flinging himself to his left there in the deep. He kept the ball in, but as the rope just starts to come round on the curve, unfortunately the ball travelled and just touched the rope before he could recover in time. 345 for 6. It's got to be entertaining. I don't think that if you get it, I'm not saying getting it slightly wrong, that's probably the wrong word, but if you're trying to produce something and it's not exact, then you maybe get to this. But on the other hand to this, I do know that Hampshire, this first block of 7 games, they looked at this 7 games and they're a tough block. I mean, there's still Surrey to come here yet.
Yep.
Notts next week. You know, Durham here, Warwickshire and Lancashire. That is a tough opening first half to the season in the Championship, and I do know that they didn't want to, you know, get on the wrong end of results.
Yep, it's Liam Dawson from the pavilion end, and Dave Bedingham pushes to mid-on, no run.
It just so happens that, unfortunately, what we've seen is wickets that struggle to produce a result one way or another.
Yeah. Dawson past umpire Warren and bowls over the wicket and wraps Bedingham on the pads and falls into the offside.
I think most people would be the first to admit that Hampshire probably haven't played their best cricket at the start of this season, but they haven't been a million miles off it. But I think even a Hampshire team playing 20% better might have struggled to produce results in the last 2 home games here.
Yeah, definitely is. Dawson bowls slightly flatter this time and no run again. I think when you see the likes of Kyle Abbott, Mohammed Abbas struggling for wickets, you know, these guys are proven performers over a number of years. So for them to be struggling...
But they're not the only ones.
They aren't.
No, there's others up and down the country.
Exactly. Dawson bowls and David Bedingham pushes into the onside square to Brad Wheel, and he's going to pick up a single. The score moves on to 3-4-6 for 6.
You know, this may yet prove to be a seriously good game, because there is still a lot of time left. We've got the whole day tomorrow, of course. Don't forget that. And who knows?
Liam Dawson around the wicket, over the wicket, bowls and outside edge. No run. There is a lot of cricket still to be played. I think a few wickets here and there could... But I guess from a Hampshire perspective, it has to come pretty soon. They need to be either batting sometime today as Dawson bowls, and driven firmly actually gets a hand to it and hits the stumps at the bowler's end, but Bedingham was in his crease and no run. 3 4 6 for 6.
Let's be honest. The game needs Durham to be all out now reasonably quickly, and Hampshire have a lead of over 100, maybe 120. Is that likely to happen from what we've seen? Probably not. Or Durham to up the run rate a little bit and get 150 ahead. Or maybe they don't have to up the run rate, but to get 150 ahead, he needs to score another 300 on top of this. And how long is that going to take currently at 3 runs and over? Yeah. So either Durham get ahead reasonably quickly in the context of this game as Wheel starts again. Pass to Bedingham. Bedingham flicks that away down the leg side, misses, taken by Ben Brown, and then Hampshire have a session and a half, session and 2/3 maybe, to bat the 4th time. Now that actually might be fairly tricky. It's happened in the last games here. Helped with a bit of weather, and looks like if that is the situation again, that weather's coming in again towards the back end of tomorrow. Here's Wheel, comes in again and bowls, driven by Bedingham. Back to Wheel, but it does, and as one or two have said, and Tom Press said it last night when I spoke to him after his second 100 for Hampshire, first at home, he felt this wicket is really not playing a lot different pace-wise to the previous 2 games, and I don't know, first day or so I thought it might have been a fraction cricketer, but he didn't particularly think it was. Here's Wheel. Let's come back a fraction at Bedingham. He doesn't time that drive on the up. Clifford Emmons has emailed solidifies@gmail.com just pointing out as well that Hampshire's over 8 is +9. Is that a first? I don't know for sure, but it certainly is unusual. But then again, how many days do we see Liam Dawson bowl 50 odd overs in an innings backed up by Felix Organ's 30 overs? Very rare. We mentioned earlier, Wheel comes in, Bedingham works that to mid-wicket. We mentioned earlier, Stanley, didn't we, there was a group of children here, weren't they? They arrived, about 20, 25 of them.
Yeah.
To our right, by the scoreboard to our right, west side of the ground, and they were all together and obviously being looked after by a few adults in that, and we weren't quite sure who they were, but Neil Halsworth has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com, and he says, just to let you know, the group of children who arrived before tea are now involved in what appears to be a very exciting game of street cricket on the concourse.
Oh.
Over to our left. I can't quite see it at the moment. They must be behind the stand. That's pushed away into extra cover. I think they're scoring at about 6 and over, says Neil. Well, don't say that too loudly because you might see if several people get up and walk over to that side of the ground and watch. So we'll whisper that one. Exactly half the run rate here, or the run rate here is. David Bedingham just seems to be happy to play his own pace. Here's Wheel, bowls, Bedingham whips that away just short of mid-wicket. Oh, it was in the air. Fletcher Middleton just bounced in front of him. And I suppose that's the problem on a slow pitch, where if you do go after and go looking for the ball and you try and force it, then the ball does travel in the air. If you wait for it more and play it later, then the ball travels along the ground. But you just maybe saw there the first time that David Bedingham may be just, I don't know, not frustrated. I don't think he doesn't look that type of player, but in forcing it, and he stopped himself forcing it, that you can see there what happens if you do.
Yeah, that's very true. Maybe a slightly quicker pitch and he might have found the fielder there. But he probably won't be phased too much. Just looks like, sometimes you get those batters that just seem to get in a bubble, and nothing that's happening around them really seems to change anything that they're doing, and he looks like that kind of player.
He does.
As Liam Dawson continues and casts down the wicket, showing a little bit of aggression. Doesn't quite get it out the middle of the bat and just squirts to mid-on, but he's looked like the most likely to show some sort of aggression. Dawson bowls and Cast goes for a big sweep this time and wraps him on the pads. 3 4 6 for 6. So I don't know, from a Durham perspective, what do you think they're looking at doing? Maybe upping the ante slightly, I guess, or Cast edges that and they come through for a single. There's a chance of a run out. Direct hit, but Bedingham is safe, so a lot going on in that ball.
That's a chance.
Looked like a clip.
That's an edge. It was given runs.
It was given runs.
Has it come off? Has it deflected off Ben Brown's glove on its way to James Vince?
I've got a feeling that that's what happened. Not sure if we're going to get the replay of that.
Definitely an edge because it was given runs and it was catchable height.
Yeah, it looked like definitely must have got a hand of Ben Brown as Bedingham again forward and solid in defence. I mean, we've seen that every now and again out of that rough patch. Liam Dawson's managed to get some sharp turn, but probably not on a consistent enough basis to cause problems in inside edge this time from Bedingham as he came forward. They're going to trot through for a single. Brings Bryden Cast back on strike. He's 11 of 34 deliveries. 23 overs remaining after this ball this evening as Dawson bowls and Bryden Cast defends and no run.
Well, that looks like half a chance anyway in that over. If it's deflected off Ben Brown's glove, then of course it's very difficult. At the first slip, you've not only got to react to the edge and the angle of the edge, but you then reacting off the glove as well. So a difficult one, but nevertheless in a game of few chances, because we have to put it down as some sort of chance. 3:48 for 6. The umpires are having a chat. What are they having a chat about? They've got the ball in their hands.
Not currently, I don't think.
No, it's with Kyle Abbott, so they're obviously chatting about something else.
What could they be chatting about? It could be anything.
Yeah, I don't think there's too much going on out there in the middle in terms of keeping things under wraps. It all looks pretty straightforward. Here's Brad Wheel. That's whipped away. Nice shot from David Bedingham. Goes out into the deep. He's kept that one along the ground. And he moves on to 141 of 284. I'm trying to think of David Bedingham, the closest he's been to coming to getting out. I can think of the very first shot he played yesterday afternoon, evening, against Liam Dawson. The first of shots that he tried to hit over the top to the spinners, and he got it wrong really, and it sort of looped over mid-wicket, but I'm not sure mid-wicket was really in the game there. Short, and Cast just sways inside the line, keeps his hands down. And then first over, I think, with the second new ball earlier today.
Playing a miss.
Playing a miss outside the off stump, and that's about really all we can report out of the 284 balls that Bedingham has faced. He's looked about as solid as I think I've ever seen a player.
Yeah. I think that's the thing. If you are a good player and you come across a flat pitch like this, you have to cash in.
Yeah. It's Cast facing though. He's whipping that away down to fine leg from fairly straight, judging by one or two of the reactions of the Hampshire players. Cast moves on to 11, and the Durham 350 is up. No bonus point, of course, because we're past the stage of bonus points in this innings. In fact, we're past the stage of bonus points in the match. We're into the 117th over, so the bonus point situation as a final total is Hampshire 5, Durham 3. And that was the case 6.5 overs ago. Here's Wheel bowls. Bedingham quietly again pushes that up to mid-on. He does look like the sort of player that would just bat and bat and bat, and we could be here Thursday.
Yep.
And he's doing exactly the same thing. He doesn't play outside of his comfort zone, or he hasn't in this innings, that's for sure. Just plays, accumulates.
I wonder what he's like as a youngster playing guard in cricket, you know? You'd be bowling to him all day. No one else would bat.
I think everybody would be going home,
Yep.
bored. Beddingham's forward, plays that back to Wheel. It'd have been dark,
Yep.
past their bedtime.
Yep. Still there.
And he's still there saying, where's everybody gone?
Yeah.
I still want to bat. Yeah, well, he's come here with a big reputation, of course. Average 50 in first class, and you can see why. I'm sure there is somebody else playing first class cricket at the moment that over a reasonable amount of games, you can't just say over a few games, but over a reasonable amount, because Beddingham's into his 94th first class game.
Yeah.
Somebody averages 50. I think he's almost out on his own. Here's Wheel to Bedingham on the back foot. Just eases that into the gap on the offside, and we'll pick up another single. You know, I like that shot. Probably you do. I don't know if that's one of your favourite shots, Stanley, but you stand there and you get in behind the line of the ball, slightly short, and you stand on top of the bounce and you just hit through the line off the back foot, and it goes out in the covers as easy as you like. When it's played properly and well with a proper technique, it's a good looking shot.
Yeah, it is. He's played some good looking shots this innings. Very impressive square of the wicket, accumulated, and also shown aggression when he's had to. A very complete player.
It's interesting last night when he came in, didn't he? And he hit those shots over the top. He hasn't done that at all today, has he?
No, maybe a little bit skittish at the beginning of his innings, but I guess most batters are. But after that, he's settled down, and he's, like we say, he's been in that bubble for a long time as Dawson comes round the wicket, over the wicket. Bedingham again pushes forward and no run. It's a lot of concentration as well though, Kev. You know, 287 balls we're talking about, and of course the pitch might not be testing, but I guess as a batter yourself, having been at the crease for so long, it takes a lot to continue as it's back of a length, and Bedingham looking square of the wicket, but gets maybe an inside edge and squirts along to James Fuller at mid-off. No run. Couple of seagulls, 3 seagulls actually to our right. It's Bedingham off his pads and out to Brad Wheel at deep square leg, and they trot through for a single.
There's the children there walking around on the west side of the ground on the bone. Finished their game, obviously.
Yep. Came in, had a little quick game, watched some cricket, and that's it. It's a good afternoon that. Dawson bowls and Bryden casts with silly point in front of him. Just pushes this towards the fielder. No run.
Actually, all got sun hats on.
Yeah, there's quite a few sun hats actually in the crowd. It's a warm day again. The weather's been fantastic for the last 3 days. As casts edges, shouts to catch it. I'm not so sure if that came off. It sort of looped, so I'm not sure if there's some pad involved as well, or off his foot maybe. Just watching the replay, and it looked like it was just straight off the toe, perhaps. Didn't matter anyway because the catch wasn't completed as Dawson bowls and casts down the wicket and gets a thickish inside edge, and they scamper through for a single. Mistimed, ends that over. 353 for 6, Durham now.
That's about 3 times now Cass has tried to hit Dawson over the top. Neither one has come out of the middle of the bat. But he looks like he is prepared to take it on. Difficult with the ball turning away from the outside edge. mentioned the crowd today. I don't think we have. I haven't. It was just not quite as many. I mean, of course, it's a championship day, so you never get a big crowd anyway, but I suspect that today is a little bit down on the first 2 days. Sort of thought that really throughout the morning and early afternoon. Sunday, sun out.
Yeah.
Might have been a few more. But first 2 days was all right. Here's Wheel. That was 2 Cars. Cars is forward. And we are into the last 21 overs of the day, and it's only 20 to 5. Wow.
They carry on
Can't
bowling
believe it.
if they get.
Oh gosh, yeah,
yeah.
you got right up to 6 o'clock, yeah. So it'll be 6 o'clock. I think we can almost safely say it's going to be 6 o'clock tonight. 3:53 for 6. Durham trail by 150 exactly. As that's wrapped Cast on the pad as he's trying to whip that away on the leg side. So one more, and they've officially saved the follow-on. So if somebody takes 4 wickets and 4 balls here, they can technically be asked to follow on. I don't think anybody really believes that's going to happen. And I don't think many people at the moment believe that Durham won't get at least level on the first innings. Here's that Wheel again. Comes in and bowls. Cast works that away to backward a point. It's a good bit of fielding.
I don't think the bowlers would be that keen on a follow-on as well.
No,
after 118 overs.
Yeah, mate, I would be. Well, I'd put some money on the fact that Hampshire won't enforce it.
No.
In the field for over 118 overs now. The prospect of a few more, even if they got lucky.
Yeah.
The second new ball's into its 39th over. There's Wheel, bowls, and Cast works that to backward a point once more. Cast looks like he is trying to find a way here. Bedingham, as we say, looks like he's just going to carry on playing the way he wants to play, which is still very effective. But Cast just looks as though he wants to take something on. You just get that feeling with his batting, don't you?
Yeah. He might just not be one of those batters that, you know, he only probably knows one way.
Here's Wheel, bowls, and Cast drives on the up. He's found the gap this time on the offside. 354 for 6, and Durham have officially saved the follow-on. Too many cheers. I don't think there's too many Durham people here, is there? I don't know.
I wonder if any have made the trip down. It's a long trip though, isn't it?
Sometimes you can see 1 or 2 in the crowd when we walk over at lunchtime and what have you, but I haven't really got that feeling. I could be wrong. Ball's taking its time, making its way back to Wheel. Here's Wheel again, bowls. Bedingham drives. Wheel stops it on his follow through, and it is 354 then for 6, trailing by 149. 20 overs left in the day. It looks like we're going to get a few more than that. And Bedingham has 143, Cast has 14. Those wickets today, they seem like ages ago. Matthew Potts, the night watchman, out after an hour and a half, caught by Prest at mid-on off the bowling of Dawson for 34. Then Ollie Robinson was bowled by Liam Dawson, one that turned out of the rough when he was coming over the wicket. He was out for 1, and then Graham Clark will run out this afternoon by a direct hit from James Fuller. He was out for 32. It's the only wickets we've seen today, and we've only seen 16 in nearly 3 full days of cricket.
Yeah, it's crazy when you look at it like that. It will be Liam Dawson to continue. 55 overs after this one is a big shot from Bryden Carson. This skips away towards that long leg boundary, and it's 4 runs for him. So that aggression that we spoke about, he continues on that way. Good strike from him. Valiant effort from Brad Wheel out there. Couldn't quite cut that off. Dawson bowls, City point in place, and Cast goes down the wicket, loops up, and the catch is taken by Toby Albert. So the aggressive approach from Bryden Cast has led to his downfall. He's gone for a big shot out that rough, and the ball's got sort of skewed off an outside edge, and it was a simple chance for Toby Albert. And a nice, good wicket for Liam Dawson, actually 5 wickets for Liam Dawson that would be. It's another sterling effort from him. 5 for 150, 55 overs into his 55th over. That's incredible work.
The 11th time that Liam Dawson has taken 5 wickets, and the 2nd time this season. 47 balls for 18 for Bryden Cast. Toby Albert, the sub, on for Nick Gubbins, who, if you missed earlier all our announcements, he is the proud father of a baby girl, which is why he hasn't been on the field today. So it's officially caught sub.
Caught sub.
Toby Albert in brackets.
Yep.
And 5 wickets for Liam Dawson. 358 for 7. But at least Bryden Cast was prepared to give it a go, which I don't think there would have been too many in the crowd that wouldn't have minded watching him for 20 minutes or so. No more than that, of course.
Yeah, we spoke about some players. I guess their only way they kind of know is put bat to ball. He's not going to hang around, and played a few decent shots.
Yeah. Liam Dawson's 5 wickets, by the way. The 11th time he's done that has come in his 194th first-class match.
It's incredible.
He has twice taken 10 wickets in a match. One of those was last year here against Middlesex.
Yeah.
On a big turning wicket. So the new batter is Ben Rain for Durham.
Left-handed Ben Rain. Haven't seen one of these for a while. No, haven't seen a left-hander since maybe Alex Lees yesterday.
Borthwick.
Yep.
2 opening partners, that's all.
Yep. It's going to be a different challenge for him, actually, with that rough patch that Liam Dawson's been able to find. Ball turning into him as we see a small change in the field. Well, a few men around the bat. There is a slip. There's a leg slip. There's a short leg too, and it looks like Ali Orr is putting his pads on to come into potentially a silly point as we speak. Actually, the leg slip is coming out. Tom Prest is moving into a mid-wicket position. So Liam Dawson, his 11th 5-wicket haul. Prior to last season had taken 5 5-wicket hauls. So he's doubled that and added an extra one, so in 12 months. So yeah, his form has been outstanding. 49 wickets last season as he bowls to Ben Rain, and he's forward, pushes this back towards Dawson, no run. Speaks a lot though, Kev, about Liam Dawson and just how important he is to this team.
Massively.
With both bat and ball. As he bowls, and Ben Rain is down the wicket and pushes this into the onside, and no run. Well, to be able to perform, you know, as a middle order batsman and score important runs, and then come out and, you know, bowl so many overs and still take so many wickets, yeah, he's so important to this side. As he bowls to Ben Rain, and again no run.
Just wondering how his spinning finger will be come the end of the day. He had 17 overs overnight. He's into his 55th here.
That's a lot of overs. As Rain is down the wicket. He pushes this into the onside aerial, but they come back for 2. So a bit more of that aggression that we've seen from Cars. Ben Rain has come out and carried that on. Ends that over. A successful one for Dawson and Hampshire. 120 gone, 360 for 7.
So he's bowled 38 overs today. Terrific stuff.
It's quite a warm day as well to bowl 38 overs. He's obviously very fit.
Just having a look at. So I think he'd bowled the most overs of a Hampshire player. Even coming into this game, he has. He's over 100 overs. He's coming up to 130 overs in the season. Which is 32 a wicket. Felix Organ is back into the attack. And Marty. I hope he's doing it for your benefit there, Stanley, but I've got a feeling because Martin's coming on shortly, he's moving the window to create shade at his side because he's on in a minute. So do you actually think it was really... I'd like to think there's a little bit of thought for you there, Stanley.
You're going to have to ask him when he comes on. But he's done a good job there.
Yeah. Probably hear it in the background, the rumble. As Organ comes in, Bedingham works that away on the onside. His strike rate actually has just dropped below 50. It's been consistently 51, 52 throughout his innings. It's just dropped to 49 currently. It's not a huge drop, but just a little one. It certainly shows that he hasn't increased his scoring rate. He does take a single there behind square on the leg side, and he moves on to 144, and Durham now are behind by 142. So let's do a quick calculation then. 3 and over. Let's assume that Durham's still batting tonight, which I'm sure, and going into tomorrow. Got just over 18 overs at 3 and over. 36, what's that? That's 40, 50 odd. I mean, they'll still be just under 100 behind at the end of the day, won't they? 100, about 80 behind. Something like that. So, Ben Rain to face Organ. He's got a silly mid-off and a slip-in. Organ's round the wicket. Rain drives into the gap in the covers. Moves on to 362 for 7. I don't know. I just get a little impression that with Carson now with Rain, that if they do hang around, the rate might just increase a fraction. So yeah, I reckon Durham would be about 80 behind tonight-ish. Oh, he's forward and has he bowled? Oh, and I'm afraid that is the end of David Bedingham, and Felix Organ has done it again. Floated that one up on off stump, and Bedingham came forward. I don't know if he was just trying to open the face and work it square on the offside, but it's got through and he's bowled. It may just have turned a fraction. It doesn't matter, it's hit the top of off, and that is the end of David Bedingham. Oh, he's caught behind. I tell a lie, he's been put down as caught behind by Ben Brown. Apologies. Difficult to tell from this distance. It was such a fine margin either way. But Ben Brown has caught him. Bedingham goes for 144, and Durham lose their 8th wicket. Warm round of applause, because that was a very, very classy knock from the Durham South African batter. It was
Durham now 8 down here, and they've avoided the follow-on, which was the important point, but still trailing by 141. So
that's a surprise, that wicket, isn't it? I'd have had David Bedingham batting by still Thursday.
294 balls he faced.
How many?
294.
Well, that's made it interesting, because Hampshire's lead is 141. It's amazing what a couple of quick wickets does. Because now, and it happened a little earlier, didn't it? Maybe yesterday in the Durham innings, where a couple of quick wickets fall, and you suddenly think, well, hang on a minute, hello. You've got the bottom end now of the Durham batting, and all of a sudden 140. Doesn't look too bad, that lead. So Felix Organ, who has that knack of picking up important wickets, has done it once more. 2 for 70 in his 31st over. And David Bedingham, who I don't think many people would have bet against him batting going into tomorrow, is back in the hutch. It's Callum Parkinson, the new batter, who works that away on the leg side, and he's away straight away. A few aways in that sentence, apologies. 363 for 8 now, Durham, and the deficit between these two is 140. So Durham really do now have to be careful.
Yeah, from a Durham perspective, you'd want this lead cut considerably from here.
Forward is Rain. I'm sure they're thinking, even if the worst comes to the worst and Hampshire get a reasonable chunk of batting in tonight, well bowled Felix Organ, round of applause from this crowd, that I'm sure they'll still fancy their chances to at least save the game, because the pitch is still pretty good. But even so, when you bat last on any pitch, it's the situation that can sometimes just cause one or two little problems.
How far was I didn't see the Carse catch. Was it out towards the point boundary?
No, it was backward a point.
Backward a point.
Yeah. One of those where he's tried to heave it over mid-wicket and whatever, it's just looped off the leading edge. In fact, if anything, Toby Albert had to sort of fall forward to make the catch, or had to come in a couple of paces anyway.
Dawson 5 for 152 from 55 overs, 8 maidens. Bowling here to Parkinson, who's on 1. Parkinson dabs the ball back to the bowler. Very watchful Durham today, very patient, but there is a risk they could concede a deficit here as the bowler comes in again.
Yeah, that run out of Graham Clark's just before tea has just derailed the Durham innings a little.
Bowler in again, Parkinson deals with that one. So we've had 2 quick wickets in Carson, Bedingham, but until that point there'd only been 3 all day. Just 1 in the afternoon session. Durham with 332 for 6 at tea.
330 for 5 on stage.
Yeah. Dawson round the wicket, gives it a bit of air time. Parkinson deals with it.
Interesting, Dawson's decided to come round the wicket all of a sudden.
His highest score is 75 against Kent in 2017. And he's played short on the leg side. So he's from Bolton, obviously twin brother. Was with Durham on loan last year, now at Kent. Matt Parkinson, they played against each other when Durham played Leicestershire. That's off the pad and drops just in front of City Point. They've both got each other out as well in games. Yeah. It happened at Grace Road, and then when I looked it up, it had happened previously, one time before that. A maiden for Dawson, his 9th.
56 overs.
He's going to sleep well tonight, isn't he?
I remember Mason Crane bowling 50 overs against Surrey here in a championship game a few seasons ago now. Jonathan Batty, who was captain at the time, I remember gave an interview at the end of the game, and he was asked about Mason Crane bowling all those overs, and he said if he was in my team he wouldn't have bowled that many. Great quote. Don't think anybody dares say that about Liam Dawson. Right, Felix Organ, can he do it again? Bowling to the left-hander, Ben Rain, Lanes forward. Plays that back to Organ. So Organ and Dawson have now bowled. Organ and Dawson, they have bowled 87 overs between them. Comes in the game. Rain goes for the sweep. Big shout for an LBW. I think he's outside the line. Ben Rain is still happy to play fairly positively. Just watching the replay here on the live picture feed. He's probably outside the line there. I think you'll tell the umpire's head's just in the way. Organ bowls again and Rain's on the back foot. Neatly played into the gap on the offside. And he moves on to 4, 364 for 8. The Durham deficit now is 139. Still quite a large deficit in the situation they're in now with these lower order batters in.
Well, the follow-on's avoided, but the deficit is sizable. There's no doubting that.
Yeah, it is.
But whether there's enough time in this game.
And Peter Siddle to come in. On the back foot there, Parkinson plays that into the ground.
Can you see Hampshire coming out and swinging the bat and trying to set up a run chase tomorrow?
I don't think swinging the bat is
Yeah.
would be what they would be doing. I think they might, you know, I think they play positively to a point. But
So the answer is no then.
Well, that's pushed out on the offside. I don't think they'll just pat it around. But again, are you going to bowl a side out in 2 sessions? Hampshire would probably want to bat more than 1 session tomorrow. Are you going to bowl a side out in a session half? Probably not. But would you try and put that side under pressure for a little while? Yes. Kick a ball. Parkinson on the back foot, stabs that out on the offside end of the over.
So there's 16 overs left today, which is technically an hour. Now I've been rattling through them quicker than that. Is it? What's the over rate? No, plus
9.
+9.
I don't think I've ever seen that. Have you?
I don't think so. No. I've seen a +5 and a +6 before, but +9. That's
Unreal, isn't it?
That's already into next week, isn't it?
Yes, I think it is. I'm almost safe to say that that is a first for a Hampshire side. Probably the first for most.
Dawson's waiting to come in to bowl to Rain, the left-hander. Rain swings at that and he's pulled it out through deep mid-wicket and away for 4. Picked it up outside the off stump.
Yeah, I like that. He's going to play it if it's there, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
I take it that's his normal game.
Yeah. He's got a county championship century to his name. And he got into the 90s at Edgbaston a few weeks ago. I think he was on 93 or 94 something when he was out there.
Averages 25 career.
Yeah. This ball is defended, it just rolls on the leg side. 103 not out against Worcestershire 2 years ago, 93 at Warwickshire a few weeks ago. Dawson bowls. Now that's nibbled round the corner. There's a shout of catch it, short leg couldn't reach it. I'm not sure if it came off the bat or not though. Dawson bowls again. Forward comes Rain. The ball pushed towards point. The keeper chases after it. No run. It's interesting. There's quite a few people watching the game on the nursery ground with their back to play here, leaning on the fence on the far side of the stadium.
Every time I look over there.
It's a sweep shot from Rain along the floor too. Fielder in there. Kyle Abbott at short, fine leg.
There's always a batter walking in and somebody walking out.
Dawson again, slightly quicker delivery this time, but Rain plays it safely on the leg side to mid-wicket, no run, end of the over. Yeah, I seem to look up and see someone walking up and someone walking on as well.
I think they're playing 2 T20 games over there, a Hampshire Pathway team, and I think it's Kent under 16. Somebody emailed a little earlier. I didn't actually ask officially.
It's a nice setup, isn't it?
It's
I like
beautiful
that
over
pavilion as well, the wood on the
Yeah.
pavilion.
It's beautiful over there.
I think
really
that's
is.
cedar wood, Kevin.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it's sort of burnt cedar wood, which ages gradually, but
Okay.
it's a nice sort of cladding.
It used to be the golf clubhouse behind that. You know, you can just see the other one that's slightly darker
yeah.
behind. You know, it used to be the Golf Pro and Golf Club shop, but that's now incorporated
Storage,
into part of the hotel
Right.
here.
Oh, right, yeah, the
And
shop.
then I think that's moving again at some point. Here's Organ Bowls. Parkinson pushes that back down the wicket. Now I think they are still sort of working on it. I don't know. I haven't asked anybody for a while, but I think the golf clubhouse is moving right up to the far corner, right up the hill. Organ Bowls. Parkinson works that into the gap on the leg side. Yeah, you won't be able to see here. I'm not sure if past that far tree line. It might be just this side of it, but it's that far away.
I went in the golf shop yesterday.
Did you
Yeah.
buy a club or two?
Their idea of a sale and mine are slightly different. There's some nice stuff in there, though.
Yeah, there is. Yeah. I've bought one or two bits over the years. Driven back to Organ by Bedingham. Well, I can imagine the prices down here must seem astronomical. Even a sale
Yeah.
for you.
£5 a pint. What's the world coming to? The game's gone.
Here comes Organ. It's pushed away on the leg side for a single by Ben Rain, who moves on to 9, and it's 370 for 8. Durham trailed by 133. I think, yes. Prices of some of those big woods.
I was just looking at the tops,
£500.
and there's some nice stuff in there, but
Yeah.
I only looked in for like 2 or 3 minutes. Never really had a proper perusal around the shelves because I was crying. You can't pick up the odd bargain in a golf store.
Yeah. Well, I've picked up one or two there.
Yeah. That shirt.
Yeah, I've picked up a couple of shirts in there over the years. Here's the Organ round the wicket. Parkinson's forward. He's going to take a quick single. Abbott's a little deep at mid-off. That ball was just pushed towards extra cover, so an easy single there for Parkinson.
David's asking, is there much rain forecast tomorrow, Marty? There was, but now it seems to be later in the day, so there's now talk of 90% rain from about 6 o'clock, I think was the last time we looked.
Rain's on the back foot. Hits that out towards extra cover, where Ali Orr fields, end of the over, 371 for 8. I think my app is mirroring what yours is saying and has done. Yeah, mine's coming in about 5 o'clock, about the same. Certainly by 6 o'clock.
Yeah. Notice they're off at Cardiff. They've had thunderstorms over there, and the covers have been on this afternoon. Typical, isn't it? You have what, two sunny days and then thunderstorms. Parkinson is taking guard here. It looks like he's gone for an off-stump guard. He's got a short leg, silly point, leg slip. Oh, and he's just flicked that in the air past Fletcher Middleton at short leg. He couldn't quite get his hand on it. 1 run.
How many overs is Liam Dawson on?
58.
To his 58th. Dave Allen's just sent me some stats about Liam Dawson and long spells.
Rain now on strike, the left-hander. They're dropping 2 fielders out, 3 out towards the boundary on the leg side. Short leg stays in place though. Oh, Rain plays and misses. He's looking to drive, and that's gone between bat and pad and into the keeper's gloves.
I'll wait till the end of the over.
Dawson bowls again, Rain forward. Little inside edge, 2 short leg. Ball flicked back to the keeper who gets the bails off, but Rain was in his crease. 3 balls of the over to go. Dawson in, left arm over, Rain forward, just snuffs that out on the bounce.
Used to use up a bit of time here, Durham, as much as anything as well, don't they?
Yeah.
Need to be batting tomorrow morning, really, to be doubly certain.
Bowler comes to the crease and bowls, Rain forward, ball rolls back up to the bowler's end. It's picked up by Parkinson, the non-striking batsman, and eventually makes its way back into the hands of Dawson. Last ball of his 973rd over. Here he comes, Rain down the track, uses his feet, plays it up to mid-on and goes for a single. And moves on to 10 in the process and keeps strike.
Right, Liam Dawson has now completed 58 overs in this innings. Now, Dave Allen writes, so he's still working even though he's not with us anymore after tea. This is now Liam Dawson's second longest bowling spell in an innings. It beats the 53 overs that he bowled against Surrey on this ground back in 2019. His figures then were 53 overs, 8 maidens, 0 for 180.
Well bowled.
In the same year, 2019, he bowled his longest spell. And he's not a million miles away from that either. So, unless there's a couple of quick wickets, I think he might be challenging that. I'm pretty certain he will do.
Bit of a delay going on here in between overs. The umpires have just been for a chat with each other. Helmets gradually being picked up and carried to the far end by the fielders. James Vince on helmet duty.
Got some more off spin from Liam Dawson, from Felix Organ. It's going to be bowling to Ben Rain, who's on 10. 13 overs minimum left in the day. There's Rain's on the back foot. Plays that up to mid-on. Now with this second new ball, how many have we had? 46 overs. This is the 47th over with this second new ball. 127th over of the Durham innings. Organ. Oh, he's pushing forward, he's wrapped on the pad. Did that straighten a fraction? Looked like it might have done just a little bit. Rain was just looking to play that out on the onside. Just watching the replay there. Yeah, look at the face of the bat. That's pointing almost towards mid-wicket. Playing against the spin, although to be fair, hasn't got a lot of turn, Felix Organ. But that one's certainly straightened. There's a lot of sun on this wicket. Must be very dry. Here comes Organ again. Rain pushes forward, gets wrapped on the pad, goes out on the leg side. They'll come through for a bye. So a signal to bye. So it's come off the pad of Ben Brown. 374 for 8 Durham, trail by 129. Just a quick change in the field. We've got the left and right-handed combination in. Bradwell comes up into the covers. Or was it Liam Dawson? I think Liam Dawson. It's kicked away by Parkinson outside the off stump. Ball's trickling down towards third. That's James Fuller after that one. I'm sure everybody's in suspense and wanting to know what Liam Dawson's longest spell or longest amount of overs, or the most amount of overs is in innings. It's 60. That was in the same year, 2019. That's driven up to mid-off. Abbott will have a throw at the stumps at the bowler's end and misses.
Police helicopter heading past.
Mm-hmm.
They know where you are, Kev.
They've known
No, they
where I
don't,
am.
because they're flying past.
Yeah, so it's obviously not me.
Steve Harmison's just retweeted a tweet from Ashington Cricket Club, which is where he played.
Organ to Rain. Rain drives, that's a good shot.
Yeah.
Wide of Kyle Abbott at mid-on, and that'll be 4 runs. Over pitch there from Organ. 379 for 8, I think that'll be.
Unfortunately, this is the way of the world these days. At 3:25 this morning, we were the victims of a burglary at the club. An unknown male gained entry and whilst inside caused damage, stole a quantity of cash and spirits. Everyone at Ashington Cricket Club is devastated by this burglary. The pictures of the tills smashed to bits and whatnot. So there's been a few cricket clubs around the country targeted by criminals in recent months, and one or two, some nasty fires as well. Dan Whiting posted a picture of a clubhouse burnt down in North London area recently. 3.79 for 8 Durham. They trail by 1-2-4. Dawson to bowl his 59th over. Parkinson on strike plays that short on the leg side. When he has completed his 61st over, a piper will pipe him off the pitch and he'll be carried aloft on a sedan chair.
Wouldn't that be nice?
To be placed on a bed of ice until tomorrow. That one spits back at Parkinson a little bit there. He was looking to try and play it through the leg side, and it's gone just short on the offside instead.
Need carrying off. Bowled 61 overs.
That's gone to leg slip, and it's whether there was any batter in it or not, it doesn't matter because it's spilled. That leg slip by Tom Prest. Might not have carried to him actually.
It still looks reasonably fresh out there.
He's just warming up.
Ooh, that's beating the outside edge.
Yeah. I think that might have been a late leave there from Parkinson, and the keeper had the bails off, but he was in his crease. Dawson walks up to the stumps and bowls. Parkinson back into the crease, plays the ball back to the bowler along the ground. Last ball of his 59th over then. And Parkinson plays it short to short leg end of the over. What's Dawson's best figures? Has he got a 7 for, did I see before?
His best bowling figures in an innings.
7 for 51. Mountaineers
51,
against
yeah.
Michelle and Eagles in 2011. Got 6 for 40 for Middlesex. Heavy Middlesex in 2023. 6 for 61 against Northants. And 6 for 90 against Middlesex.
There is an extra paragraph to Dave Allen's email actually.
All right.
The longest or the most overs bowled in a innings for Hampshire is actually 80 overs. Back in 1934, another slow left armer by the name of Stuart Boys, 80 overs in an innings. Here's Felix Organ. There'll be something wrong if Dawson's challenging that. That's out on the offside. Probably nothing wrong from a Durham point of view, but I think something wrong from a Hampshire point of view. 124 Durham behind currently. And we have just under 45 minutes of play left in the day, and that's all there will be. Here comes Organ again off the back foot, Brent Rain, and it's just gone through the hands of, I think that's Brad Wheel there, or is it Full? I think it's Brad Wheel at backward a point. Looks very disappointed with himself, just puts his hand up to Felix Organ to say sorry. That's 2 runs to Ben Rain, who moves on to 16, 381 for 8. Organ again to Rain. Oh, that's beaten the outside edge, and Ben Brown's asking for the stumping as he's lunging forward. Good delivery there from Felix Organ. He just produces that one every now and then. Round the wicket, flighted up. Rain's got to play at it. It pitches and straightens. Beautiful delivery. Perfect off-spinner's delivery, that one, from round the wicket. Morgan again, slightly fuller this time. Rain thinks about a single, sends Parkinson back as Felix Organ's smartly moving around to the leg side. Got the slip in, he's got a man on the drive on the offside. They're the only attacking fielders for Rain, who's slog sweeping from outside the off stump and misses. Sounds like there's another wicket on the nursery side. We'll watch another batter go in and out. If we look to our left in about a minute or so. I think the Hampshire pathway are batting. Yeah, it does look very much as though somebody's walking off. Rain will take a quick single up to Abbott at mid-on. Abbott underarms the throw and misses at the bowler's end. And that is the end of the over. We have a minimum of 10 overs left. We'll probably get about 12 or 13 in. As Durham move on to 382 for 8. They trail by 121. Shall I do one more over and then we'll bring in Standing next to Martin?
Here's a stat for you, Kev. This goes way back to the year I was born.
18?
Yeah. I know I only look 18. So Man U 0, Arsenal 1. Manchester United have now conceded 82 goals this season, which is their worst record since the 70-71 season. And if I'm not mistaken, that was the year they got relegated into Division 2.
I remember that, yeah.
So, you remember watching it in black and white on Match of the Day, did you? For those in black and white, Man U are in the red. Rain drives this ball from Dawson up to mid-off, no run. So this is his 60th over, so what was it, 61 would be his record, wouldn't it?
61 will be a record for him, yeah. It equals now
Yeah.
his longest spell.
Bowls again. Rain forward, ball rolls off to the leg side, no run. 9.4 overs left today in the sunshine of Southampton. Dawson comes in. Rain down the track, goes for a quick single up to... Oh, Parkinson needs to get a move on. He's dived in. The keeper's whipped the stump out. He was a bit slow to get going there, wasn't he? I don't think he was expecting him to be called through there. Throw from the far end. Was that from Wheel? Was it? No, Fuller. Fuller or Wheel?
Might be Fuller, I think, up there now. Yeah. Yes, it is Fuller. It was almost a carbon copy of the Graham Clark run out.
Yeah. So Parkinson's got a mouthful of dust and dirt now. Dawson's just doing some stretching exercises. He's trying to stretch out his hamstrings. For Parkinson, they've got a short leg, 2 slips, a silly mid-off, short extra cover, and a point. And that's dropped. I think that was a drop.
I think you're
right.
right.
That was an edge into the keeper's gloves and out again. A life on 5. It was a quicker delivery. Yeah, he's pushed at it, hasn't he? And it's bounced out of the keeper's gloves. Dawson round the wicket. Parkinson plays it back to the ground and it bounces back to the bowler. Dawson again. Parkinson forward to that one. It's picked up at silly mid-off, and that was the end of the over. So
he's equalled his longest stint. His figures currently 60 overs, 10 maidens, 5 for 159. And in the year that he bowled 60 overs against Yorkshire, also which was 2019, he bowled 60 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 184. I'll leave you with Martin Emerson and Stanley Marissa.
So 383 for 8, so Durham trailing by 120. They avoided the follow-on at 441, and it was 118.5 overs into their first innings when they got to 354. First ball of the new over from Morgan, bowled to Rain, played out into the covers, no run. Just after that, Carse was out for 18 and Bedingham caught behind off Felix Organ for 144. Organ in again, defended by Rain. So you're going to have the honour of commentating on Dawson's record-breaking 61st over.
Excited.
Build yourself up to it. Organ bowls, Rain forward, defends this on off stump.
When does a record start? When he starts the over or finishes the over? I'm guessing it's...
I think well, once he begins it, that's the 61st, isn't it? So.
Is it?
Yeah. Organ to Rain. It's gone short on the offside, no run. 8 overs left after the next 2 deliveries. They might get a few more in actually, the speed they're going. The over rate's +9. A little cut down towards third man there, and the throw back towards the stumps was not the best. It's gone miles across the field and is backed up, but 1 run for Rain. Brings Parkinson on to strike to face 1 ball remaining in this over. Organ to Parkinson. Parkinson uses his feet and slams that away wide of mid-on and away for 4. Nice shot. And that is the end of the over. So he moves on to 9. Durham 342. Are they already on there yet? So 388 for 8. They'd already put the 4 on. Good 5 from the over.
Good strike there from Callum Parkinson. 26 balls. I must say I am maybe slightly surprised that we've seen spin from both ends for this long in this 10th wicket partnership. It came together in the 121st over, so nearly 10 overs ago. I wouldn't mind seeing maybe one of the seamers coming back from maybe this Hilton end, the hotel end, just to maybe just change things up and test these lower order batsmen. So it will be Liam Dawson though to bowl his 61st over if this innings. He's driven, greeted into his record breaking over with a lovely drive from Ben Rain, slightly full from Dawson. It's a very pleasing on the eye shot from the big seamer. He moves on to 27.
5 for 163.
Incredible figures. Spoke about how important he is for this Hampshire team and how often he steps up as he bowls to Ben Rain, who pushes us into the onside and no run. 61 into his 61st over. That's a mammoth effort. It's a lot of overs to bowl. As he bowls to Ben Rain, who pushes this back to Liam Dawson, who gets a hand to it but can't stop it, but trickles to James Fuller. Wouldn't mind seeing James Fuller actually, the quickest of probably the Hampshire seamers. Maybe have 1 or 2 overs from this end just to try and prize a wicket out as Dawson bowls and Ben Rain solid. How often have we seen that forward defensive this innings? It's been hard work for the bowlers. Dawson's wheeled away at the top end, had a few overs from this hotel end, but most of his overs have been from the pavilion end. As he bowls to Ben Rain and gets an inside edge and squirts towards Kyle Abbott at 45 and no run taken. 392 for 8. Durham trailing by 111. Dawson bowls and this is clipped into the onside to a cow corner who's not all the way. That ends the over. So that's 61st record-breaking over for Liam Dawson. When we say record-breaking, as in breaking his own record, right?
Yeah. Somebody from the Guinness Book of Records will be turning up at the ground in a few minutes in a Ford Cortina with a commemorative plaque.
I think he'll feel like he deserves one. His body will be sore, I'm sure, tonight. We jump straight into an ice bath, I reckon.
Wonder if the plaque could go up on the fence next to Handbrake Hill, do you think? 7 overs in theory to go here on the BBC. Normal Sunday afternoon. If it wasn't cricket, I think I'd have a chicken in the oven by now and I'd be having a pint in the pub. A few Yorkshire puddings to go with it later on. But here's Organ, bowls. This is defended by Rain, who comes quite a way down the track again. Behind that one, just pushes out the offside. So if you are having Sunday lunch, let us know what you're having, what you're accompanying it with. Are you in the garden having a barbie? Listeners in the northeast inland may be having a barbie. Along the coast, I don't think so. It's a sea threat. Down here, it's lovely and warm. And indeed, you could be somewhere else in the country enjoying the sun as well. Not to the west of us, there's been thunderstorms. That's a dot ball. Organ bowling to Rain.
Have you got any exciting dinner plans tonight, Martin?
Nothing.
No?
Nothing as such. Organ in. Ball turned away through mid-wicket. There was it's one run for Rain. There's a little Japanese place I've walked past a couple of times and I might pop in there, I think. Could be interesting.
Do you like Japanese food?
No?
No.
Yeah, I like the odd bit of sushi and stuff like that.
Yeah.
There's also, just along the road, tapas. There's one of these Brazilian meaty joint things. Got your old Italian.
Yep. Banker.
Yeah. I might save the save fish and chips for the journey home tomorrow and call in at Weatherby. See how I'm getting on in the car.
When you get closer to home, I guess.
Yeah. Bit of a delay before Organ comes in to bowl this one to Parkinson. Parkinson forward to the ball. Plays it back to the bowler. I think generally Durham will be pleased with how this day's gone. Nobody in this game, either Hampshire or Durham, have been in a hurry with the bat. It's not been that kind of match. Parkinson plays this to mid-on, no run there. But it's been all about just eating time in the middle and getting rid of that follow-on target, which they did, and just slowly chipping away at the lead, which is now just 109. Parkinson pads up to that one as it goes down the leg side and into the hands of leg slip. Chipping with a toffee hammer perhaps rather than a big hammer. Just very gently going about their business. 8 down, 394 runs on the board.
I think you're right, Martin. Actually, from a Durham perspective, they will be happy. Their job was to bat out the day, and that's what they're potentially going to do. I guess we have to look and see. You know, we are sort of 5 or 6 games into the county championship, so it's not the worst result for both sides. I think from a Hampshire perspective, obviously having drawn twice at home, they were probably looking for a positive result, which might make it, as Dawson bowls to Ben Rain, who pushes this into the onside, which might make, I guess, this game slightly disappointing. But I guess you have to be realistic in terms of what the pitch has actually provided. It has provided a lot of runs. Maybe the ball has turned here and there, but probably hasn't been able to get that fast scoring to put enough pressure quickly enough to leave enough time at the back end. I think that's probably where this game will end up, right?
Yeah, I think so.
As we see a change of field, Ali Orr coming into a second slip to the left-handed Ben Rain as Dawson comes over the wicket, and Ben Rain cuts fine, and Brad Wheel comes around and he'll cut this off. They trot back for a couple. 396 for 8. Ben Rain 27 off his 52. Callum Parkinson providing decent support for his 9. So I guess when you see lower order batsmen looking as comfortable as they are, probably suggests that there isn't too much in the pitch. As Dawson bowls and gives us a bit of air, and Ben Rain goes down on one knee, and he's lofted this towards the square leg boundary, and it's one bounce and into the hover cover. That's to our right. A handy boundary.
400 up. 400 for 8 after 133.3 overs.
Good milestone there for Durham. So that gives us 903 runs in this game as Ben Rain pushes
Good
back.
maths.
904 runs now
Yes.
for the loss of 18 wickets. So
It's good when there's nice round numbers you can add up, isn't
yeah,
it?
perfect. And that's the end of that over. 134 overs gone. 401 for 8. No. 1 ball remaining. I beg your pardon. Or 2 balls remaining.
2 balls, yeah.
I saw the
They're
change.
switching round because
there.
of left hand, right hand. That's what it
Saw
was.
that, yeah. Silly point comes in. Squirted into the leg side and no run. Callum Parkinson. Kyle Abbott does the fielding. Some shadows starting to appear on the ground. On that far end, the pavilion end. But on the whole, it's been another fine day. In regards to the weather, Dawson bowls and Parkinson pushes us into the onside. And that does the end the over. 401 for 8.
Well, the scoreboard tells us there are 5 overs to go, but they're going to be well ahead of schedule here, so still 25 minutes of scheduled play to come. Bit of a discussion going on between the 2 batsmen at the moment, Ben Rain and Callum Parkinson. Is this a change of bowler or not?
Looks like it.
It's Fuller. So they're going back to a bit of pace now, Hampshire. So James Fuller's going to replace Organ, who's taken 2 for 89, 37 overs, 7 maidens. Dawson, 5 for 171 from 62 overs, 10 maidens. So this is your end or my end? My end? Can't remember.
Your
Yeah,
end.
my end. First ball from Fuller then. He's played away safely on the offside by Rain. Dot ball. Fuller right arm round to the left-handed Rain. Rain turns that out to mid-wicket. Diving stop in there from Alior.
I think 1 or 2 around the ground would probably have wanted to see this, or would have liked to see this maybe a
Bit
short
earlier.
while ago, just to try and change things up. Like I said, the two batters were looking really comfortable, and sometimes you just need to change that pace a little bit.
Rain's on 32. Fuller bowls, Rain drives, it's gone out into the covers, and the substitute fielder is there. Toby Albert playing today because Nick Gubbins and his wife had a child overnight, or early this morning.
And if it was then in a position, if Hampshire were to bat, would he be back tomorrow, do you think? Potential?
Fuller in. That's defended by Rain. I'm not sure what the regulations are, right? If you've missed a day, I suppose if it's a family reason, then you might be okay to come back in. You know, if players have been off the field for a particular period of time through injury or whatever, then there's got to be a period of time for them equivalent back on the field before they can bowl or bat.
I think we saw it in the India-England test match where Ashwin had to leave for a day or two in the actual test match.
Fuller in, and that's right in the block hole, played away by Rain to mid-off, where it is fielded by Tom Prest.
Haven't seen Tom Prest with the ball today, actually. At points, I think a few around the ground would have maybe expected him to have a little trundle to see if he could extract anything from this pitch. Right arm off spin.
401 for 8 Durham. Fuller bowls, and that's through to the keeper. A little jab at it there from Rain, playing a miss. It's a maiden for Fuller, back into the attack, his 10th over. So far he's gone for 31 runs. That was his first maiden, he hasn't taken a wicket yet.
I think that's what we can see. He does provide that extra pace. Like we mentioned earlier, probably the quickest of the Hampshire seam bowlers.
Well, the Hampshire fielders don't seem to be in any hurry whatsoever now in terms of getting from one end to the other. There's a long conversation going on between the two batsmen in the middle. Wicketkeeper's only just walking past the stumps at the far end. And when you're over 8s plus 9,
not sprinting
on a
through,
track like this, you're not going to be running around now on a hot day and serve up more overs than you really need to.
Very fair point. But it will be a change of bowling, as I'm sure you can hear on the stadium mic. It's Felix Organ who's switched ends, and he's going to...
So Liam Dawson's short spell of 62 overs comes to an end.
It does.
5 for 171, 62 overs.
Oh, Felix Organ's into his 38th over. I'm not sure if in his career he's bowled this many. Maybe Dave Allen can help us. Tell us what the longest spell that Felix Organ's bowled. He's bowled quite well as he wheels away from the top end, the pavilion end, to Callum Parkinson. A slip and a short leg, no run off that first delivery. 2 for 89 of his 38, or 37 and a ball. As he bowls and pushed into the offside. Ben Rain was looking for a single, but sent back by Callum Parkinson. Mohammed Abbas not feeling well this game. And Felix Organ's come in and provided that extra option with his off spin as he bowls to Parkinson and no run. And he's done pretty well, actually.
Durham is still batting in the morning in terms of games where day 4, first innings.
So Organ bowls to Parkinson, who drives back towards him, and no run.
Entirely different conditions, because we've not lost an over in this game to the weather, but a match in 2013 in the August at Derby, Durham was still batting on the final day, which was the Saturday morning, and they were still in their first innings.
Wow. As Organ comes and bowls to Parkinson, slightly shorter.
But there had been a bit of rain that week, and there'd been a bit of fog and mist around as well, so a few overs lost that. But lunchtime on the Saturday, and you're thinking this has got draw written all over it, and then Durham are eventually out, ran through Derbyshire and pulled off a run chase right at the end of the day.
Wow. Parkinson defends this, and that will end the over. A maiden from Felix Organ, his 8th of the innings.
But this is not that kind of track.
No.
The ball you just heard being hit there was on the adjacent nursery ground. That's gone for 4, I think. Pump of the gloves. It was Hampshire's development team playing Kent, I think it was. 2 T20s. Supposedly 3 overs left today then. 401 for 8 Durham. So they trail by 102. This partnership from these two, 39 from 92 balls. Ben Rain has got 32 from 60. Parkinson, 9 runs from 37. Fuller is bowling from the hotel end, round the wicket to Rain. Rain plays the ball down into the ground. It loops up into the air and Fuller leaps up and snatches it one-handed.
He's looked alright, Ben Rain.
Hmm?
Yeah.
He got into the 90s at Edgbaston a few weeks ago and then tried to sweep a ball and got himself bowled just as Durham were on the verge of wiping out the deficit and avoiding the follow-on. Well, avoiding the follow-on. Fuller bowls again. Rain stands firm, plays it up to mid-off. Picked up by Felix Organ.
How are we getting on around the country? Is there much happening? I think.
How many games have got into a third innings now? Is it 2 or 3?
Let's have a quick look. Lancashire are into their third innings against Nottinghamshire, trailing by 119.
Fuller to Rain. It's a short one. Rain just lobs it out onto the leg side and goes for a quick single.
Surrey are putting Warwickshire under some pressure. They are, well, Warwickshire are 183 for 6 in their second innings, leading Surrey by 62 runs. So they've just got the 4 wickets remaining. So Surrey in a commanding position there. Well, Glamorgan actually only require 30 runs to win against Sussex, bowling Sussex out for 188 in that third innings. And Northamptonshire require 434 runs with, I guess, a day remaining and 9 wickets.
Have they got back on at Cardiff because they were off for rain earlier?
I can have a quick look and see.
Fuller right arm over to Parkinson. It's a bouncer. Pitch is well short. Parkinson ducks a little bit, but it doesn't get up as much as I thought it would, and only really just goes over his head.
It looks like they are.
Yeah.
Glamorgan needing just the 23 runs to win now.
So they'll go into the extra half hour there then if needed.
Yeah. They managed to recover from being 41 for 4 in their first innings, and Kieran Carson and Colin Ingram sharing a big partnership.
Fuller again bowls to Parkinson, who turns that away towards long leg. Probably get 2 there, they will. Now Kieran Carlson's a canny player, I like him. He's had some good scores against Durham over the years.
They did well to get themselves out of that situation and turn it around actually.
.404 for 8 Durham. Last ball of the over. It's gone down the leg side, taken by the keeper. The appeal for caught behind comes from Fletcher Middleton at short leg. Nobody else joins in.
Stifled.
So 2 overs remain on the board, but there's still 13 minutes until the official close of the day.
So that over ended at 17:47. So let's see how quickly they do get it around this time. Like you said, Martin, they're probably in no rush to get those overs in. The umpires are having a chat towards the left of the pitch as we're looking at it from the hotel end. Just a quick one. Batsman in the middle. 1 or 2 players on their haunches. Be the left-handed Ben Rain.
Over 8 plus 9 still.
Over 8 is so not too bad actually. A couple of minutes between that over. So Ben Rain it will be, and he will face Felix Organ coming from the pavilion end. Slightly upish towards Alior in the covers. Shouts to catch it, but falling well short. So another man comes across to catching, following that false stroke, to catching cover. Organ past umpire Warren, bowls and off outside edge and trickles to Abbott at short third man and no run. 404 for 8. Into the 138th over of this innings.
What's the deficit now? 99.
So Organ bowls and Rayner's back and gets an outside edge. There could be a chance of a run out at the bowler's end. Needed a direct hit from Abbott at short third man. Callum Parkinson called Ben Rain through. And for a split second, he would have had to run a little bit quicker than he may have anticipated, but all is well that ends well, and they pick up one. 405 for 8 now. Just a slight delay as Felix Organ looks towards the changing room. I think they might.
Once helmets brought on.
Looks like they're going to get some helmets brought on.
I think there might be a few laces being tied and untied here as well. And
tactics. The gamesmanship, I guess they say, don't they? But a few players running around. Looks like it's Alior. We've already got Fletcher Middleton under the helmet as short leg. James Vincent slip. Liam Dawson, it looks like, coming down to this point slash third manish region. No cover, so nice wide gap if Parkinson wants to drive. It'll be a Felix Organ from around the wicket, bowls to Callum Parkinson. It's Liam Dawson. Probably a tired Liam Dawson. 62 overs. Wasn't moving too quickly to the. But it's an outstanding effort from him today. So Organ comes, bowls, and Parkinson drives into that vacant cover area that we spoke about a moment ago. And they're going to pick up a couple. It's going to be James Fuller who does the clearing up. A slightly wild throw. Ends up in the hands of Fletcher Middleton at short leg. So one ball remaining in this, the 138th over. Durham 407 for 8 in their first innings. This very runs dominated game as Parkinson pushes this into the onside, and that will end the over. From Felix Organ, 407 for 8.
thanks, Stanley. 1 over technically remains, but there's 8 minutes of play left. The boy James is back. His Hawaiian shirt.
Is that what it is?
No, it's sort of leaves, isn't it? It's a leaf print
Yeah.
shirt.
Yeah. Bought it during the winter.
Is you?
Ready for the summer.
Yeah.
Thought now's as good a time to wear it as any. Been waiting a couple of weeks.
Which winter was it? 1984.
1890.
Right.
It was in fashion
Did you
then.
summons your tailor from the
From the depths.
Yeah. The final but not final over begins. It's Fuller bowling to Rain, who plays the ball down towards deep point for 1.
This is all valuable time being used up by Durham and valuable runs, isn't it?
Yeah. As wondering what the round of applause was there, but it's actually in the ground next door.
Yeah, it is. I don't know, every time I get my hopes up of a possible result here, the game goes flat, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And run scoring, I wouldn't say looks easy, but wicket taking looks very difficult.
It's like the Aurora Borealis about this time yesterday afternoon. It was fizzing away and everything looked like, whoa, night number 2 of incredible skies, and then by the time the evening came, it was as flat as a pancake and it all disappeared again. Fuller bowling to Parkinson, who's on 13. Parkinson plays that towards backward point. That's a good diving stop there. That was away. There's a man covering at wide, third man, but may not have got to that.
There's another one. Just looking over there now, look, there's another wicket gone over the nursery ground.
They should have the scoreboard on that ground on the hill so we can see it from here.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Looking at the back of it. Durham trail by 95. It's a short one, it's gone down the leg side. Parkinson ducks out the road of it.
There's no rush through these last 2 or 3 overs, is there really? There's no point.
What you got for tea, Kev? What do you reckon?
I have no idea,
No.
actually.
It's going to be a pleasant surprise.
Well, no, actually, I don't tend to really when I've eaten here,
All right.
because they're quite big here, aren't they? They're quite big meals. We're lucky, actually, very lucky. So I don't tend to go home and have the same.
It's just a snack of some description.
Yeah.
Parkinson turns the ball down to long leg for 1.
I know Stanley's asked you, but I didn't hear the answer. What are you up to tonight?
I was just saying, like, it depends if it's open. There's a little Japanese restaurant nearby that I had a look at.
Oh,
If it's open, I might pop in there. There's a tapas place, but you never really know where you are with tapas, do you? Don't really know how much to order. Should come with like a guide. You know, oh, there's going to be a run out here. They're both at the same end.
Oh, look at that. He's diving in.
Is he out or not? That's on the other field, by the way. There's nothing happening here at the minute. Has he survived? I think he might have survived. Back on this ground, here's Fuller. Right arm round. Bowling to Rain. Defensive shot rolls to the offside. No run. So 408 for 8. 139th over.
They're one behind, I think.
Durham trailing by 95. Attritional is the word.
It has.
It's being towed by a plane there and a banner, attritional just above the ground.
Your slow burner you mentioned earlier, it still hasn't got going.
They still haven't ignited it, have they? I think somebody poured water in it, I think. Fuller comes in, and that is a front foot defensive shot from Rain on off stump, and that is the end of the over. So, overs remaining 0. But it's 4 minutes to 6.
And I would bet my bottom dollar that this will be the last over of the day. Be very surprised if we get 2 in.
Over rate is plus 721.
There's no need to rush through the overs. I have to say, at one stage, maybe with half an hour to go, I thought we might get 2 or 3 extra in, but I don't think there's been any. There's been no need for any urgency, really.
Well, the batsmen are helping by having lengthy chats between each innings, between each over, and they've now got 47 on the board from 110 balls, Rain and Parkinson. So another partnership approaching 50.
Incredible, isn't it?
So
I wonder what the record is for the most 50-plus partnerships in the game. That'll keep. If Dave Allen's listening, that'll keep him up all night. That.
if
He
they
likes
get
to
this
challenge.
one, then that's 9 plus a couple more in the 40s.
Felix Organ then around the wicket, and that's whipped away by Parkinson behind square, and Abbott Fields single to the total. 410 for 8 the scoreboard is showing. If you're watching on the live picture feed, it's showing 409 for 8. I can't tell you which is right and which is wrong. 5 balls left. I'm sure we won't get any more. It's 2 minutes to go on the scoreboard. I think the batters are as keen to make this the last over as the fielding side are. So we bowling to Ben Rain. Organ. Rain just pushes that back. He's played well, hasn't he, Ben Rain here, 35. It's been a very, very useful knock in terms of, they were just wobbling a bit when they lost 2 wickets for 4 runs. 358 for 6 became 362 for 8, and the deficit was around 150 around then. Oh, and he's played it onto the stumps, but is he behind the line, Callum Parkinson? He is. Phillips just getting a little flick on that one.
There's 5 wickets fallen today, and 2 of them came close to each other, so Potts and Robinson.
Yep.
And then 111 runs added before Clark was out, and then the next 2 wickets were pretty close to each other as well, Carson, Bedingham.
Yep.
So,
and there's
18 wickets in 3 days.
Callum Parkinson is just doing the old trick of doing up the shoelaces. Yes, that's been, what's that, 6 wickets a day? I think even I can work that out. Rains forward, plays it out on the onside. The clock is showing 17:59, and we have 2 balls left. Ben Rain is not quite ready to receive the next delivery. He is now. There's Organ bowls and fly tip. Ben Rain's trying to turn that away around the corner, gets a slight leading edge. Ball actually just stops below his feet. Still showing 17:59, guys. What are you going to do? Still 1 more to bowl. 17:59. Oh, it's just turned over to 1800. There we are. This will be the last ball of day 3. And forward is Rain, safely negotiated out on the offside, and that is the end of day 3. 1 day to go. Durham 410 for 8, and they trail Hampshire by 93 runs, with Ben Rain on 35 and Callum Parkinson, a useful innings from him as well, supporting Ben Rain. He is 15 not out. Probably the story of today came from 1 player on each side, David Bedingham, who resumed this morning on 35 not out, was the last of the 5 wickets that we something like that, but it's a long way behind the 80 overs back in 1934 by Stuart Boys. But you never know, the Durham innings is still going.
Were you at that one?
1934, yeah. I think I just missed it.
Oh.
Yeah, I think I got held up in some traffic.
Unlucky. The roads round here, eh?
Right
then.
I think we should do. I think we've had enough. I think we've enjoyed it, but it's been a long day.
Yeah, in the warmth. See you all tomorrow morning.
Thank you very much.